American Comics. Omniscience, Omnipotence, begins with the aged of Wolverine. Chapter 31. In front of the gas station convenience store. Wanda and Pete, curled up in the corner, heard footsteps and looked in the direction from which the sound came, only to see a good-looking boy with good intentions walking towards them. "Do you need help?" Chen Tian put his hands in his pockets, leaned forward and looked at Wanda softly, a warm smile on the corner of his mouth. Wanda looked up a little stunned, looking at this beautiful Eastern face. Her jewel-like clear eyes were slightly startled, and a trace of unconcealable warmth flowed in her heart. Having been in this country for so long, the girl heard such words from the rest of the population for the first time. In the past, no one wanted to pay attention to them sleeping on the streets, and even if they did, they were plotting against Wanda and did not have the slightest kindness to speak of. However, she did not completely let go of her guard because of simple concern. "If you need it, I can buy you something to eat." Chen Tian smiled and continued. The brother Pete next to him was so hungry that his eyes lit up, and when he heard this, he directly let go of his guard, and said without the slightest hesitation, "Sir, you must have been sent by God to save us." Quote, "My sister and I just need to buy something to eat." Afraid that he would repent, Pete pulled up the other party and turned around and walked inside. Seeing this, Wanda in the back was too late to hold his brother, and the other party was already about to walk to the convenience store. "Are you coming?" Chen Tian looked back at the hesitating Wanda and asked. "Thank you." Wanda looked at her dumb-looking brother, took a deep breath, and decided to follow. After all, no one will have trouble with food, and she doesn't want to sleep on the streets hungry, and tomorrow there will be a cold corpse on the street. Moreover, she thought about it, if Chen Tian really had any bad intentions, she will definitely not let the other party have a good time. Thinking, the girl secretly clenched her fists. Chen Tian noticed her cute behavior and couldn't help but smile. In fact, he came to Wanda for another reason, that is, the other party may get chaos force in the future. It was powerful enough to affect the power of the multi-universe, and he naturally wanted it. 3 bowls of instant noodles. Chen Tian ordered 3 bowls, and Wolverine stayed in the car to rest and did not come out. 3 bowls. Sir, you are too young to pity these smugglers, they are simply parasites of the state. The short, stocky female cashier noticed the 2 figures following behind, her brows furrowed in disgust. Hearsay. Wanda tugged at her hand with some fear, worried that Chen Tian would dislike them. However, after she thought more, Chen Tian just took out the cash and said coldly, "Do you sell it or not?" Quote, "Don't listen to good words." The female cashier rolled her eyes and turned to soak 3 bowls of instant noodles. Seeing this, Wanda had some good feelings for Chen Tian. After all, she had been here for so long, and everyone else was cold-eyed. But Chen Tian always had a warm smile on her face, which made her feel an indescribable feeling in her heart. The 3 of them sat down at the table by the window and served the noodles very quickly. The 2 brothers and sisters looked at the hot and fragrant noodles, swallowed and took a big bite to eat. The hot noodles were eaten, and the body that was chilled by the cold wind also got warmed instantly. Wanda took a small bite of noodles, looked up at the tall big brother opposite, her sapphire-like beautiful eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you." Quote, a show of hands. Chen Tian looked at the girl in front of him, and the hatred in Scarlet Witch's heart during this period was far less intense than the back. She is just a weak girl, with a delicate face like a ceramic doll stained with a little mud, who came to the United States to seek revenge on Stark. What a naive idea, the other party is the head of the Stark group. Moreover, there is a misunderstanding in this. The girl opposite saw that he had been staring at herself, a little embarrassed, and then remembered something. She hurriedly opened the school bag she had removed, took out a book wrapped in a parchment scroll, and said softly, "Thank you, my name is Wanda, he is my brother Pete, this is a thank you gift." Quote, between talks, Wanda's voice was a little weak, and her eyes flashed pitifully, for fear that Chen Tian would dislike it. This is one of the few things on her that can be called a household possession. "My name is Chen Tian." Chen Tian took the gift, looked at the 16-year-old girl in front of him, adorable like a cat, and couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. Being made by a boy so intimate, Wanda's slender eyelashes couldn't bear to tremble, lowered her eyes, and didn't dare to look at Chen Tian, her cheeks covered by sludge quickly stained with a layer of redness. Chen Tian, who was sitting opposite, had a psychic ability, felt the girl's mood fluctuations at the moment, but did not expect to win favor so easily. The silly girl was fooled in a bowl of noodles. And Pete next to him is burying his head in eating noodles, not knowing that his sister is being housed by others. Click. Then, the convenience store door was pushed open. Laura walked in and her gaze fell on Chen Tian's hand rubbing Wanda's head, and her brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Seeing this, Logan Hollett, who followed behind, seemed to see his younger self, and a mocking smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Chen, after driving for a day, you actually have energy. Quote. Wolverine, I'm not as merry as you. Chen Tian retracted his hand nonchalantly and shrugged. Sitting opposite, Wanda lowered her head and continued to sip and eat noodles. With a full tank, we can go. Logan paid and urged. Sir, where are you going? Pete's eyes moved when he heard this, and he immediately swallowed the food in his mouth and asked. We're going in the direction of Canada. Chen Tian replied. Hearing this, Pete turned his head and exchanged glances with Wanda. Wanda pursed her lips and pleaded, Chen, can you take us along the way? We'll get off in New York. Quote. No problem. Chen Tian agreed crisply. He knew that the two brothers and sisters would go to New York to seek revenge on Stark, but he did not expose it. Originally, Logan refused. They were being hunted down by the Akali Genetic Research Institute, and it was easy to implicate others, but seeing that Chen Tian insisted on taking people, he didn't refute anymore. Anyway, two more people in the pickup truck just happened to sit down. The Pete Wanda brothers and sisters saw that there was a car to sit, and they were naturally very happy after walking for a few days, and Wanda, who seemed to be extremely guarded, easily removed his disguise after a short time and sat in the back seat of the big pickup truck together. It's just that Laura is a little sullen and incompatible, and the optimistic Wanda sibling atmosphere is incompatible. However, after Chen Tian drove the pickup truck away, he did not know that a black SUV drove out behind the gas station. Sitting in the co-pilot was a burly man with muscles as knotted as the roots of an old tree. Pierce was sent to capture Chen Tian's crossbones bullock. Rumlow. Rumlow took out the walkie-talkie and made a low, hoarse voice. The people behind followed, and the target began to go far. Quote. The voice is over. The vehicle's engine hummed and instantly accelerated in the direction in which Chen Tian and his party left. Dense forest trails flanked by trees rustling against the wind. A large pickup truck, roar, whistled past, and two plumes of smoke fluttered behind the car between the rolling tires. Chen Tian chose this more remote path for safety, and he survived in America for so many years, just in case of emergency, almost figured out the path between major cities. At the moment, the midday sun passes through the canopies on both sides, being divided into scattered spots of light that shine on the car body. Chen Tian took the steering wheel, thinking about what to do next. The Wanda siblings and Laura in the last row were already asleep, and in the passenger seat Wolverine wore glasses and tinkered with her phone. Chen, I felt a familiar breath in you last night. At this time, Charles, who had been closing his eyes and falling asleep, opened his eyes to look at Chen Tian's back. I accidentally discovered last night that I have the ability of the heart. Chen Tian replied unsurprised. Are you sure you only have the ability of the mind? When Charles heard this, the smile under his eyes thickened. I knew I couldn't escape your eyes. Chen Tian smiled helplessly, knowing that he would definitely escape telepathy, who was not a professor. After all, the other party has the smartest brain in the world, and it is only a matter of time before it is discovered. Don't worry, they're all asleep. Charles glanced at the sleeping Wanda siblings, both of whom fell into a deep sleep. Another variant of mine, ability, is able to replicate anyone's ability. Chen Tian pondered for a while, knowing that it was difficult to hide it, so he simply chose to confess. Anyway, more and more abilities will be gained in the future, even if not to say that other people will notice this fact sooner or later. Instead of being suspicious of each other, it is better to say it yourself. Then he added, anyone's ability can be copied, not limited to mutant. Quote. So, you kid copied mine too. When Logan in the passenger seat heard this, he recalled Chen Tian's self-healing ability earlier, and suddenly realized when he heard this. He originally thought that Chen Tian himself had a super self-healing ability, mainly because similar situations had been reflected in other mutants. It's just not as perverted as Wolverine. It turned out that this kid copied his ability. I'm curious if your ability is to mimic temporary storage or to completely copy it as a part of yourself. Charles asked with interest when he heard this. Chen Tian smiled and did not speak again. You fool is really capable. Charles sensed Chen Tian's mental fluctuations and scolded with a smile. Logan next to him also got the answer from the communication between the two. Looking at Chen Tian's pupils flickering, the other party brought him too many surprises. Airplanes. Yet at the moment, Chen Tian's expression suddenly froze, a strong sense of crisis surged in, and the hand holding the steering wheel couldn't help but tighten, and his eyebrows revealed gloom. There are guests coming. Charles also sensed something different, and the smile on his face faded. Next second, the sound of a motorcycle roared from far and near, and in more than 10 seconds, several figures riding motorcycles appeared in the forest on both sides of the path, galloping among the trees to make the trees dance. Fark, how did someone from the FBI find us? Logan caught a glimpse of the rider's uniform, recognized the logo as the FBI uniform, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Originally, the Akali GMO Institute was annoying enough, and now there is actually another FBI. Chen, be careful ahead. Charles in the back seat reminded. Meanwhile, several jeeps appeared on the horizon of the road ahead, stopping there to completely block the entire road, and then several motorcycles roared and chased after them. For a time, the four sides of the front and rear were completely blocked. Seeing this, Chen Tian had to slam on the brakes, and the big pickup truck left 4 forced parking tracks on the side road, and the body shook a few times before stopping. The violent shaking woke Laura and Wanda siblings in the back seat, who looked up blankly. What happened? Pete saw the situation outside, and his eyes suddenly widened and looked around in panic. At the moment the pickup truck had just stopped, Hydra's camouflaged shield members surrounded their vehicles, staring at them warily with rifles in their hands. Dressed in a black uniform with his sleeves rolled up to reveal his muscular forearms, Crossbones Rumlow walked to the front of the car, took out his FBI documents and placed them in front of him. FBI, check the car. Shouldn't it be coming to get us? Pete saw the big man in the SWAT uniform, and was a little worried that he was coming at the two siblings. Logan Howlett and Chen Tian are suspected of premeditated murder. Charles Xavier, classified as a weapon of mass destruction, caused a terrorist riot. Quote, please get out of the car and cooperate with the investigation. If you disobey, we have the right to shoot you to death. Crossbones Rumlow's fierce gaze swept over several people. Finish talking. Dozens of Aegis Task Force members dressed in FBI costumes around them simultaneously raised their muzzles and aimed at the large pickup truck in front of them. It looks like we're already being targeted by SHIELD and Hydra. Chen Tian looked indifferent. He recognized the identity of Crossbones, and was not too surprised. With their performance in the past few days, it was natural to be targeted by SHIELD, and Hydra hid it and waited for the opportunity. It's really a continuous succession. He sighed helplessly and opened the car door. Be careful, these guys are not good stubble. Seeing this, Logan also got out of the car. His eyes looked around, his gaze swept over the necks of the people around him, exuding a dangerous aura of a bloodthirsty lone wolf. Count you acquaintances. Crossbones Rumlow said this, but his heart did not relax in the slightest. After all, anyone on the other side is an extremely dangerous mutant, and the slightest slack will pay a terrible price for it. Put it on, don't let me do it myself. Thereupon, Rumlow put a few collars in front of the two, which are collars that can inhibit the mutant ability, and the X gene will be useless after wearing it. Any mutant will be like a normal person. You don't seem to be figuring out the situation. Chen Tian sneered, and his slender fingers tapped his temples. For a while, an intangible energy fluctuation instantly spread out towards the surroundings. What are you going to do? Put your hands down. Quote. Crossbones Rumlow noticed Chen Tian's movements, his face suddenly solemnized as if he was facing a great enemy, and then raised his gun to shoot. Yet the next second, his face turned pale instantly, because he found that his body was completely out of control, even the facial features on his face could not be controlled, and his expression slowly became dull. But his consciousness is completely awake. It's not just him. All the members of the contingent who came with him at the moment stayed frozen in place, as if they were instantly frozen like stone statues. Charles in the pickup truck saw this scene, felt the spiritual fluctuations in the air, his eyes flickered, and he couldn't help muttering, "Chen, it's really amazing." Quote. The professor did not expect that the other party had mastered the use of the mind ability in only one day, and this guy simply did not need any adaptation period. That's right. The people around him are controlled by Chen Tian's mind ability, and although he uses the ability of mind control is not as pure as Charles, he can still control dozens of people at once. Swish. Logan Howard next to him saw that the person on the other side was controlled, and did not hesitation, and his hands stabbed out wolf claws between his fingers. Transform into a swift and bloodthirsty wolf and slaughter the Crossbones men. The sudden burst of power in his aging body resembles a heavy truck, wielding the sharp claws of the adamantium structure, and throwing his hands at everyone to easily penetrate the enemy's head. Crossbones Rumlow stood in place, watching his men fall one after another, but he could only wait and do nothing. He roared in his consciousness. However, to no avail, ordinary people's consciousness is no match for Chen Tian. After all, the other party can easily resolve even the professor. Next, in tens of seconds, all the members of the contingent fell to the ground, scarlet blood flowed from the broken head, and soon the ground was soaked with blood. It's your turn. Logan's gloomy eyes carried the wolf's paws dyed red and walked up to Crossbones. Nope. Crossbones Rumlow was hoarse in his consciousness. He regretted underestimating the enemy's strength, but in the next second, the cold steel claws wrapped in hot blood and fiercely penetrated his brain. Then the last sound of consciousness completely disappeared in this world. Poof. Logan pulls the wolf's paw out of Crossbones' skull, his eyes indifferent as the latter's corpse falls and gradually loses its temperature. It took less than a minute. The elite contingent brought by Crossbones Rumlow was completely destroyed without being able to resist. The cement-paved road was already stained red by the blood flowing from the skull, and the air was filled with a hot and strong smell of blood. Chen Tian swept the scene in front of him and lowered his hand expressionlessly. Inside a pickup truck, Pete looked at the corpses all over the ground outside the car, and his immature face had already become extremely pale. He didn't expect that the big brother with a warm smile on his face was actually a murderous maniac, and there were so many corpses lying on the ground for a long time. Pete panicked internally, curled up in his chair and shivering, thinking about escape. After Wanda next to him saw Chen Tian's ability, a glimmer of expectation flashed under his eyes, and his eyes flickered with his small hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Tian's face outside the car was unusually gloomy, and he knew that being targeted by Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. was not a good thing. It means that in the following days, for a long time, they will most likely not be very peaceful. Logan returned to the pickup truck and saw Chen Tian looking at the corpse in fascination, and immediately understood that these guys were definitely not FBI people, otherwise the latter would not have paid so much attention. After all these years, if the FBI can really catch them, it's long overdue. Chen, let's get out of here quickly. Logan said. Let's go. Chen Tian came to his senses, took a deep breath, and turned back to the car. Now the only thing they can do is to cover the water, but he is not worried about the threat of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that dissatisfaction will be disturbed in the future. Thinking of it, Chen Tian started the car again, and the bodies that ran over the ground drove in the direction of New York City. Shortly after they left, several more black SUVs arrived. A figure stepped down from the passenger seat, his brows furrowed and his face solemn. This person was Phil Coulson, the famous good man of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment he looked at the corpses all over the ground, and his eyebrows revealed an incapacious gloom. The technicians accompanying him have quickly begun to work, using various instruments to check for any traces that may be left in his surroundings. Soon, someone came to report to Phil Coulson. Sir, there have been fluctuations in the magnetic field around here, and it looks like someone has used the psychic ability. Phil Coulson listened to the report, leaned over and unwrapped open the clothes of a corpse and found proof of work from S.H.I.E.L.D., his brow furrowed deeper. Stop the mission first, close the team. He set his sights on Crossbones Rumlow's corpse, and through the technology just now, he detected magnetic field fluctuations, and it seemed that Rumlow and Chen Tian had met each other. Phil Coulson also wondered why the other party would come on this mission. After thinking, he dialed Nick Fury's call. "Boss, Rumlow is in front of me and has been in contact with the subject." Quote. The dozens of contingents he brought with him, including himself, were completely annihilated. On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems that the strength of that yellow-skinned boy is beyond our imagination. You guys come back first, I need to be prepared." After a pause, he added, "Rumlow's thing, come back and talk about it." Time passes. Soon it was approaching evening, and the remnants of the sun were like blood and the clouds were churning. The sun gradually intersects with distant mountains. Chen Tian drove the pickup truck through the dense woods, the bright red afterglow spilled on his face, and the outline of New York City finally gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. Looking under the firmament, the buildings are lined up, outlining a staggered stretch of lines. At the end of the horizon is a huge amount of silhouette. A city considered the heart of the country, right in sight. Chen Tian, who was in the driver's seat, sat up slightly and looked complicated, knowing what might happen in the future. He knew New York was in the Marvel Universe. It is a special place where almost half of all the big events take place. At the moment it's getting closer to New York City. Logan Howlett in the passenger seat looked at the silhouette of the sky, gradually becoming clearer, and his face that reflected the afterglow of the residual sun showed strange emotions. For both Wolverine and Charles, New York City is also a special presence. They used to be in the city, and they used to have an academy, which was equivalent to their home. Only now it's all gone. Logan's pupils trembled slightly, and he was silent for a moment. "Chen, let's stop here, it is easy to be discovered by others when entering the city." Quote. Wolverine, "We're already being targeted now, so we're still going into town, and no one wants to be rats in the sewers." Chen Tian just continued to drive forward, without the slightest intention of slowing down. In fact, since he came to the Marvel Universe to become a mutant, he already had an idea in his heart. After all, he can't always be tired of running. After all, it is not a long-term solution, and he prefers to live a peaceful life. Logan fell silent when he heard this, and slowly spoke for a long time. "This is fate." Quote. In the past, he did not choose to fight, but the reality is so cruel, step by step to push the situation to what it is now. "Logan, your fate has never been a lifetime of bloody battles, but in the end you will die alone at sea." Chen Tian turned his head slightly and said seriously, "Anyone can hope for everything they want. As long as it's not the end of the world, then tomorrow everything will continue." At this moment, the sunset in the distance has been half submerged below the horizon, and the golden sunset sun is softly spreading through the window into the car. Charles, who was in the back seat, fell silent when he heard the teenager's words. He had fantasized countless times that he could do everything he could so that the children could sleep peacefully, on the soft grass, staring at the starry sky, dreaming of the future, so that they could hold the stars in their hands. This one reason has put him in charge for decades. He had spent his whole life giving all mutant a home, only now everything was gone. Now hear Chen Tian's remarks. Charles's cloudy eyes flickered slightly, and the elderly body was once again ignited. "Chen, I support your idea. Mutant was not born to endure scorn, we should also have our hope." He spoke out in support of Chen Tian's idea. On weekdays, Laura, who showed no interest in many things, also nodded solemnly with a small face at this time. Pete nodded as well. He was now full of fear for Chen Tian and wanted to leave quickly. As for Wanda, he stared blankly at Chen Tian, bathed in the sunset sun. At the moment, she felt that the latter exuded some kind of inexplicable charm. Logan on the co-pilot, however, felt that everything was very absurd, and was silent for a long time, only saying this sentence, "You will regret it." Quote. "Logan, you made the right choice." Chen Tian smiled when he heard this and stepped on the accelerator. The big pickup, driven by him, drove faster toward New York City. And at the moment, based on the idea of a peaceful life, he came up with a new idea to build a new country. Only war can bring peace to races. It didn't take long for Chen Tian and his party to arrive in New York City, which is full of high-rise buildings, and stayed in a hotel in the Yellow area, close to Hell's Kitchen. Using fake ID information, Wolverine rented 2 apartments for several people, including one for the Wanda Pitt siblings. As for the remaining set, it was reserved for Chen Tian and others, and Wolverine did this for safety reasons. After all, there was a previous experience of the X-24. As the night darkened, everyone went to sleep, except for Chen Tian's room, which was still lit. He stands high in front of floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the night view of New York City at night, illuminated by the high-rise buildings and crisscrossing streets. Chen Tian still had things to do, not to travel to DC Gotham, but to another matter. If I want to stay in the DC universe for a few more days later, I must arrange things on this side of the Marvel universe. He thought silently. The main problem dealt with by the Marvel universe is that the group has no stable place to stay and needs to run non-stop. There is not much time left for Chen Tian to travel to the DC universe every time, and it can't last forever, and each time he can only travel to the DC universe for a short time, and the restrictions are too big to do too much. Moreover, since he had already planned to establish a kingdom that belonged to mutant. Then you have to pick the first puzzle piece. Avengers hadn't been founded, the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization was in chaos again, and now was his perfect time. Thinking, Chen Tian's gaze fell in the dim direction of Hell's Kitchen in the distance. New York's city that never sleeps is far less glamorous than it seems, and Hell's Kitchen, which is closer to the city center, is known for its slums and breeding many criminals or gangsters. In the darkness of the night, Chen Tian walked among the dimly lit streets of Hell's Kitchen. Dirty, cold, forced. The unconcealed stench of corruption and incessant cursing, the ubiquitous homeless man sleeping on the floor, nestled in a dilapidated tent roar shook the sky. The brighter the city, the more unsightly it hides in its shadows. Chen Tian walked, feeling the huge amounts of class gap in the city, and sighed in his heart that the city was not inferior to Gotham. It's just that New York City is obviously not rich in madmen, but definitely rich in manic gangsters. Just when he was about to walk around a corner, Chen Tian noticed that his hostile eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze froze, and his fist was withdrawn from his pocket. Swish! Sure enough, the next second, several black shadows suddenly rushed towards him, but he reacted extremely quickly and threw his fists, and dull collisions sounded one after another. Several people suddenly fell to the ground and curled up on the ground and groaned. Why do you do it to me? Chen Tian grimaced. The crime rate in this city can be described as no less than Gotham, and he only went so far to catch 3. Moreover, if you change to someone else just now, the sneak attack will be enough to sleep for one night. We want to borrow some gambling money from you. The wandering man clutching his abdomen was covered in sweat, and replied intermittently with the pain. He looked at the yellow-skinned boy in front of him who looked clearly not strong, and even had some slender arms, and his eyes were full of shock. Just now, he had the illusion of being hit hard by a mud truck, and even his whole body was torn when he spoke. What a bunch of scum. A cold light flashed under Chen Tian's eyes and said coldly, "Please raise your noble hand and let us go." Several homeless men fell to the ground and opened their mouths to beg for mercy. Do you know Kim? Chen Tian glanced at them and asked. His purpose tonight is to come to the underground Emperor Jin Zheng and make Hell's Kitchen the first puzzle piece of the empire. After all, Jin's gangster can be said to cover the sky in New York and even most of the north. Kimin. When the homeless man heard the familiar name, he shook unconsciously, and seemed to hear the demon crawling out of hell. He often hangs out of the Hell's Kitchen warehouse, where Kim goes out every night. The homeless man took a deep breath and said tremblingly. Good. Chen Tian got an answer before letting go of the homeless man. Everyone knows where Kim is, including the New York City police. He looked at Chen Tian's back after turning around and reminded him. The meaning of the phrase tramp is obvious, as the underground emperor, Jin Zheng is an extremely dangerous guy. Chen Tian ignored him much and left. Everyone in New York City knows where this big collective is hiding, but they think they are at the top of the food chain, and even the police dare not provoke them. They even have a lot of important dirt in their hands, which they are able to sell to government personnel and celebrities. Underground trading, even arms smuggling. There is nothing they dare not do, because no one will restrain them, and even if there is, it is only symbolic. This is Hell's Kitchen. At the moment, the sky is gradually approaching late at night. Night hangs over the city. Meanwhile, in a warehouse in Hell's Kitchen, a group of workers are busy carrying goods. Their steps are rushing and hot, but no one knows that danger is quietly coming. You stupid pigs, move faster for me. If you delay Jinhei's business, everyone will not be able to eat and go. Josh, the bald man next to him, had a cold gaze, his eyes scanning back and forth impatiently. Bush, I'll worry that Daredevil will come over. The muscular Max came over, his eyebrows showing concern. Previously, Daredevil would always interfere with Jin's business from time to time, causing the latter a lot of losses. Those in power suffer losses, and the pressure will naturally spread anger on his subordinates. Don't worry, that blind man was crippled by a bullseye yesterday, and whether you can get up today is one thing. If he really dares to come again, it is to find death. No one dares to interfere with tonight's business. When Bush heard his companion say this, he raised his eyebrows and sneered coldly. Since you said so, I am relieved. Max, who had been worried, heard that the annoying Daredevil was actually disabled, and suddenly felt a stone fall in his heart. Yet at this very moment. Stop him, don't let him in. Quote. Ha, my hand. Quote. There was a heart-rending scream from outside the warehouse, and even just listening to the sound, you could feel that something extremely terrifying had happened to them. Josh, the bald man who was still light just now, and his companion Max changed their faces greatly when they heard the voice, and they looked at each other, and their pupils vibrated continuously. Daredevil is here again. Just when the two were in doubt. Several of his subordinates who had fled in a hurry ran towards the warehouse, each of their faces white and bloodless, and their expressions were terrified to the extreme. Monster, monster, quote. Some people even couldn't hold the gun in their hands steadily, screaming loudly and not looking back to run for their lives. Looked at. Both Josh and Max frowned. Daredevil came to disrupt their business, not just a day or two, but no matter which time these subordinates have never reacted so badly. What's going on? Their reaction is too exaggerated, right? Quote. The two frowned with doubts in their hearts, and at the same time tacitly pulled out their guns. At this time, they saw behind those Kang Huang's fleeing subordinates, and a strange figure slowly walked in. I saw that the man's body was covered with bullet holes, and his clothes were red with blood, but he was unmoved by his injuries, and his steps were steady towards the warehouse. Stop. Do you know where this is? This is Jin's territory. Quote. When Josh and Max saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, their pupils shrank, and they raised their guns in panic to threaten. Where is Kim? That figure was none other than Chen Tian. He looked at the two people holding guns at him in front of him with cold eyes, and asked coldly. While speaking, Chen Tian's footsteps did not stop, and he walked straight towards the other party. Stop, I'll shoot again. Quote. Josh aimed his gun at the center of Chen Tian's eyebrows and threatened angrily. However, Chen Tian on the opposite side was not moved at all, and even quickened his pace. Fark. Josh scolded angrily and decisively pulled the trigger. The pitch-black muzzle flickered with fire, and a burst of gunfire rang out through the warehouse, and bullets spun out. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the old and bright warehouse, and the bullets carried huge destructive force through Chen Tian's skull, leaving a hideous blood hole in the center of his eyebrows. The flesh and blood at the wound were charred black by the high temperature of the bullet. But Josh didn't see the slightest joy on his face. Because the boy standing on the opposite side who was pierced through the skull was not affected in the slightest, the wound was visible to the naked eye to heal rapidly, and the bullet fell out of his forehead. The steps towards them did not fluctuate except for a pause when they had just been shot. Fark, fark. Josh and Max instantly lost all blood on their faces, and stood frozen in place, their eyes full of horror. They looked at Chen Tian, as if they saw Satan crawling out of hell. His blood seemed to be counterflowing, and his body was quickly cold. How could the two not understand at this time that the young man in front of them was not a human being, nor was he a rival existence for them? The haze of death blinked and occupied their minds, leaving them speechless or able to make any moves. Then, a barrage of bullets recalled. When Josh and Max looked back, their bodies shook, and they almost flew away in fright. Chen Tian had already discharged all the bullets in his body, all the wounds on his body were healing, and he walked not far from them. Tell me, where is Kim? He looked at the other two with indifferent eyes, and spoke in a calm tone. Josh opened his mouth just to say something. However, in the blink of an eye, countless unknown gang members surrounded from all directions like a black tide. With the muzzle of the black light circulating in his hand, he aimed his brush at Chen Tian. Shoot me, shoot hard, beat this monster into a sieve for me. Beat, quote. Seeing that his men were ready, Josh seemed to have grabbed the last straw, his face twisted and he spoke eagerly, and even his voice was hoarse. However, in the next second, Chen Tian's fingertips had lightly tapped his temples. Invisible psychic fluctuations spread. Josh's voice fell, but there was no expected dense gunfire, and the entire warehouse fell into an eerie silence. He and Max looked around, and all the gangster men had already collected their guns, and stood in place in a daze. Chen Tian uses Charles's usual technique to build a mental cage. But the professor is used for mutant personalities who don't want to hurt but constantly hurt other people. Chen Tian, on the other hand, directly locked all the thinking of these gangster scum and plunged them into a brief sluggishness. Then, Chen Tian cast his calm gaze on Josh. What the hell are you? What the hell is the monster? Quote. Josh and Max looked at the situation around them, and then noticed that the boy opposite began to approach again, and retreated in horror. Where is the address of the Jin base? Chen Tian ignored the other party's question and asked in an icy tone. In fact, as the underground emperor, few people know his true identity, let alone the address of his base. After all, there are too many enemies of Jin. Josh and Max heard a little hesitation. Their eyes flickered, as if they were thinking about which of the more tragic endings would be more tragic if they fell into the hands of the boy in front of them, and betrayed the gold and were caught. If you don't cherish the opportunity, then let's stop here. Chen Tian was too lazy to do more nonsense with these two, reached out and pointed at the center of their eyebrows, directly using the mind invasion. He broke into each other's consciousness and retrieved all the memories of the two. Then, after slightly comparing the memories of Josh and Max, Chen Tian finally got Kim and the exact base address. As for the two who were invaded by the heart, they felt like their brains had been drilled back and forth several times, and they were lying on the ground pale and painful. Sorry, we were wrong, let us go. Josh and Max have completely broken their guts, and there is only endless fear in Chen Tian's heart, and their mouths are whispering for mercy. It's just a pity that there is only one chance. Next second. When they raised their heads, they saw Chen Tian's palms slowly covering their eyes, and they spoke softly as if to comfort a baby. Psychic invasion hurts, right? It's okay, it won't hurt next. Boom, boom. Then two skull-bursting sounds sounded. Chen Tian crushed the sticky blood of the two people's skulls, and the two headless corpses fell one after another. Scarlet blood flowed in an instant, spreading across the old ground of the warehouse. Then Chen Tian had already got the answer, and turned away without stopping. There were still many gang members at the scene who were not killed, but he had more urgent things to do, and they could only be regarded as getting away with it. Minutes passed. Those gang members who were confined to their minds and fell into sluggishness by Chen Tian's mental cage began to regain control of their bodies. Josh and Max are dead. You have to report to the boss quickly. The gang members, who had partially regained their senses, looked blankly at the miserable bodies of Josh and Max, and quickly came to their senses. Immediately gave Kim and called. ... With that, a high-tech building with a top-floor office. Jingle bell. The phone rings. Jin squinted slightly in a white suit, and his large, round body leaned back in a chair to rest, and he answered the phone impatiently because he was disturbed by the ringing. Say, Kim spat out a word angrily, annoyed at being disturbed. After a few seconds, he hung up the phone, his face even more angry. Fark, someone dares to provoke me. Quote. Jin roared and smashed the desk in front of him with a punch. His body is round, but under the wrapping of the suit, it is full of exaggerated muscles with great strength. So much so that the men outside the door could hear the movement inside. I don't know what it is that makes my boss so rage. And not long after Jin hung up the phone, he received another message from the guard. Boss, someone has invaded the base building. The guard's voice trembled, with a bit of fear. What? Jin He's face was solemn, and the computer monitor in front of him appeared, and many different areas of surveillance screens. Contains all corners of the building. Jin frowned and clicked on one of them. I saw a yellow-skinned boy, who actually walked towards it openly, and the corpses were like mountains everywhere he went. Hell's Kitchen. Kim and headquarters in front of the base building. Chen Tian shook off the broken flesh and blood stains on his hands, Perhaps he had survived in such a world for too long. He had long been numb to the matter of killing. Even if his hands were now stained with sticky blood, he walked expressionlessly to the depths of the building with the blood stains of corpses on the ground. Stop. Not taking 2 steps, another fierce gang member with a gun blocked in front of him. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Tian exerted his psychic ability to instantly control the other party in place. Under the frightened gaze of the gang member who froze in place, Chen Tian's slender fingers easily rested on his neck. With 5 fingers tightened, pinching the neck of a gang member was as easy as pinching a rotten dead wood, and the cervical spine, trachea, and muscles were all twisted into a paste under the huge force. Boom! The gang member who stood in the way fell, and the body fell apart. It's a pity for a loyal subordinate. Chen Tian looked at the corpse at his feet and admired Jin Zheng a little. What a powerful skill to make any of his subordinates willingly work for him. Thinking, he continued to walk towards the building, slaughtering a few guys who were in the way, and easily walked into the hall of the Jin building. At the moment, the hall was empty. Chen Tian looked around calmly, as if he was not in the enemy camp, but as if he was at home. Boom! Then, the doors on 3 sides of the hall slammed shut and locked, leaving only the door facing Chen Tian open. Then a neat footstep came from the open gate, and a team of guards in white uniforms ran out with weapons in hand, lined up on either side of the doorway. It's like greeting the arrival of a big shot. Chen Tian's eyes calmly fell on the center of the gate, and he had far beyond the 5 senses of ordinary people, and he had already sensed that the person he was looking for had arrived. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a tall, mighty and terrifyingly oppressive figure walked out of it, and the sound of each step landing was extremely heavy, and the tower-like body was slowly enveloped by the huge shadow cast by the light. The person who came is the underground emperor Jin He. He glared at Chen Tian, extremely annoyed at the uninvited guest who broke into the base. In this New York City, it belongs to the government by day, to the gangster at night, and belongs to his underground emperor Jin He. Chen Tian's move was undoubtedly to roast him on the fire, which Kim could not bear. You are Kim Yo. Chen Tian looked Jin He, who was tall in a suit and leather shoes, and said lightly. Some people say that this big man with a round body like a ball, the body fat rate is actually only 2%, and the muscle strength of the whole body is close to the peak of human beings. Kim doesn't have any super ability, but he trains professionally every day, against a group of top martial arts masters from around the world. Each time it was 1 against 10, but every training session could not exceed 20 seconds, and the opponent in training was either dead or injured. As a human being, the individual combat power is second only to Captain America. Boy, you've messed with the wrong person, Jin said angrily. Then he asked, who instructed you to do this? Quote. In his memory, he had never had an enemy like Chen Tian, who most likely ordered him to raid him. No one directed. Chen Tian's expression was indifferent, and roared didn't mess with half a minute, I'm here today to give you 2 choices, either surrender. Saying this, he paused, tilted his head to look at Jin He, and the corners of his mouth hooked up a cruel smile. Or die. Quote. Who do you think you're talking to? When Jin on the other side heard this, his brows immediately turned up, and his face was bruised and angry. Find death. The men around him were equally angry, and suddenly raised their guns. These people have been working for Jin for so many years, and they have never seen a guy who dares to be so arrogant here. The bullseye, who had been hidden in the dark for a long time, looked gloomy, took out the steel ball and rolled nimbly between his 5 fingers, watching this scene ready to wait for the master's order. But I'm curious, why do you dare to make me submit? At this time, Jin Zhen, who roared angrily, suddenly changed his tone, suppressed his throat, and looked at Chen Tian with bloodthirsty sneering, just because you can break into the building, it's not enough. Quote. Feeling Jin He's transformation, the surrounding subordinates suddenly became nervous, and the suppressed anger erupted even more terrifying than the outward anger. You don't have a choice, Chen Tian said indifferently. Jin on the other side still wanted to say something, but suddenly his eyes inexplicably began to sour, rubbing his eyes and finding that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. He came to a hospital. Yellowed ceilings, icy white lights, the pungent smell of disinfectant water. Kim also recognized the hospital as the same hospital that treated his wife and children. A few years ago, his wife and children were killed by his nemesis, and since then Kim has been left alone and without a family. It was also from then on that Jin began to rise by any means, and eventually became the only emperor of the underground world of New York City. It's just that he is back in this place that makes him sad again. Jin inexplicably felt that his heart, which had been indifferent to everything, suddenly wavered. He staggered along the memory to a door and saw his wife and children lying breathless on the hospital bed inside. Vanessa, Richard, quote, Kim and Roar shouted the names of his wife and children, collapsed and fell to his knees on the side of the bed. His eyes were red, and huge amounts of grief swallowed him up like a big wave. Humph, Jin Lian, you are too embarrassed to even protect your family. In the future, you still obediently clamp your tail and stop being my opponent. You are not worthy. When he looked up again, he saw that the man lying on the hospital bed had become his enemy, Hill Veman, who was laughing evilly and mocking himself. Next second, the real world. Jin didn't actually go anywhere, just stood in place and closed his eyes, only to suddenly open his eyes a few seconds later and come back to his senses in fear. The bullseye in the dark saw that the master's expression changed, mistakenly thought that the latter was hurt, and immediately held the steel ball and prepared to strike. Don't move. But Jin suddenly stopped him. Then Jin Ji put his eyes on Chen Tian again. His eyes were strange, and he began to realize the strength of the latter. What can you bring me? Jin Ji's eyelids moved, and he questioned after the picture just now. Your family. Chen Tian spoke indifferently. My family. Jin Tian's expression was touched when he heard Chen Tian's words, and fell into silence, and the picture he saw in the psychic illusion just now in his mind was vividly remembered. After Chen Tian has a psychic ability, even if he does not deliberately use the psychic ability, he can detect the other party's emotional changes. He knew that the underground emperor in front of him, at the moment, he must be deeply trapped in the grief of the death of his family. After all, the emotions squeezed in his heart for many years. Being awakened again means that anyone can be affected. Even if it is the underground emperor Jin Yuan. What's more, Kim doesn't care about his family. Thinking. Chen Tian once again quietly drove the mind to fluctuate, constantly provoking every nerve of the other party, making the latter subtly submit. This is Charles's usual method. As long as he knows the professor in the past, he will be careful when meeting each other, and he will be invaded by the mind of this sophisticated guy. Such tactics are most effective when people are most vulnerable. This is also the reason why Chen Tian previously let Jin He fall into the illusion of the tragic death of his wife and children, and he had to tear some cracks in the other party's thinking before he could do what came after. In fact, he didn't expect to be able to make Jin obediently submit by violence from the beginning. After all, if people surrender to the underground emperor because of this, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not have two hearts in the future. It is still necessary to fundamentally change the thinking of the other party and make them willing to serve themselves from the bottom of their hearts. I think your proposal is fine, but I am not surrendering, but working with you. Jin took a deep breath and looked at Chen Tian with a twinkle in his eyes, unaware that his hostility towards the latter had been completely removed. At the same time, there is a strong trust in my heart. He recalled the ability that Chen Tian had shown along the way, and felt that as long as he tried his best to cooperate with the other party, he would definitely be able to change back to his family. However, he did not know that in fact, the so-called cooperation was called. The moment he spoke, he was already completely surrendered to the teenager in front of him. As you like, happy cooperation. Chen Tian smiled when he heard this. He just took advantage of Jin and fell into the gap of thinking and wavering, and used the ability of the mind to split the latter's personality in two. And locked up with a mental cage in it, a personality full of hostility and suspicion towards himself. After that, unless Chen Tian takes the initiative to unlock the spiritual cage, Kim will have unreserved trust in him. The bullseye hidden in the shadows next to him always felt that something was wrong, but seeing that his boss agreed to Chen Tian's request, he stopped talking. After all, he serves Jin and gives remuneration, not Jin and this person, as long as it does not affect him to take money. After a partnership, Jin also took Chen Tian to the top floor office. Say, what do you need me to do for you? Kim asked as he sat in his seat. At present, I need you to pay more attention to the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. for me, and notify me as soon as there is any abnormal behavior. And send people to pick up some people at the Canadian border. Chen Tian said slowly, handing Jin an address and a list at the same time. The person in his mouth is none other than Laura's experimental body friends, who also escaped from the Akali GMO Institute, the New Mutant. These young New Mutants also have a big role and can form part of Chen Tian's future mutant country. So Chen Tian thought about taking them all in. 2 very simple things. But I'm looking forward to challenging things more. Jin looked at the address and list stall and said that there was no problem. As he spoke, he didn't even realize that he was in Chen Tian's shoes and thinking about the latter. There will be later. Chen Tian smiled when he heard this, and after explaining what Jin had done, he did not stop too much and returned to the hotel. It was late at night when Chen Tian returned to the hotel, more than an hour after he left the house, but only a little more than an hour. Actually let the underground emperor Jin give in, so that this guy who controls most of the underworld in the north of America is willing to do anything for him. If this matter is spread out, it will definitely make the entire underworld of America tremble. Knock knock. Chen Tian had just returned to his room to take a shower, and not long after lying down, the glass window was knocked. Laura, how are you standing here? Quote. He looked up and saw Laura's petite figure standing outside. Is there something to find me? Why don't you come in through the main entrance? Quote. Chen Tian hurriedly got up and opened the window, watching the other party quickly turn over from the windowsill and enter the room, full of doubts, and asked. For the little girl's late-night visit, he didn't have any unusual associations. After all, the other party was only 14 years old, how could he have other thoughts? Laura remained silent and did not answer, but pointed to her nose to indicate that she smelled blood. A pair of big eyes stared at Chen Tian with question marks. I just went out to do something. Chen Tian didn't explain much, just said so briefly. Laura frowned as she listened to the other party's tone of fooling herself like a child, but did not do too much entanglement. Reaching out and taking out the comics of the X-Men in his bag, he turned the pages and handed it to Chen Tian, looking at him sincerely. Want to read the story? Chen Tian took the comic and seemed to understand the other party's meaning a little. Laura nodded with a slight smile on her face when she heard this. Then, knock knock, there was another knock on the glass window. Chen Tian heard the reputation. Chen, did you sleep? Then I saw a timid figure standing outside the window. It's Wanda. At this moment, she has cleaned herself up cleanly and refreshed. The face is no longer covered with sludge, and the whole porcelain doll-like delicate face exudes its due beauty. A pair of sapphire-like clear eyes seemed to contain these slight uneasiness and expectation because of the late-night disturbances, and the white face was also slightly stained with a layer of redness. See Chen Tian's gaze projected. The fingers of Wanda's hands behind her back are tightly twisted together, revealing her body wrapped in pajamas, curvy and thrilling, exuding a sense of maturity that is completely different from her young face. If the whole person ignores the face, it looks completely like a ripe peach, and you can imagine the scene of juice overflowing with just a light bite. With such a figure, coupled with a pure face that still has a youthful atmosphere, 2 words suddenly appeared in Chen Tian's mind: pure desire. Definitely ideographic period. Seeing that Wanda also chose to visit from the window at this moment, Chen Tian was more puzzled in his heart. Why doesn't everyone like to walk through the door? And what did Wanda come to herself for at night? Also listening to stories. The night is as thick as ink, and the sky is high without moon or star. The Shield Tribaloid building is still brightly lit. Inside the director's office, these mutants will never be worrying. Nick Fury had just finished his call with the congressman, leaning back in his seat and pinching his eyebrows and murmuring in distress. I thought that the government would issue a drug to food to suppress the mutant gene, and this race would soon disappear from the world. As a result, I didn't expect that a few remnant parties would still bring them such a big threat. Meantime, Nick Fury is also thankful that the government made the right decision. Otherwise, mutant will grow up in the future, and the consequences will definitely be unimaginable. Then, the door to the office was pushed open. Boss, someone saw Chen Tian's group driving into downtown New York. Phil Coulson walked in and handed over a document with a solemn expression. Before Nick, after Fury asked him back, he had to put it aside for the time being because the task was too risky. But Phil Coulson is still paying attention to Chen Tian's related matters, and now that he has found their clues and traces, he chose to report it as soon as possible. Nick, hearing this, Fury sat up straight and took the document with a serious expression, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. They actually entered the city, aren't they afraid of being discovered? He looked at the record on the document about the arrival of Chen Tian and his party in the city center, his eyes flickered, and his mood became heavier. Not only is downtown New York crowded with people, but there are a lot of important people staying there. If Chen Tian and these mutants are determined to make trouble and do something extreme, I am afraid that it will have an impact on the entire country and even the world pattern. Such a thing has not happened before, and the aftermath took a long time and the heavy cost to subside. The same thing can't happen again, and these uneasy elements must be disposed of as soon as possible. Nick, Fury thought of Chen Tian's terrifyingly exaggerated variant ability and immediately made a decision. Chen Tian and Charles, two people with psychic abilities at the same time, in his eyes, have completely become a time bomb with terrifying destructive power, which may explode at any time and bring misery to the world. Especially their location at the moment is still equivalent to the city center in the heart of the city, which is not to be taken lightly. But to exercise control, it is not so simple. Before you are sure of their motives, if you rashly organize people to arrest them with great fanfare, you must not backfire and provoke them. Boss, someone found Jin's Hell's Kitchen, and the warehouse in the north was washed in blood, with heavy casualties. At this time, Phil Coulson also knew the seriousness of the matter and continued, according to the situation on the scene, it is very likely that Chen Tian did it. Quote, it's just that we haven't found enough evidence yet. Phil Coulson looked solemn, because the cameras in many parts of Hell's Kitchen were in a state of disrepair, and there was no way to get the video footage from the time. After all, gangsters don't leave any handle for themselves. Nick, Fury narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and he couldn't figure out what Chen Tian's motive was. Okay, I see. He thought carefully and asked Phil Coulson to go down first, then dial the phone. Natasha Romanoff, come and see me. Nick, Fury said to the other end of the phone in a serious tone. Soon, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, wearing a black tights that outlined her hot figure to the fullest, walked in. Head, you want me to deal with Tony again? What about Stark? Quote. She walked with the wind, her burgundy short hair fluttered with her steps, and her eyes were as bright as amber, looking at Nick. Fury ideographic period. Every move of this woman exudes a variety of charms all the time, seducing people's hearts. Don't worry about him for the time being, I'll deal with it later. Nick, Fury looked at the other party, his tight frown did not stretch from beginning to end, took out a piece of information and handed it over. Now you need to contact this person, he is extremely dangerous, you must be careful. Quote. Black Widow took the information and opened it, looking at Chen Tian's beautiful face in the file, and her red lips outlined a good-looking smile. No problem. ... Meanwhile, in a hotel near Hell's Kitchen, Chen Tian was unaware of what had happened to S.H.I.E.L.D., holding a comic book and whispering bedtime stories to the two girls in bed. Roar roar. It wasn't long before Laura and Wanda fell into a deep sleep, making a slight and even roar-sucking sound. Although they are not together, they have experienced days of rushing, and they have not slept so peacefully for a long time. Sure enough, they are still little girls, and they will listen to bedtime stories. Chen Tian leaned on the bed and looked at the two people sleeping peacefully on the left and right, put down the comic book in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as the afterglow swept over Wanda, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the snow white of a deep ravine. It's really a crime to look at, it's not at all what this young segment should be. What was I thinking? Quote. Chen Tian quickly withdrew his gaze when he sighed. After all, the current Wanda is only a 16 or 17-year-old girl, he really can't do it. With a lot of thoughts, he got out of bed, stood up and walked to the bathroom. He's going to take a cool shower. It's early morning. The sky has just turned a touch of fish belly, and the cloudless New York City has just experienced the story of a night, and it is about to wake up again before it sleeps. In the hotel near Hell's Kitchen, Chen Tian and his party got up one after another and came to the lobby to gather. Logan Howlett went to the front desk to check out, collected the fake ID, and walked out the door. Chen, where should we go next? On walking to the door of the hotel, Wolverine turned to look at Chen Tian and asked, after all, it was his idea to enter the city. We don't have to think about going to the Canadian border next, I'll have someone bring Laura's friend over. Chen Tian thought about it, and then slowly spoke, let's stay in New York, anyway, this city is so big, isn't there a place for us to live? Quote. What do you say? Are you really going to put down roots in New York City? Quote. Logan was stunned when he got such an answer. He frowned and stared at Chen Tian, and found that the latter was not like a joke, and suddenly a little anxious. He originally thought that he chose to enter the city just because he didn't want to hide his head and leave after a night's rest, but the other party had the intention of staying. You know, a lot of people are eyeing us now, and if we stay here, it's definitely not good for us. Logan became emotional, and scenes from his past experience in New York flew by in front of his eyes. New York City deserves a place for us. He used to think the same, but unfortunately it is different now. However, Chen Tian did not speak, just smiled silently and looked to the end of the road. An extended Lincoln came slowly, and when it finally stopped in front of everyone, a waiter got out of the car and respectfully opened the door of the back seat. How does this car look like it's greeting us? Logan frowned and looked at the extravagant luxury car in front of him, and cast his gaze on the Wanda siblings who came with them in surprise. After all, he was sure that no one else in the group would be greeted except for these two, of whom were of unknown origin. As a result, just before Logan's thoughts fell, Chen Tian had already stepped into the car, and at the same time turned back to Roar and several others to follow. Let's go, this place is not familiar with life, don't waste too much time, it's easy to get into trouble. Chen Tian spoke, motioning for the Wanda siblings to come with them. This is your car, where did it come from? Quote. Logan Howlett looked at this scene a little confused. The car came for Chen Tian, and things were completely unexpected for him. Logan, you're old, don't you allow a young man to do things you can't do. Charles, who was in a wheelchair next to him, laughed and teased. As soon as he finished speaking, the professor was carried into the car by Laura with a chair. Although she is young, she has a powerful variant ability, and it is not difficult to lift a thin old man in his 90s. As for the car in front of her, Laura was not surprised. She knew what happened when Chen Tian went out last night. Wanda, it's time for us to go. Just as Wanda was about to get into the car, she was pulled by Pete and shook her head repeatedly. After the latter saw the scene of Chen Tian's murder yesterday, he had a deep fear in his heart, and he was awakened by nightmares more than once when he slept last night. Pete really didn't dare to get along with Chen Tian anymore. Instigated, Wanda glanced at her brother extremely speechlessly, and strode into the car without looking back. Seeing this, Pete was anxious to die, looking at Chen Tian, who was smiling at him, gritting his teeth or choosing to keep up with his sister. Chen, I need an explanation. Logan Howlett, who stood at the end, had many questions in his heart, but he chose to get on the bus at this point. After Chen Tian watched Logan get into the car, he did not answer his question directly, but asked the driver, how did Kim arrange it? Quote. Mr. Chen, the boss has already arranged accommodation for you, so I'll send you over first. The driver said slowly in a respectful and humble tone. Good. Chen Tian nodded, and the vehicle began to drive slowly. You actually got in touch with Kim. Listening to a few simple sentences of dialogue, Logan's experience naturally easily figured out the cause and effect of the matter. He looked at Chen Tian in shock. I never expected that this young mutant would be able to get the underground emperor of New York, Jinhee, overnight. Chen Tian smiled softly and pointed to his head, it's thanks to Charles's help. Quote. Chen, you are really the strongest mutant I have ever seen. Charles suddenly laughed and said with emotion, even if you copy ability, it is usually impossible to reach your current level. Quote. After a pause, he continued, you have now reached the 5th level of mutant. Quote. Chen Tian nodded silently after hearing the other party's words. He has evaluated his current ability and control, which is almost the level of a 5-level mutant. Definitely is not considered Omega class. Because all Omega level mutants must have the ability to control the molecular structure on the basis of the 5th level. And the potential must have endless possibilities. Both are indispensable. Chen Tian, who has the ability to copy, is not worried about the latter condition. he only needs to strengthen his control over ability, and it is only a matter of time to achieve the Omega level. Chen, level 5 mutant. Logan was shocked when he heard Charles give such a high opinion of Chen Tian. But when he thought about it again, he seemed to feel normal again. After all, the ability shown by Chen Tian before was too perverted, and he was only 18 years old. This means that he has unlimited possibilities in the future. At this point in his thoughts, Logan's face looked quite complicated when he looked at Chen Tian again. He remembered what the latter had said while holding the steering wheel before entering New York. After Chen Tian and his party left in a car. They had just left in the lobby of the hotel. Step out of a mature and hot figure. She wore a short red close-fitting skirt with a thrilling undulation, a pair of slender, round, straight thighs wrapped in black silk, and a pair of high heels with black and red soles on her feet. It was the Black Widow sent to investigate Chen Tian, Natasha Romanoff. Mission objective left the hotel. She looked at the elongated Lincoln that disappeared at the end of the road, and her long white fingers pressed the Bluetooth headset in her ear and gently spoke. Keep up with the mission. The person across the headset said. Yes. Natasha Romanoff hung up, stepped on her high heels and walked to the hotel, stopped a taxi and followed. Chapter 41. The rising sun is gradually rising little by little to the city skyline. At the moment is still early, but the road of New York City, a behemoth, is already full of traffic. After all, as the heart of the country's economy, countless people have been busy with work at dawn. Fortunately, the extended Lincoln, who was carrying Chen Tian's party, arrived at the manor that King had prepared for them before the morning rush hour. Mr. Chen, this manor is specially prepared for you by our boss, named Darrenhut Manor. The waiter opened the car door for Chen Tian and respectfully introduced. Tell Jin on my behalf, well done, I am very satisfied. Chen Tian stood beside him, looked around the manor in front of him and nodded. I have to say that Jin is very attentive, and the prepared manor is located in a famous wealthy area of New York, with a beautiful and quiet environment and fresh and pleasant air. Just entering from the gate of the manor and driving at high speed took more than 10 minutes to arrive in front of the villa in the center of the manor. The 5-story villa with white as the overall tone has a palatial atmosphere just standing at the door. As for the flower garden surrounding the villa, it is planted with a variety of expensive and rare flowers and plants, and when you look at the color matching, you know that you must have asked the master to carefully match and prune. In addition, there are all kinds of courts, swimming pools, and even cinemas. This will be our temporary residence, and now we are safe. Chen Tian said. With the destruction of an elite task force yesterday, S.H.I.E.L.D. will certainly not act rashly lately. So they can clean up here for a while. As for the Akali Institute for GMO, even S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot solve things, let alone the Institute. Quote. Logan looked at the house in front of him and immediately sighed when he heard Chen Tian's words. More than 100 years ago, he also lived a peaceful life of ordinary people, and then everything was broken. After all the ups and downs, Logan thought that he would die in a mess in his life. I didn't expect that everything seemed to be slowly coming back now. He looked at Chen Tian with a complicated expression, and a complicated look flowed in his eyes. Logan remembered what Chen Tian had said earlier. How can an 18-year-old boy have such great ambitions? And really down to earth step by step towards the goal. Chen Tian noticed Logan's gaze and grinned, then looked at Wanda and Pete next to him with tangled faces. Wanda, Pete, you can stay here if you want. He's still interested in origin magic power, which is one of the reasons why Wanda is around. Laura on the side was a little unhappy to hear Chen Tian's invitation to the siblings, and after coming out of the Akali GMO Institute, Chen Tian was one of the few people who gave her warmth. She always felt that Wanda would steal Chen Tian's concern for her. Thinking of this, Laura unconsciously looked at Wanda's face, and then moved her gaze down, her brows furrowed deeper. And Pete resisted when he heard Chen Tian's words, twisting and pinching and wanting to open his mouth to refuse, but he was afraid that the latter would be angry and couldn't open his mouth. Chen, thank you, when I have ability, I will definitely answer you back. Wanda rushed up and hugged Chen Tian, and said movingly. She was still worried that she would sleep on the streets tonight. Unexpectedly, the big brother in front of him actually took them in again kindly. Okay, but Wanda, you let go first. Chen Tian felt two balls of softness, and a little stiffness pulled the girl stuck to her body apart. Charles sat in a wheelchair and did not speak, with a kind smile on his face, silently watching Chen Tian. There was a twinkle in his cloudy eyes full of vicissitudes. He always felt that he could see rising hope in this young man. And after the Wanda siblings will also live. Everyone decided to choose a room in the villa first, and then take a good look at the manor that will live here in the future. And every move of Chen Tian and his party was watched by Natasha Romanoff in the distance. Head, Chen Tian seems to be on the line with Kim. She called Nick Fury to report what she had learned. Okay, I see, you continue to follow up. Received. Natasha Romanoff then hung up the phone and continued to focus on Chen Tian. I didn't expect that in this era, there is actually a mutant that can threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. She narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out her pink tongue and slowly licked her red lips, muttering. ... The other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. Tribaloid Wing Building. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury's elbows were folded on his desk, his brows locked, and his face grew worse ever since Natasha Romanoff hung up. You can even see the bruises beating on the egg-like head. Chen Tian got involved with Kim. This message made Nick Fury was uneasy. Mutant means a force beyond the understanding of ordinary people, a danger that can erupt at any time. The gangster behind Jin and behind him represents the gray under the order, the shadow in the sun, riot, disorder, and dirty. If mutant plus gangsters, I can't even imagine the consequences. Quote. Nick Fury clenched his fists and cursed in a deep voice. Meanwhile, drenched manor, a luxurious and extravagant room. What's the matter? Chen Tian picked up the phone and asked with squinted eyes. On the other end of the phone, Jin He stroked the cat in his arms and said in a deep voice, what you asked me to do, people are already on their way to the northern border. Quote. But there is one more thing to contact you this time. There's a Stark Group banquet tonight, and I don't know if you'll be interested. Quote. Tony Stark kid, after admitting that he is Iron Man, has been in the limelight lately. Quote. After hearing the other party's words, Chen Tian remembered that before leaving yesterday, Jin said that the gang had a transaction with the Stark Group. When definitely Kim walks in the sun, he will change his identity if he is cautious. The people of Stark didn't know that their trade partner was the King of Roar's Storm in the New York underworld. Okay. Quote. Chen Tian hesitation for a moment, but decided to participate. After all, the other party is a famous figure in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark. This time, maybe there will be other gains. The time soon came to evening. The setting sun dyes the entire sky red, the clouds roll and the breeze is cool. A glittering star hotel in New York City, in front of a sea of people, crowded with media and newspaper reporters. They were holding their spears and cannons in anticipation, all waiting for a person to appear. Airplanes. A white supercar engine roared into the room, and the person in the driver's seat had just opened the door, and he didn't even have time to stick his feet out, and the group of reporters were like wolves who had been hungry for a long time and smelled blood, regardless of the crowd. Click, click, click. Countless flashes of light flashed in unison, shining like stars around the supercar and terribly enthusiastic. Tony, it is said that the military court will pass you over because of the steel battle suit. What do you think? Will Stark Group mass produce steel battle suits later? Tony, say a word, Tony. One question after another came out of the reporter's mouth. The man who just got out of the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses, giving people a cynical feeling, smiled helplessly in the face of such a scene. He's Tony Stark. Inside the hotel lobby, Jin whispered to Chen Tian. I know him, so what kind of deal do you have with him? Chen Tian knows the plot of Marvel well, even better than Tony Stark also needs to know Tony Stark ideographic period. There have been arms deals before, but now it's all about other technologies. As the two whispered their conversations, there was no shortage of people who were attracted by Jin's exaggerated body shape and threw surprised glances at them from time to time. However, few people know the true identity of Kim, and many people in the outside world think that he is just an entrepreneur and philanthropist, Mr. Wilson. As for Chen Tian, no one knows. Many people passing by thought he was Jin He's follower or something. Definitely he didn't care either, and focused most of his attention on Tony Stark. Watching the latter casually respond to reporters' questions, he entered the hotel lobby under the protection of Driver Happy. Chen Tian silently judged, "Tony of this universe. Stark has just become an Iron Man, not so responsible, and just a playboy who cares about fun." Quote. Meanwhile, Tony Stark also stood on the high platform in the hotel lobby and began his speech for tonight's banquet. Soon, his humorous opening remarks ended and the banquet officially began. "Hey, long time no see, Mr. Wilson." As the host, Tony Stark enthusiastically greeted Roar with each guest, and soon came to Jin He. "Mr. Stark, or should I call you Iron Man? Ha ha." Jin joked. The two lightly clinked glasses, and then he introduced Chen Tian to Tony as his partner. Stark ideographic period. "Nice to meet you, Tony." Stark smiled and nodded in greeting, and also clinked glasses with Chen Tian. However, the two did not communicate more. Tony Stark quickly turned around to deal with the other guests. Tonight, there are a lot of entrepreneurs who have come to his Iron Man identity, and he can't afford to spend too much time on everyone. Seeing this, Chen Tian didn't have any other ideas. Tony Stark's more combat power comes from his Iron Man battle suit. As for his own physique and fighting skills, he is considered top-notch among ordinary people. But Chen Tian, as a mutant, has a variety of abilities and Batman fighting skills, and has no idea about Tony's own abilities. "I just don't know my ability, can you just give me the Iron Man battle suit, or the way to make the battle suit? In this way, I can make ordinary people have combat power in batches." He thought silently. At this time, a charming and moving figure walked out of the crowd. The person Chen Tian recognized was none other than Natasha Romanoff. Her black close-fitting evening gown outlines the curves of her body, and the design of the low-cut suspenders makes her delicate collarbones and large areas of skin show. Natasha Romanoff painted dressed in red lips, stepping on the cat stride and swaying, juicy and full and trembling, diffusing seductive beauty. "I seem to be seeing you for the first time, do you want to have a drink together?" She walked up to Chen Tian with rolling eyes, gently raised her glass, and showed a charming smile. "With peach blossoms coming so soon, it seems that I am not suitable to stay here anymore." Jin showed an ambiguous expression to Chen Tian and walked away with self-confidence. However, Chen Tian does not think that Natasha Romanoff is a peach blossom, the other party is simply a poisonous scorpion. "It seems that you are the one sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep an eye on me." He didn't intend to go around the corner and directly opened his mouth to expose Natasha Romanoff's identity. "This gentleman, what are you talking about? What does S.H.I.E.L.D. mean?" Quote. Natasha Romanoff was stunned when she heard this. She obviously hid it well, how could she be seen through? But she refused to admit it. Natasha Romanoff, trained as an agent in the Red Side since childhood, has greatly slowed down its aging rate after pre-modification, codenamed Black Widow. Now joining S.H.I.E.L.D. for Nick Fury does things. Quote. Chen Tian stared at the face on the other side, which was obviously beginning to become a little ugly, and said indifferently, "What do you want me to say?" Quote. "Hearing your life experiences or being told like you know." Natasha Romanoff's original enthusiasm immediately became extremely gloomy. "You invaded my brain." Quote. After reading Chen Tian's information, she naturally knows all the abilities of the former, including the ability of the mind. But she didn't feel anything abnormal. "I didn't do anything," Chen Tian said. He really didn't do anything. After all, as a traverser he knew everything about Black Widow. But at this point, Natasha Romanoff didn't bother to talk too much nonsense with the other party on this issue. She took 2 steps forward, and her coquettish body almost directly attached to Chen Tian, and a faint fragrance penetrated the latter's nose. Natasha Romanoff's red lips came close to Chen Tian's ear and threatened coldly, "You better leave this city, otherwise you will pay a terrible price for it." Quote. "Threaten me? Does it mean that you don't think the lives of these people around you matter?" Quote. Chen Tian took 2 steps back, looking indifferent, and then he turned to Tony Stark beckoned and pointed to Natasha Romanoff. "Tony, did you invite this lady?" Quote. Tony Stark saw Natasha Romanoff go dark for an instant, and he remembered the woman who had infiltrated his company. And the thought that he was fascinated by a female spy almost slept with the other party. It made him feel humiliated. He immediately began to recruit the Roar people to drive Natasha Romanoff out, "Security guard, please ask this lady to go out, she is not welcome here." Quote. "We'll see you again." Natasha Romanoff, self-aware, glanced coldly at Chen Tian and walked out of the hall. Chen Tian watched with interest as the other party's back quickly moved away. "I have to say that this woman's back curve is also perfect." After a while, seeing that the time was almost right, Chen Tian also left the dinner. Natasha Romanoff is sure to take his word back, and the shield will not be a threat to him again lately. Back to Drenched. Chen Tian saw that there should be no problems on the Marvel Universe side in a short period of time, so he explained to Logan and said that he was going out for a few days. Logan didn't ask too much either. Chen Tian then returned to the room and used dimensional teleportation to travel to DC Gotham. He always felt that this visit would be very rewarding. DC Gotham. At this moment, it is in the evening, and the residual sun is slanting. The upper half of the city is dyed golden by the setting sun, and the lower half sinks into shadow. Chen Tian walked through the streets of the city, passing by the wrong pedestrians, most of them with the fatigue of work on their faces. The breeze swept the corners of the newspaper in his hand, and every line on it smelled of fresh ink, which was the freshly baked city evening newspaper. The Penguin Man was killed. Chen Tian looked at the headlines of Coppiti's shooting in Gotham Market, narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered. Flipping through the newspapers, you can see that the headline on the other side reads, "The new mayor has the majority of the citizens and will take office." Quote. The man in a white suit who appeared on the newspaper page has a square and angular face that exudes a sense of righteousness, and his posture is majestic and tall, as if he is a righteous partner. Now this guy can be said to be a completely good person, but unfortunately, Chen Tian recognized the identity of the other party, the future two-faced man Harvey Dante, a man who sees the city as a writer. He sighed in a low voice and continued to read the rest of the newspaper. Seeing that most of the reports were that Batman had assassinated the former mayor, Chen Tian shook his head. He knows that although Batman is hiding in the dark, he has always adhered to his principle of not killing. There are other people who shoot and kill. Bruce Wayne's butler Afraid definitely has no interest in clarifying the truth. Anyway, the Batman guy carries enough negative speculation, and it is estimated that Bruce himself does not care. After reading all the reports, Chen Tian put down the newspaper and cast his gaze on the surrounding neighborhood. At this moment, he had reached an old neighborhood where most of the buildings exuded an old atmosphere, and pedestrians were gradually becoming scarce. Now that winter is getting colder, you can see smoke billowing from the dumpsters, and many homeless people are crouching in front of makeshift shacks, burning garbage to keep warm. The walls are littered with colorful lines and messy graffiti. On the street, there are young people with thin hands and feet and pale complexion squatting on the ground in twos and threes, picking and choosing cigarette butts that have been thrown down. Looking at such a strange cultural scene in Gotham City, Chen Tian felt the dirty and messy atmosphere coming to the surface, thinking that he had come to the slum. A crisp and swift sound of footsteps suddenly approached quickly from behind him. Before Chen Tian could turn around, he smelled a faint fragrance, and the tip of his nose moved, feeling that the smell was very good. "I'm being followed, can I temporarily disguise my boyfriend?" At this time, he saw a woman following him, and the other party lowered his voice and said in a slightly panicked tone, "Don't look back, otherwise it will be very troublesome to expose." Quote. However, Chen Tian, who has the ability of the heart, knew that the woman was lying, but did not immediately expose it, but looked at the woman in front of him. The other party is only half a head shorter than himself. He has long brown hair that reaches up to his shoulders, his skin is as smooth as cream, and his facial features are delicate and charming. It's a pity that the autumn clothes on his body are heavy, and the whole person is tightly wrapped. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows and felt that she was familiar, but he couldn't immediately determine the identity of the other party. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his head. "Battle detected, drop reward, high-level theft Catwoman." Hearing this voice, Chen Tian reacted, "The other party is not Catwoman Selina. Kyle." It seems that the so-called being tracked in the mouth of this habitual thief is probably just to steal his wallet. Not an estimate. Chen Tian, who had obtained all the ability of the other party's theft, had realized that his wallet had fallen into the hands of the other party in the past few seconds of contact. At the same time, he instinctively judged all the details of Catwoman's theft. Those people are gone, thank you. At this time, Catwoman, who had her wallet in hand, whispered thanks and was ready to leave. Syllable. As soon as she took half a step, her hand holding her wallet was directly detained by Chen Tian. At the same time, the latter's slightly mocking voice sounded in Catwoman's ears, "Since you want to thank, you can't be so hasty." Quote. What are you going to do? Catwoman was confused, her brows furrowed and wanted to resist, but she found that the teenager in front of her, who looked not much stronger than herself, had amazing strength in her hands. Unable to resist, he staggered and pulled her into a coffee shop not far away. No one is following you out there, right? Chen Tian brought Catwoman to the bar and looked at the latter with a smile. I didn't expect to meet an expert, I confessed. Seeing this, Catwoman knew that she was exposed, and she was a little discouraged and handed over her wallet directly, her eyebrows lowered and pitiful. It's not okay to admit the mistake just like this. The wallet is originally my thing, and you don't have to pay any price for returning it to me. Chen Tian took back his wallet and smiled playfully. Maybe you should treat me to a cup of coffee, otherwise you don't want to go directly to the police to confess your mistake, this young lady. Quote. But, Catwoman's eyes widened, scanning the price of the menu and crying, no matter what kind of coffee was so expensive that she felt distressed. Just looking back at Chen Tian still smiling at himself, as if saying that he would call the police if he didn't ask for coffee. Catwoman suddenly softened and ordered the cheapest cup of coffee with the pain of the flesh. Drink it. I'm going to watch you drink it all, not a drop is allowed to be wasted. Quote. Wait until the coffee is ready. She was angry that Roar brought it to Chen Tian, and her big dark eyes were full of resentment. Because of a cup of coffee, the already difficult economic situation is even worse. Chen Tian took a sip of coffee and looked at Catwoman's face as dark as a resentful woman, feeling funny in his heart. Catwoman in this period doesn't seem to have grown up yet, not a few years older than him. There is still a lot of naivety in behavior and psychology, but there is a lot of room waiting to be developed when it can be bumped up. Then, the news from the store's television caught Chen Tian's attention. 6 government personnel were killed in Gotham City last night, and riddles were left at the scene of the murder. The Gotham police have identified the suspect as Riddler, and are making every effort to arrest it. Chen Tian turned his head to look at it, his eyes narrowed slightly. The Riddler has begun to show up in Gotham, but he can meet this guy before going to the metropolis. He came interested. At this time, Catwoman next to him saw that Chen Tian's attention was focused on the TV, and quickly took the opportunity to slip away quietly. She didn't know that after she left, Chen Tian chuckled, took a sip of coffee. If Chen Tian were willing, 100 Catwomen would not be able to escape his control. But he still has a lot to do, and there is no need to bring a woman with him. Wait until you have time to play with her. The other side, Catwoman, who had already run into the alley outside, was full of remorse. She clenched her fists and tried her best to vent. Her expression was indignant. If the wallet is not stolen, forget it, and put a cup of coffee money into it. Quote. How can coffee be so expensive? Catwoman frowned, thinking of the price of that cup of coffee, becoming more and more distressed. That shop is really. They can obviously grab it directly, and they will even give customers a cup of coffee. Quote. After walking through the streets and sighing for a while, Catwoman's mood calmed down a little. The Riddler. Someone is going to be in bad luck. Quote. She remembered the news she had just seen in the coffee shop, frowning angrily and muttering to herself. Time passes slowly. Not long after Gotham, which had already entered the evening, it was completely shrouded in the thick night. Snakes, insects, rats and ants hiding in the dark alleys of narrow streets began to move out at this time, stirring up the otherwise quiet night. An ink-colored cloak fluttered, like the swift black figure of a bat, and also flew through the major streets. Chen didn't show up last night. I don't know if I can wait for him today. Bruce, who turned into a vigilante, flashed his eyes, and the hook and claw rope in his hand contracted rapidly, helping him cross the distance of 100 meters and reach the roof of dozens of high-rise buildings. He stands under a full moon hanging from a wheel, overlooking the neighborhood where Chen Tian frequents at his feet. The Riddler who appeared in the past 2 days has caused countless citizens to panic, and even the police station has no way to do it. And Bruce is also investigating the Riddler's affairs, but he alone seems to be a bit struggling, and he needs a helper. Chen Tian is undoubtedly the best one. Ah, no, no, quote. Just as Bruce's eyes kept scanning the street below, a panicked female voice cut through the night sky. Next second, Batman sniffed the wind, a few tossing and turning, plus hooks and claws to help, but in a blink of an eye he was already in the alley where the female voice came. I saw a drunken gangster who was about to violate the woman in front of him, and he didn't notice that there was a dangerous figure behind him. Blah blah. Several muffled sounds of fists colliding with the body sounded, and the gangster who was held in Bruce's hand had fainted. Thank you, quote. The woman regained her freedom and looked at Batman in thanks, and then quickly left in shock. It seems that Mr. Vigilante has not been very popular recently. At this time, Chen Tian's voice came from behind Bruce. You've finally appeared. Bruce casually dropped the gangster and let it collapse to the ground, turned his head to look at Chen Tian, and his hoarse voice did not fluctuate at all after changing his voice, as if he didn't care about the latter's ridicule. The mayor died, but you didn't kill him. Chen Tian noticed the other party's mood swings and shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone. People outside are questioning me, why do you think I didn't do it? Bruce was a little surprised when he heard this, and his eyes were puzzled. You can't kill people, your butler did it, right? Chen Tian laughed. Bruce was deeply shocked when he heard this. The other party guessed well, he had never killed anyone, this was his insistence in his heart. I am afraid that after breaking this principle, I will fall into a hell from which I can never turn back. After all, as a dark knight who is free from the law, if his hands are stained with blood, then it is no different from those crimes. I said you would never kill, and no one knows you better than I do. The corners of Chen Tian's mouth seemed to be smiling, and he looked at the other party and said confidently. Bruce, who received such an answer, moved slightly in his heart, but did not continue to ask. He knew that if Chen Tian wanted to say, he would naturally say it. It's just that in Bruce's heart, this teenager who was originally from a mysterious origin suddenly became more and more distant and his back was full of fog. Yesterday there was a guy who liked to guess riddles and murdered 6 important officials in one fell swoop. I'm going to get him out tonight, are you interested in joining him? Bruce said what he planned for tonight. Actually, I don't risk the lives of those officials. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, and said with a bit of a smile in his tone, but I'm quite interested in the guy who guessed the riddle. Quote. In any case, it's good that you're willing to act together. After hearing Chen Tian's promise to help, Bruce suddenly felt much less stressed. After all, after several contacts, although he still does not know the true identity of the other party, he has trust in Chen Tian's ability. Then without further ado, let's get ready to go. Chen Tian proposed. Wait a minute, the operation to capture the Riddler, there is one person besides the two of us. Bruce didn't rush to leave and called out to Chen Tian. Allies. Chen Tian was puzzled at first, but then a dexterous figure flashed in front of him, and he vaguely guessed the identity of the third person in his heart. At this time, there is a night breeze blowing. Chen Tian's ears moved, and he heard extremely slight but swift footsteps, coming from far and near. He laughed a little. The identity of the ally in Bruce's mouth has been determined. Not for long. A figure jumped down from the next building, as dexterous as a cat and landed silently, and the person wearing a cat ear mask appeared in the middle of the two. Let me introduce you, this is Catwoman. Bruce saw her appear and turned to introduce the other party's identity to Chen Tian. He didn't notice at all that the moment Catwoman on the opposite side saw Chen Tian, his face under the mask instantly turned black. Catwoman never expected to meet again in this place shortly after escaping from this annoying fellow. But fortunately, under the disguise, he can't recognize my identity. Catwoman quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at Chen Tian with a cold gaze. As for Chen Tian himself, he was surprised that he ran into it so quickly. It's just that he didn't choose to expose the identity of the other party. Since you are a Batman ally, you are welcome to join. Quote. And Catwoman was still obsessed with the events of the evening, ignored the other party, and turned to look at Bruce. Are you sure that this little guy who doesn't even look like he has grown his hair can keep up with our rhythm? Quote. Do you remember the other day when a gang of more than 24 people was slaughtered? Bruce couldn't help but remind. You mean, when Catwoman heard this, she immediately understood what the other party meant, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back and look at Chen Tian with wide eyes, and she was afraid for a while. Today I provoked this guy who looked beautiful and thin, and now I told her that the other party was a murderous maniac. Suddenly, Catwoman's body wrapped in tights couldn't help but tremble twice. Okay, let's not waste time, let's go. Chen Tian sensed her fear, found it funny, and immediately suggested. I didn't say anything. Bruce also glanced at Catwoman with a smile, and then took the lead and rushed towards the scene of the murder caused by the Riddler. Time goes on. Inside the underground parking lot of a government building in Gotham. In front of the scrapped elevator door. The police have completely cordoned off the scene. Detective Gordon was frowning, looking at the blood-stained elevator in front of him. At this time, Chen Tian and others who received the news arrived here. The steel cable of the elevator broke, and it fell sharply from a high place and killed the people inside. Gordon took a deep look at Chen Tian behind Bruce, and then said with a twinkle in his eyes, he killed 6 people at once. Quote, we don't have a clue so far. Bruce's face was solemn when he heard this, and he observed the mess around him. The scene of the tragic deaths of 6 victims yesterday left no trace except for a few riddles without beginning and end. He hadn't even figured out the Riddler's motive, and he didn't have time to catch a clue. For a time, everyone at the scene fell into deep thought. Chen Tian, on the other hand, looked around and walked around, his gaze sweeping over every corner of the scene. If you don't know how to investigate, don't destroy the scene at will. Catwoman looked at Chen Tian and couldn't help but complain. Chen Tian ignored her and turned to look at Gordon. What is the identity of decedent? Quote, when Gordon heard this, he remembered the other party's performance when dealing with the birthday boy last time, and paused and said, the 6 people yesterday, including tonight's victims, are all politicians with a decisive voice in the Gotham government. Quote, while speaking, he pointed to the ground in front of the elevator entrance, and every murder scene has left these 3 riddles. Quote, Chen Tian looked along the position pointed by the other party and narrowed his eyes slightly. On the ground, lying quietly 3 riddles crookedly written by black paint. A diamond plate, a glowing dew, a place you'll never leave. Where am I? Single quote. It smells like green paint, pours out like purple paint, brushes on a white van, what is it? Single quote. Some people's nightmares, some people's saviors. My hand was cold and desperate, reaching out to that warm heart. Single quote. At this time, Gordon's face was serious and continued. Since last night, we have organized many people to solve and disassemble these words, but we have not been able to get accurate answers. Quote. He glanced at Chen Tian, who was in thought, and then added, I also can't figure out the Riddler's motives for doing this. Quote. Just this matter, the entire Gotham Police Department is in trouble. They hadn't encountered such a difficult criminal for a long time, and the other party was very cautious and couldn't find any clues on the scene. Even the surveillance footage did not find a suspicious figure. Maybe I already know the answer. Not long ago, Chen Tian, who had already experienced some thought, his eyes flickered and slowly spoke. When the 3 people next to him heard this, their eyes focused on him. The answer is simple, he has already told us the next goal. Inside the dimly lit underground car park. Chen Tian's voice was not heavy when he said this, but it clearly fell into the ears of everyone present. Everyone's eyes immediately converged on him. All the police in Gotham, as well as all the time we spent a day, failed to analyze the results. You dare to say you know the answer with just one glance? I don't believe it. Quote. Catwoman stared at Chen Tian's narrow eyes, like a lonely cat full of disdain. As for the others, although they did not speak, the expressions on their faces also showed their suspicions about the teenager in front of them. The Riddler's next step will definitely be to attack government officials. Chen Tian was not affected by the atmosphere around him full of doubts about himself, and continued to speak steadily. Wait for his last word to blurt out. The atmosphere of the scene changed, and the expressions on everyone's faces became strange. I thought you really had some skills, where did I think you were just completely arrogant and not confident? Aren't you talking about something obvious? As a result, you don't know the answer to the riddle. Catwoman seemed speechless, and with the presence of opinions in her heart, she spoke sharply. Bruce and Gordon on the side were a little disappointed. Just now, the two really thought that Chen Tian had just been able to surprise them and guess the answer. But opening their mouths, neither Bruce nor Gordon said much. After all, they were like headless flies together with themselves, and they couldn't find a clue. Nor did he take a stand to accuse Chen Tian of anything. "Don't worry, I'm not done yet." Seeing this, Chen Tian continued unhurriedly, "The answer to the riddle is actually very simple." And the riddler also put his next goal in the answer to the riddle. When he said the following, his expression began to gradually become serious, word by word. His next target, the incoming new mayor, Harvey Dent. Quote, "The riddler wants to drive the city completely crazy." This time, as Chen Tian's voice fell, the atmosphere changed abruptly again, becoming solemn, and even the air became a little solemn. The riddler's next hands-on target is the new mayor Harvey Dent. If this is the case, and he succeeds, Gotham will definitely be completely thrown into chaos by then. Come to think of it, the expressions on the faces of everyone present did not look relaxed. After all, just thinking about it can guess what the consequences would be if something happened. So, what is the answer to the riddle? Are you really sure? Quote. Bruce, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Chen Tian's eyes and asked in a deep voice. If this matter is really according to Chen Tian, it is too involved to tolerate the slightest sloppiness. Indeed, you can't make a conclusion about the riddler's goal just because of your one-sided story. Gordon took a deep look at Chen Tian. Although in my heart, because of Chen Tian's self-confidence, coupled with the other party's previous performance, I faintly believe what the other party said. But this kind of case, which may even involve the entire city, is not enough to use a few simple words of a mysterious teenager as evidence of action. Chen Tian heard the questions of several people on the other side, but he could understand their thoughts, and he didn't want to be angry and just smiled. A diamond plate, a glowing fireplace, a place you'll never leave. Where am I? Quote. He uttered the first riddle, paused before answering, "It's home." Quote. The three of them heard the answer and seemed reasonable when they thought about it. The place where you will never leave, indeed, is only home. Chen Tian did not stop and continued. It smells like green paint, poured out like purple paint, brushed on the white truck. What is it? Quote. White. Some people's nightmares, some people's saviors. My hand was cold and desperate, reaching out to that warm heart. Quote. It was a nightmare. Chen Tian's eyes were like ancient wells, calmly swept over the few people in front of him, and slowly said all the answers to the three riddles. Home, white, nightmare. After hearing Chen Tian's answer, Bruce was stunned for a moment and chewed on three answers to the riddle. The eyes are getting brighter and brighter. As for the others, they also fell silent, secretly comparing the three riddles with the riddles in their hearts. Then I was surprised to find that Chen Tian's answer was completely correct. But these three answers don't seem to have anything to do with the mayor. Seeing that the teenager guessed three answers, Catwoman felt some admiration in her heart, but there was still some doubt on her mouth. Home may refer to Gotham City, and the one who regards Gotham City as a writer is the celebrity of these 2 days, Harvey Dent. Quote. Chen Tian faced the question, his expression remained calm and unchanged, and said, "Definitely, if this article alone is not accurate enough, then there are two other mysteries." Quote. White corresponds to Harvey Dent's favorite suit color. Quote. And the nightmare means to kill him. Throw Gotham into chaos. Quote. Chen Tian said a lot in one breath. These answers are all what he saw on the way here, perhaps because he has the professor's mental ability, and he has greatly improved his IQ. The few people opposite became more and more silent as he spoke, falling into deep thought, and the shock on their faces became more and more obvious. Especially Gordon. He knew that the Gotham Police Department had assembled a group of veteran police officers with many years of criminal investigation experience, and they could not guess what the Riddler was thinking. So this problem was solved so easily by an 18-year-old boy. It seems that I still underestimate you. In addition to being particularly able to fight, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying ability to solve cases. If those old police officers of the Gotham Police Department stand in front of you, I am afraid they will be ashamed to want to commit suicide. Gordon immediately praised Chen Tian's wonderful performance and was amazed. Subsequently, he quickly reported the Riddler's target to the police station, and asked them to quickly send someone to protect Harvey Dent. What? Harvey Dante is on his way to an exhibition now. Quote. Gordon, who had just had a clue to solve the riddle, heard the situation on the other end of the phone, and his face suddenly became difficult to look at again. Okay, I know, anyway, try to send someone over. Gordon hung up the phone in a low mood, his expression uneasy. If it's Harvey, if something happens to Dante, it will be a huge amount of blow to Gotham. The Riddler could strike at any moment. And now Harvey Dante is in a situation where there is not enough protection, and it is likely that the Riddler chooses to start. Quote. After Chen Tian on the side learned the current situation, he slowly frowned. There is no time, let's go directly. Quote. After all, we are the closest place to the art exhibition. At this point, the rest of the people looked at each other, feeling that he had a lot of sense. Let's go, we don't have extra time to waste. Bruce Wayne said with a deep breath. And Catwoman, just after Chen Tian's words, her beautiful eyes flashed a strange light to look at him, and she didn't refute again. Thereupon, several people hurriedly set off to Dent's location. It's night. The moon and stars are thin above the high sky, and the silver moon is like a hook quietly sprinkling water and moonlight on the whole world. At the moment, a grand exhibition of paintings is being held in the Gotham City Center Art Gallery. The organizers invited many influential artists, politicians, business tycoons and other big shots. Harvey Dante, as one of the figures in the limelight in Gotham City recently, naturally includes it. As a guest speaker, he took his sister Jessica to this exhibition that can be called a Gotham event. As the guests concluded their speeches, soon it was Harvey's turn for the finale. Dante takes the stage. Everyone, it's an honor to be here tonight. He stood behind the podium, his white suit straight and energetic, his hair combed meticulously and full of smiles. Looking at the enthusiastic audience in the audience, there was an inexplicable success in my heart. Tonight's participation in this show is to be able to increase his popularity in Gotham and meet high society. After all, he has been away from the city for many years, and now he still has to rely on tough social means to get support. Therefore, he attaches great importance to tonight's exhibition, and the people invited are also well-known people. And while the show is ongoing, Chen Tian's party, which was only a few blocks away, had already arrived, and ignored the security at the entrance of the exhibition hall and rushed directly into the room. This group of people are crazy. Quote. The security guards behind him who tried unsuccessfully to block them stared at their backs and cursed. The guests in the venue were also instantly attracted to the attention. What are these people doing? Ladies, be careful, stay away from that bunch of maniacs. For a time, because of the arrival of Chen Tian and others, the venue fell into an uproar. Everyone, please listen to me. Now this venue is very dangerous and may soon be subject to terrorist attacks. Quote. In order to ensure the safety of your lives, please get out of here as soon as possible. Although Gordon, as a police detective, had to use unconventional means to enter because of the urgency of his gaffe, he still did not forget his duty and took out his police badge and shouted, "Roar!" I hope to spread the current situation as quickly as possible. As soon as his words came out, the expressions of the people around him suddenly became frightened, and Roar was shocked, and he didn't know whether to believe him for a while. I vouch for my honor as a police detective. Gordon noticed the situation in the intervening field and added loudly, Detective Gordon, I don't know why you brought a few people in strange costumes to disrupt the order of the exhibition and create panic. Harvey on stage. Dante had a calm face, feeling very full of the interruption of his speech. You did such a thing without evidence. Quote. And I trust the security services and assure everyone that there will never be any surprises tonight. Tonight's show has invited many celebrities. Harvey Dante has worked security, and security alone has spent a lot of money. How can it be possible to let a police officer's side talk end that way? All the money and energy he invested was in vain. I can think that you didn't respect me and deliberately embarrassed me. Harvey Dent continued to say angrily. Gordon heard that he knew that his move was to provoke Harvey Dent too. But now is not the time to think about these side effects. He continued to shout, there will be an attack here soon. Please leave as soon as possible. Quote. Otherwise, it won't be long before everyone can't leave alive. In fact, most of the people present were Gotham figures with heads and faces. I have had some contact with the Gotham Police Department and know the #1 person of Detective Gordon. At the moment, seeing him so resolute, for a while, many people in the field began to wonder in their hearts whether the terrorist attack in the other party's mouth was true or not. There are also people who are more desperate for their lives and have the mentality of preferring to believe it or not, and have begun to prepare to leave the scene. And Harvey on stage. Dante also stopped talking, his expression cloudy. However, Chen Tian, who was next to him, suddenly shook his head. It's late. Quote, Chen, what do you mean by that? When Bruce and Gordon heard this, they were surprised. Could it be that the other party found something? Click, click. However, before they could ask questions, the originally brightly lit hall instantly fell into darkness. Ah! Countless ladies suddenly let out long, thin screams. Shit! Is the terrorist attack real? Quote, what the hell is going on here? Quote, fark, fark, quote, everyone fell into a panic, and the continuous cursing was incessant. Harvey on stage. Dante also realized that the situation was not good, and went down to protect his panicked sister Jessica next to him. Everyone please listen to the question, this will be a grand guessing scene. Then, a strange voice suddenly sounded, covering all the chaos and noise in the hall and falling on the ears of everyone present. Duh! The moment the voice fell, a light hit the wall, casting a huge question mark that took up most of the wall. Everyone was startled by this movement, suddenly quiet, and subconsciously gathered their eyes towards the wall. The question mark on the wall was as red as blood, and all the panicked eyes present were reflected in the same red. Only by answering the question correctly can you get out alive. All of you only have 60 seconds to answer the questions, otherwise. Hee, this building is going to be detonated. The strange voice sounded again. The tone was strange and sharp at the same time, but it was very indifferent. Indifference to life. It was like a god high above the earth overlooking the ants, not caring about the death or life of the people present. Originally, there were still some people who thought of luck and guessed that this was just a prank. But when he heard this voice, Molly felt the fear from instinct. The owner of the voice. I'm not telling a lie. If he wanted to, everyone in the mansion would be buried here. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't bother to call the police, or I promise this building will be blown up before the police arrive. As soon as the strange voice came out, it instantly pierced the defense line in the hearts of many people. Everyone felt a terrifying shadow of death at this time, and death enveloped them. A blade dangling above his head could fall at any time and take his life. Feel it. It's him, Riddler. Someone recognized this person, who had just killed 6 people in the elevator yesterday and collapsed to the ground in a collapse. I don't want to die. Some people curled up in a ball, shivering. More people stared at the big bright red question mark on the wall, clenching their teeth and cracking their eyes. Doubts in the heart, crises of life and death, continue to spread and churn in everyone's hearts, stirring nerves. How exactly did the Riddler do this? Where did he hide the bomb? Quote, Bruce Wayne's face was gloomy, his eyes scanning the halls trying to find clues around him. No way, our security technology is all from the Wayne Group. Harvey Dent said coldly. He didn't think the Riddlers could easily hide the bomb. I don't think so, Bruce Wayne said in a deep voice. Don't try hard, he won't let us out. Based on Chen Tian's understanding of the Riddler, it is likely that even if he guesses the answer, the other party will not be able to release the person. By this time, the participants in this terrorist attack are no longer alone. Back when Riddler, a guy with an antisocial personality, was ready to destroy Gotham, he has been on the internet, developing his own believer support. Today, it is thanks to the joint efforts of those people that the current crisis has been created. Click. Chen Tian's voice just fell. Suddenly, a thick pillar of light shone down, and the dazzling light enveloped him and Bruce in it. Look at these two and remember them. They are the heroes of Gotham recently, trying to save this hopeless city. Now it's up to them to see if they can really save you. Humph. That weird sound. Chen Tian and the two were immediately introduced to everyone, and when they finished speaking, they let out a mocking sneer. The sound falls. All eyes on the scene fell on Chen Tian and them. The two people standing under the light were noticed by the audience. Inside the hall of the art gallery, The only light fell on Chen Tian and Bruce, and everyone around them focused on them. Who are you, the guy who hides his head and makes a fool of himself? Bruce felt thousands of gazes, frowned, and looked around questioning. This is a difficult question to answer. The strange voice came out of the hall again from the sound on all sides of the hall, and said slowly. We depend on the perspective from which we look at food. For some, we're friends. To the other people, we are enemies. Speaking of this, the tone of that strange voice is suddenly high-pitched, full of some kind of madness. And for ourselves, why waste meaningless lives trying to answer? Perhaps, this is a meaningful life. The voice from the stereo raised its pitch again, and asked Bruce. You're a masked maniac now, trying to prove something? Or a selfless vigilante who decided to take on the burden after seeing Gotham sinking in corruption and dirt? Words with a frantic questioning tone reverberated from the surrounding speakers one after another, and the sound waves rolled into the ears of everyone present. Also rolled towards the Bruce paving. Bruce squinted slightly when he heard this, and fell into silence and stopped speaking, as if thinking about what the other party said. Riddler, enough. Quote, just when the owner of the strange voice was excited. Chen Tian interrupted him directly with a cold voice, you better say the riddle quickly, otherwise you won't have a chance for a while. Quote, little one, I almost forgot you. Don't think you can solve my riddle and continue to guess my next answer. The voice in the stereo paused, and then laughed gloomily. A guy who slaughtered more than 20 lives in one night, where do you really think he is nobler than me? We are all one kind of people. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar again. There was horror on everyone's faces. Shit, I just got so close to such a brutal guy. Quote, gotta stay away from this guy. Quote, countless people cursed in horror. Those who gathered around Chen Tian desperately retreated like a low tide after hearing his identity. With a look of panic on his face, he left his side with Batman. Looking back at Chen Tian, his eyes did not seem to be looking at a human, but as terrified as a demon crawling out of hell. Ha! The owner of the strange voice, who seemed to be paying attention to everything in the dark, laughed slightly proudly when he saw this scene. It's just a pity. Chen Tian seemed completely indifferent to the reactions of those around him, and his beautiful face was full of indifference. It was as if the rejection from so many other people was completely unworthy of attention to him. Are you afraid, Riddler? Do you want to gain a sense of superiority and show your talent to the world? Chen Tian raised his head to look at the camera in the corner and said in a deep voice. He knew the Riddler, a self-proclaimed highly intelligent being whose intelligence was unique in the world. That's why he uses clues to guide his captors. He wants the world to see his wisdom, show it to the world, and gain a sense of superiority. I have to say, and only a madman in Gotham would do such a thing. With the intelligence of the Riddler, going to work is definitely a career success, but he did not do it. See this scene. The owner of the strange voice behind the stereo suddenly lacked interest and gradually stopped laughing. It seems that he originally thought that people's hearts could be manipulated by his own wanton control. As a result, Chen Tian's reaction gave him a resounding slap in the face. HMPH, interesting, since you were waiting for my riddle, then come on. He snorted coldly and finally began to give his own puzzle. I'm not the butcher who kills in Proxima Midnight, I'm not a bat flying in the sky. I could swim in the moonlit lake without getting wet. What am I? Quote. Hearing this puzzle, everyone present suddenly looked dazed. You have 60 seconds to answer this question. If you answer wrong or no one answers, hee. At this time, the strange voice coming from the stereo added. What the is this weird problem? Quote. Why did I end up like this at such a time? Being determined by an inexplicable question will determine my life and death. Why, quote. Fark, quote. Intercession. Harvey. Dante was very anxious when he heard the question, and he racked his brains and couldn't think of what the mystery was, so he directly cursed with a red face. Before Gordon and his party entered the hall, he was infinitely proud of his new mayor. As a result, as soon as the lights went out, they were prisoners whose life or death were completely controlled by others. But in a second, it experienced unbearable ups and downs. Harvey. Dante only felt an unleashable resentment in his chest, blocking him almost crazy. The younger sister Jessica next to him was even more trembling because of the situation in front of her. Her brain was blank and shivering. Wacky puzzles again. Quote. And Gordon also looked solemn. I'm not the butcher who kills in Proxima Midnight, I'm not a bat flying in the sky. I could swim in the moonlit lake without getting wet. What am I? Quote. What am I? What am I? Bruce froze in place, repeating the question in his mind. While he and Gordon were thinking, they subconsciously turned their eyes to Chen Tian, hoping that the teenager who had solved the puzzle could surprise them again. But for some reason, Chen Tian didn't seem to be thinking about the answer to the question, but squinted his eyes with a smile at the corner of his mouth, turning his head and not knowing what he was looking for. Tick, tick, time passed minute by minute, and the ticking of the clock on the wall echoed in my ears. 20 seconds left. I hope you guys hurry. Ha. A prompt suddenly sounded in the stereo. Everyone present, who was already extremely nervous, suddenly tightened their bodies when they heard these words, and only felt that an invisible big hand tightly pinched their hearts at this moment, and their whole bodies were instantly cold. The person behind the stereo seems to enjoy the feeling of touching the mind of others with a few words. The tone began to count down briskly. 20. 19. 18. Quote. Quote. A countdown fell into the ears of those present, as if it turned into a heavy hammer, and every time it was counted, a heavy hammer smashed into the atrium, and the body and all the nerves trembled violently. Are we really all going to die here tonight? A strong sense of despair filled the audience in an instant. 12. 11. In the stereo, the sound of the riddle counting down becomes more and more proud. Shadow. The mystery of your ridiculous puzzle is the shadow. Just when everyone thought that the problem could not be solved, Chen Tian spoke lightly. Quote. Quote. The triumphant countdown came to an abrupt end. Chen Tian did it. Bruce and Gordon secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. 10. 9. Just when everyone thought it was all over, the Riddler actually started counting down again. Guys, you don't talk about credit. Quote. Brust in rage, throwing his head back and roaring. He's going to detonate anyway, it's just a game for this guy. Chen Tian said with an indifferent gaze. Ha. You guys have 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Chen Tian's volume was not high, but the Riddler seemed to be able to hear his words, and continued to count down with a sneer. And everyone in the room fell into madness. Angry curses, roars, and collapse howls burst out at the same time in an instant, sweeping through the entire hall. Everyone is praying and despairing. You may be useful against ordinary people, but for me. At this time, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Chen Tian's mouth. Your location has been exposed. Quote. The voice just fell. An intangible psychic fluctuation was released from his body, instantly covering the nearby area, easily locking on to a figure hiding in a dim room. That place was in the opposite building. And after hearing Chen Tian's words, the figure was visibly stunned, and then said disdainfully. You'd better escape before the countdown is over. Dimly lit room. Riddler Edward. Nigma sat in front of the computer, her feverish eyes reflecting the picture on the screen, and he could see every desperate and distorted face in the exhibition hall. You guys have 3 more seconds, hee. He enjoyed the feeling that the Gotham big shots were easily dominated by just a few words of his own, and his tone continued to count down briskly. In the exhibition hall, everyone felt extremely afraid of this. I shouldn't die here, I shouldn't die here. Some of them had already begun to pound wildly against the surrounding walls, but to no avail, the heavy walls seemed to be as far away from heaven and hell as they were. More people had completely given up the struggle at this time, staring blankly at the huge bright red question mark on the wall, their faces shaking in tears. Is that the end of it? Harvey. Dante felt as if he had become a marionette, controlled by a large invisible hand, holding his sister Jessica and slumped in the corner, his heart like ashes. Boom, boom, how the hell did that guy do all this now? Quote. Bruce and Gordon began to try to slam the door open as early as the Riddler continued to count down, but the lock was untouched. The expressions on the faces of the two of them also became more and more ugly. Looking at the current situation, not only did people not save, but they also had to put their lives in it. On the side, Catwoman twisted her brows and looked at Chen Tian. She always felt that the other party was incompatible with the panic and despair atmosphere around her, and she always looked like she was in control. It seems that he has maintained this appearance from the beginning, and no matter what happens, he has never been surprised. Catwoman was really panicked in her heart, but seeing Chen Tian's calm performance, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance in her heart. You guys have the last 2 seconds. Alien to all ambiances is the voice of the Riddler in the stereo. The more desperate, helpless and frightened the people in the exhibition hall collapsed, the more excited he became, and the more he said with unconcealable happiness. Last second. Good night, Gotham. Quote. Until the last countdown is heard in the stereo. All the previous resistance, unwillingness, angry roars, desperate struggles hoarse, suddenly stopped. A sense of powerlessness that was enough to swallow everything instantly enveloped everyone else present. Chen Tian still stood with his eyes slightly lowered, and saw that almost everyone except himself instinctively held their heads and squatted down at the same time, giving up the struggle in the face of this strange fate. Whether it's the Marvel world or the 600th world, the fate of those without power is always in the control of others. His gaze slowly turned between everyone. The people who squatted one by one, in Chen Tian's opinion, did not let them crouch down by some bomb arranged by the Riddler, but their weakness and powerlessness. That's why I decided to become stronger, able to completely control my destiny in such a world. He thought expressionlessly. Next second, the room suddenly fell into a long silence. The expected explosion did not sound, and the voice of the Riddler in the stereo disappeared. We didn't die. Is that guy doing some tricks again? Quote. Those who noticed this stood up with a confused look on their faces, looking around blankly, all their hearts still hanging tightly. They already knew something about the Riddler hiding behind the stereo. The other party is completely a moody freak who sees people's lives as a game for fun. No one dares to guarantee that the other party will make such a big move tonight, just to achieve a low evil prank. Did the Riddler keep his promise? Bruce. The doubt under Wayne's eyes was equally thick. Although he only had a brief confrontation with the other party through the case, the two sides have not even met. But Bruce, with his years of experience in dealing with crime, was already sure that the Riddler was a complete madman and would not have such good character. Gordon was also incredulous about everything in the moment, and looked around blankly. It's okay, it's okay. Harvey experienced great joy and sorrow. Dante, who was too exhausted to think too much, softly comforted his sister Jessica in his arms. Then, zzz, there was another electric current sound in the hall. Who are you? Get out of my head. Give me the F***K out of my head. Quote. When everyone's hearts stiffened again, they heard a heart-rending cry. What's wrong with this guy? What happened? Quote. Everyone recognized the owner of this voice as the Riddler just now, feeling that the other party was completely without the previous clouds and breeze. Looks like that guy has some problems. Bruce took a deep breath. It's not sure if the bomb will explode yet, you still have to get out of here as soon as possible. Quote. Thoughts fell, and he raised his foot again and slammed into the door in front of him. Gordon and others reacted in horror and came to his aid. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sounds of banging on the gate sounded one after another, and everyone was doing their best under the instinct of survival. And the crowd does not know. Darkened room in the opposite building. Edward. Nigma was falling to her knees, tugging at her hair, her face twisted and her eyes screaming in pain. He felt an invisible force creeping into his brain, making it painful. Meanwhile, boom, with a violent sound, the originally locked door of the exhibition hall finally opened. The door is open. Let's go. Get out of this hellish place. Quote. Seeing this, everyone in the hall had already abandoned other ideas and rushed towards the open door. And the screams of the Riddler in the stereo behind him still echoed in his ears. Catwoman watched more and more people flee the venue, only felt that something was wrong, turned around and saw Chen Tian standing in the dark, 2 fingers slowly lowered from his temple. The latter noticed her gaze and smiled at her. After everyone else left, Chen Tian and his party walked out slowly. There is a clue. My people have traced the source of the Riddler's signal. Bruce. Wayne said, he's in the building opposite. Quote. Words fall. As soon as he received the news from Alfred, the butler, he was ready to leave and run towards the Riddler's hiding place. No matter what happens, you must catch the Riddler, you can't let that guy go. No need to make an effort, in a moment the Riddler himself will come down. At this time, he heard Chen Tian speak slowly. Quote. Bruce and Gordon, who had just taken 2 steps, stopped and looked back when they heard this, and there was confusion in their eyes when they looked at Chen Tian. Some do not understand the meaning of the latter. Seeing that the expression on Chen Tian's face was indifferent and confident, the doubts in their hearts were even heavier. Until now, they hadn't figured out why the Riddler had given up detonating the bomb and hissed in such pain. And apparently the teenager in front of him seems to have the truth of everything. Bruce and Gordon's lips moved, both wanting to say something. Yet the next second, boom, a figure fell from the sky in the opposite building, landing fiercely and making a muffled sound. Seeing this, Bruce rushed up and saw that the other party should have hit the ground with the back of the head. The skull behind the head was broken, and the minced flesh, bone stubble, blood, and brain flowers were on the ground, splattering a red and white flour. He took a deep breath to wipe the corpse's face, saw a question mark printed on it, and turned to look at Chen Tian in surprise. Shen said, "He should be the Riddler." Quote, "Chen, you did this." Bruce looked at the lifeless corpse on the ground except for maintaining body temperature. "You did this." He turned his head to look at Chen Tian, his expression was strange. Bruce felt that from the day he met each other, he had seen too many things beyond his cognitive imagination. So after seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately thought of Chen Tian. Sure enough, it's just that he is not strong enough. Seeing that Chen Tian shrugged his shoulders and didn't care, he directly acquiesced to this matter. Bruce Wayne fell silent when he heard this, and his eyes became more and more complicated as he looked at the teenager in front of him. In the past few years that he has been out and about, he has heard many strange things, and some people can control the minds of others at a certain distance. Recalling the Riddler's cry of pain just now, everything seemed reasonable. Chen Tian not only has extraordinary strength and self-healing power, but also has this ability. Bruce Wayne realized this, and was shocked and made him more wary of Chen Tian, and the strength of the other party was far beyond his imagination. At the moment, a large part of the scene near the scene has been cordoned off by the police. Those big shots who were originally invited to the exhibition were physically and mentally exhausted by the events just now. Some strongly demanded that they need to go back to rest, while others were still immersed in the previous fear, slumped on the ground pale and panicked. There were also various reassuring words, plus more and more police cars came to the scene with alarm bells. The sound in the air is noisy and incomparably loud. The night breeze, which has begun to gradually cool, makes people feel extremely cold at this moment. Bruce Wayne stood in such an environment, looking at the teenager who still remained calm and did not have the slightest panic. Although the other party stood in front of him so unobstructed, he still felt that Chen Tian's body was shrouded in a mysterious fog that could not be seen at all, which made people feel deeply dangerous and uneasy. "You don't have to worry, people who don't provoke me will never be fine." Chen Tian felt the other party's mood begin to fluctuate and hesitate, and said with a smile. When Catwoman next to him heard this, she silently moved into the distance. "I take back what I said before, you know how to detect." Then she recalled the questioning words she had said to Chen Tian and smiled awkwardly. However, in a short period of contact, Catwoman has been deeply aware of the horror of the other party, for fear that the other party will hate herself because of the previous incident. Unconsciously, the once lonely and arrogant black cat has begun to show its well-behaved side. "We've found out, this person is the Riddler, this annoying guy can finally stop." Then, Gordon came over, and the stone that seemed to have been weighing on his heart finally fell. It's just that when he set his eyes on Chen Tian, the expression on his face became strange and complicated again. Gordon has acted with the latter twice, and each incident has been properly resolved under the other's extraordinary ability. But he still can't fully trust the seemingly ordinary teenager in front of him as his companion. In his eyes, Chen Tian was also shrouded in a mysterious mist that was confusing and unclear. "If nothing else, your identity may make headlines tomorrow." Gordon took a deep look at Chen Tian, a little unclear in his heart, and couldn't tell whether his words were a reminder or a warning. "After all, many people in the pavilion tonight have seen you." Quote, "Really, do other people around here know me?" Quote, when Chen Tian heard this, he looked at those people with different postures, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In fact, when he released the psychic fluctuations just now, he not only locked the Riddler, but also imprisoned the memories of the people around him. No one will remember him. I don't understand what you mean. Gordon didn't understand what Chen Tian meant, and his brows furrowed slightly. Everything is clear and vivid, how can no one else know him? Bruce on the side shook his head helplessly and patted Gordon's shoulder. Be careful, he's a necromancer now. Quote. After speaking, he raised his hand and shot out the hook lock, hooked the wall and jumped up. I still don't understand. Gordon turned his head in confusion, but found that not only Batman, but also Chen Tian and Catwoman behind him were also missing. Shit, it's all a bunch of freaks. Quote. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. ... Gotham is not destined to be calm tonight. The roof of an apartment building. 3 figures stood upstairs looking at the oppressive and gloomy city in front of them. I still want to know, who are you? Bruce looked at the night view of the city, but couldn't help but ask Chen Tian the question again. The Riddler has already given you the answer before. Sometimes, is identity really that important? When Chen Tian heard the other party's words, he turned his head and looked over, a smile appeared between his eyebrows. When Bruce heard this, he was stunned and then shook his head and chuckled. He understood Chen Tian's words. Maybe at some point. No, in all cases, the more important thing about human interaction is the position between the two sides. Among them, the determination of identity is only one of the ways to judge the position. The most important thing is what position the person in front of you stands. As long as they stand on the same side with each other and are not enemies, identity is not so important. You're right, I should have had the answer in my heart. After Bruce shared the joints, he immediately relieved a pimple in his heart, and a smile appeared under his eyes. Tisk, obviously the hair has not grown together, so it will be pretended. Catwoman looked deep when she saw Chen Tian speak, and couldn't help but complain when she raised her eyebrows. Hearing this, the latter turned his eyes slightly. Selina, have you forgotten about the evening? He stared at Catwoman, who was dressed in a black tights and had all the curves of her figure in full view, and seemed to be smiling. Catwoman in this period was only a few years older than him, and in addition to being physically developed just right, her thoughts and behaviors were far from mature in a later period. For example, when doing things, you hardly think about more consequences, just rely on your own preferences. There are also thoughts that cannot be hidden, and a lot of joy, anger and sorrow will be directly displayed. Thinking of this, Chen Tian's eyes smiled even heavier. If you have time later, you can teach Catwoman. What? Catwoman Selina was stunned when she heard this. What? When Catwoman on the other side heard this, she realized that she had already been recognized. Recalling his expression all the way before, he suddenly felt a little puffed up like a fried cat. What a shame. I thought about pretending to look in front of him and relieving the hatred in my heart. I didn't expect her to be a joker from beginning to end. So, you've been kidding me. Catwoman Selina threw out her whip in dissatisfaction and whipped it fiercely at Chen Tian. Syllable. However, as soon as she raised her hand, she was grabbed by the other party's slender fingers, and the leather whip was easily snatched away. Only bad boys get pumped. Selina, are you? Chen Tian played with the leather whip in his hand and looked at Catwoman's seductive body without concealment. You. Catwoman felt the evil in the teenager's eyes in anger, swallowed her saliva and took 2 steps back. After looking at Chen Tian with hatred again, the pretty face under the mask was instantly dyed red. She remembered the other's necromancer-like ability, and her brows furrowed and jumped directly from the roof. Grabbing the water pipe and sliding downstairs, the high heels just stepped on the ground, then took 2 slender thighs and ran away like a run. Chen Tian watched the woman's swift back disappear through the streets, and did not choose to chase. He still has something to discuss with Bruce, and it's never too late to play again when he has a chance in the future. Bruce, I need your help getting a fake ID and admission letter from Metropolitan University. Chen Tian turned to look at the other party. Be ready before tomorrow. Quote. With the ability to replicate, his biggest expectation for the DC universe is the opportunity to obtain a superb ability. Previously, due to interference for various reasons, you can't be distracted. Now that almost everything is in place, this plan should be put on the agenda. No problem. Bruce didn't hesitation to come down. Although Chen Tian had previously told him that the news of his enemy was just a deal, Bruce was still grateful for it. In addition to this, the powerful teenager has helped himself with cases on several occasions. And we will definitely cooperate again in the future. So for Chen Tian's request to help him do things, Bruce naturally would not refuse. However, while nodding, he suddenly remembered that the content of Chen Tian's previous deal with him was to find a name Clark. People from Kent. He has an excellent memory. Thousands of Clarks come to mind. One of Kent's schools studied at the Metropolitan University. Maybe Chen's trip is with that Clark. Kent related, quote. Bruce did not say the words in his heart, but thought silently, and at the same time invited Chen Tian. It's already late at night, if you don't mind, you can go to my manor for the time being. Have what you want ready and give it to you the first time. Quote. Thanks, but I'm not interested in going home with a man. Chen Tian teased. In fact, he plans to return to the Marvel Universe, and it is not too late to sleep again. In that case, then I'm okay. Bruce saw that he refused and did not force it. Toot toot. At this time, his mobile phone suddenly rang, and an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by crying. With his super 5 senses, Chen Tian could tell that the person calling was Harvey Dent's sister, Jessica. Speaking of which, the other party is still Bruce's once deeply loved lover. It's a pity that since the latter decided to become a Dark Knight, he took the initiative to break off the relationship without implicating the other party. What? Something happened to Dante. Quote, Jessica, calm down, I'll go right now. Bruce put down the phone, and his expression became solemn. Harvey Dante's car was planted with a time bomb by the Riddler, and although he was not in the car when it exploded, he was badly burned. Quote, I have to go over, I will prepare what you want for by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, you can wait for me here. Just finished speaking, Bruce eagerly turned and jumped downstairs and disappeared into the darkness. The Riddler's hand is really unexpected. Chen Tian looked at the black back that quickly disappeared in the night, his eyes slightly closed and flickered. According to today's situation, Two-Face is likely to be online soon. In that case, the guy who represents chaos and madness, Joker, will soon appear too. Quote. The thought proceeds here. Chen Tian raised his head and looked all the way out, as if he could see the entire city exuding an oppressive atmosphere. It looks like Gotham City is going to get more and more interesting. He muttered. ... After Chen Tian solved many troubles, he also slept peacefully. Plus there are expectations in the heart. The next day, when Chen Tian came to DC Gotham again at the appointed time, he only felt that he was in good spirits. And Bruce dressed in a battle suit. Wayne was waiting there earlier. He didn't seem to rest all night, and standing there in a mask revealed an unconcealable tiredness. I have prepared what you want for you. As long as you don't do anything out of the ordinary to provoke the FBI to investigate you, there will be no problem with this identity at all. Bruce handed Chen Tian an identity file and admission letter as agreed. After the latter was sure that it was okay, he did not stop too much and left in a hurry. It seems that Dante's death also had a great impact on him. After all, the other party's sister is Bruce's once beloved lover. And according to what Chen Tian knows about him, knowing that in fact Bruce also thought about if Harvey, who is full of a sense of justice, Dante becomes the new mayor and can really start to change Gotham City and become a knight of light who can walk in the sun, then he, the Dark Knight, may be able to choose to retire. Unfortunately, in the end, such an unsatisfactory thing happened. Life is like a play, there are always too many waves and accidents, pushing us forward step by step. Thinking of this, Chen Tian shook his head with emotion. Then he didn't stop much and got on the bus to the metropolis. Soon, Chen Tian came to the metropolis. There are many tall buildings, and the deep space is no longer gloomy and dim, but the sky is clear and cloudless. He followed the flow of people out of the station, looked at the city in front of him, which was completely different from Gotham, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The city's crime rate is nowhere near as high as Gotham's, but in the future there will be a presence powerful enough to change the world. Gods on Earth, Superman, and he, too, is Chen Tian's goal this time. Chapter 51. Metropolis. Although the crime rate of the city is not as good as Gotham, it is definitely the most well-known city in the DC universe, and the first superhero in history was born here. It is also one of the important cities of America, and its historical status is far from that of New York City in the Marvel Universe, where many big events take place. But at the moment Superman wasn't born yet. At the moment, the sky is just dawning. Apartments near Metropolitan University. A cramped room. Jingle bell. The alarm time is set at 6:30 and a crisp sound in the head, echoing in the room. Clark Kent woke up immediately, rubbed his eyes and got out of bed, sitting on the edge of the bed without knowing what he was thinking, but kept his eyes closed. He noticed that something was getting wrong with his body, and it seemed to grow with age. Since he was a child, he has had abnormalities in his body, and sometimes everything will start to become transparent with just a slight hit in front of him. Sometimes, he was even able to look through other people's bodies and see their flesh and blood internal organs. This also made Clark Kent cause great psychological damage since he was a child, but he did not dare to mention it to others, for fear that the other party would think that he had a mental problem. And, lately, he has noticed that his hearing has also improved, and he can hear the whispers of others hundreds of meters away. He even experimented with how he could hear the sound of others exercising a few blocks away while fully focused. Oh, when I think of this, Clark Kent couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In fact, he had already gone to the hospital for a physical examination, and the results indicated that he was completely fine. Definitely idiographic period. In the process of physical examination, there was also a small episode. That's when the hospital nurse was giving Clark. When Kent took blood, he found that the needle could not pierce the latter's blood vessels, and the skin on his arm was as tough as cowhide. Clark Kent took matters into his own hands and barely completed the blood collection. I don't know if such a change is good or bad. Clark Kent sat on the edge of the bed and pondered for a long time, then he was ready to slowly open his eyes. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the rising early sun, feeling the sun shining on his body. There was always an inexplicable sense of comfort. From small to big Clark, one of Kent's favorite things to do is to bathe the whole person in the sun, which makes him extremely relaxed. After looking at it for a while, Clark Kent rubbed his head and turned to the bathroom to wash up. Then I went to the kitchen, fried an egg to heat 2 slices of bread, got a glass of milk, and prepared myself a simple breakfast. After coming to Metropolis from his farm home to prepare for college, he has been taking care of himself. Right in. Clark Kent ate his breakfast, slowly out of his mind. All kinds of voices around him suddenly flooded into his mind like a tide. Feeling the huge amount of information squeezed into his mind in one breath, he was frightened and quickly focused on controlling his hearing. I have other uses for this last room, I don't plan to rent it, you better find another place to live. Then, only then did Kent notice a noise coming from outside the nearby door. It seems that the mean landlady has an argument with someone again. Realizing this, he shook his head with a wry smile. Since Kent came to live in this apartment, he has heard of such things happening more than once. Even he himself had been criticized by the landlady for returning too late. If it weren't for the landlord's statement that the rent refund was not refundable, and he happened to be shy, Clark would have wanted to move out of here at that time. I don't know why she had a dispute with others this time. As the mind progressed here, Clark Kent suddenly became curious about the door and looked towards it. Next second, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his eyes, blinked slightly, but did not expect to see through the wall directly when he opened his eyes again. I saw a yellow-skinned boy standing in the corridor across a door, talking to the landlady about renting. He wants to rent a room here. But Clark Kent looked at the landlady's posture and did not seem to intend to do what the other party wanted. I advise you not to continue wasting your tongue, I will not rent you the only room left in the end. The landlady, who is more than 100 years old, is full of fat like a bucket, pinching her waist and being high-spirited, and her eyes behind her sunglasses are full of meanness. This lady, I think we still have room to discuss this issue, and I don't care about adding more rent. The boy had a smile on his face and was very insistent on the issue of renting a house. Clark Kent noticed this and shook his head with a smile. When he first arrived, he also wanted to go and rent the newly renovated room. But the landlady resolutely refused on the grounds that it is impossible to rent a new house to young people who don't know how to cherish it. No way. Sure enough, the landlady opposite the teenager shook her head and insisted, no matter how much money you pay, I won't rent you the room. Quote, quote. Oh, this lady, I think a kind person like you must not bear that I can't rent a suitable room and affect my studies, right? After being rejected, the yellow-skinned boy looked a little distressed, and a strange light flashed under his slightly squinted eyes. With the fluctuation of one of the invisible, it spreads. But watching everything crackle, Kent, not noticing an intangible psychic wave emanating from the teenager, enveloped the landlady in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, I have also used this set of praise and miserable rhetoric, and this woman will calmly accept your praise, but she will still refuse. However, the situation outside the door changed and then came to Clark Kent's expectations. You're right, I'm really kind. Moreover, if it is not a good thing to rent a suitable house, it will affect your studies. The landlady's frown suddenly unfolded after she said the general, forget it, then the room will be rented to you, you must take good care of it. The yellow-skinned boy smiled and thanked him, and then prepared to pay the rent. Ha, Clark. Kent's expression was a little surprised when he saw this. Meanwhile, the well-proportioned and slightly slender boy outside the door with a beautiful face was Chen Tian, who had just arrived at the metropolis. I didn't expect to rent a room here, you need to use the ability of the mind to solve. Having just paid 3 months of rent, he looked at the landlord in front of him and was helpless. And the landlord unexpectedly felt that the more he looked at Chen Tian, the more he felt that this teenager looked extraordinarily cordial. After taking out the key and handing it to him, he enthusiastically took Chen Tian to see the room. Not bad. Chen Tian looked at the room he rented. Indeed, as the other party said, it was just renovated 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and then nodded with satisfaction. Although he can return to Marvel World at night, it will be more convenient to have his own place to stay here. Definitely needs to have a foothold here, and more importantly here is the future of Super Clark Kent. This can not only increase the opportunity for you to contact with each other, but also facilitate more opportunities to obtain superb ability. In the end, Chen Tian's appearance in the metropolis is entirely because of Dachau. The mind goes on and on. The landlady standing at the door seemed a little reluctant. Chen, if you need any trouble in the future, you can also come to me at any time. Quote. Click. At this time, the door opposite the room was pushed open. Hello. A tall 19-12-year-old young man walked out, wearing square-rimmed glasses revealing Confucianswen, and saw Chen Tian say hello roar. Chen Tian saw Clark Kent was slightly stunned. The reason why he chose to rent in this apartment is because he knows that the other party is here. Different due to the big superpower in different periods, the young segment of awakening ability has a gap. I don't know this Clark of the universe. Kent, what stage has awakening reached? He couldn't help but think in his heart, and at the same time said hello to the other party in a friendly manner. Chen, this is Clark Kent. Quote. At this time, the landlord warmly introduced the other party to Chen Tian. This is Chen, the new tenant opposite you. Then towards Clark, Kent introduced Chen Tian. Clark. After Kent knew the other party's name, he smiled and nodded, and then looked at Chen Tian with some strangeness. Unexpectedly, the landlord refused to rent his room before, and actually rented it to the other party so easily. But he didn't care too much. After a casual chat, Clark Kent was about to take his leave. I'm going to report to the university. Today is my first day of class, so I can't be late. Clark, are you taking classes at Metropolitan University? Chen Tian asked suspiciously when he heard this. Yes, Clark Ken nodded, and at the same time his eyes lit up and hesitated. Are you too? It seems that we are actually alumni, and I also came to school on my first day. Quote. You wait a little for me to put things away, and we'll go over together. Chen Tian laughed. Good. Clark Kent also laughed after making sure that the other party was his alumnus. He didn't expect to meet alumni, and he also hoped to have another friend. Thereupon, when Chen Tian went back to put his things away, because the residence was close to the school, the two chose to walk to the school together. On the road, how did you choose to travel so far to the metropolis? The university in Gotham should be no worse than here. When Clark Kent was a little surprised to learn that Chen Tian was from Gotham. After all, it was a famous city. That place is full of crazy people. No one knows your doorstep, and whether there will suddenly be another corpse of unknown origin the next day. Chen Tian shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, his words full of sighs, and he said it as if it were true. There are only crazy people and normal people in the world. Clark, Kent made a joke when he heard this. Yet at this very moment, the two of them walked for a while, and a few gangsters suddenly walked out of the roadside. Hey, two college students, to celebrate your admission, don't you mind if we take some money for alcohol? The leader walked in the front with a sly smile, and his tone was frivolous. He wears a vest, tattoos on his arms and neck, and is very skillfully dancing a butterfly knife in his hand, which is dazzling. While this guy is talking, the other gangsters had already separated tacitly and surrounded Chen Tian and the two. Looks ready to wrap them before and after. Chen Tian was not surprised to see this. After all, although the major crime rate in the metropolis is not as good as Gotham, there are still countless criminals. Robberies like this are everywhere. However, he did not rush to the gangster in front of him, he wanted Clark. Kent intervened to solve this matter so that he could get the ability in the latter. In a moment of thought, he set his sights on the latter. Although Chen Tian's strength is now completely beyond ordinary people, after all, Captain America is a little slender from the outside. And Clark, even if Kent does not mention super ability, he is tall and burly just by looking at his body shape. In such a situation, how can he strike first? Pity. Obviously, Chen Tian overestimated the chow of this period, and he is now just a fledgling young man, and the childishness on his face has not dissipated. On the first day of school, face a few punks. Clark Kent doesn't want to cause trouble. As for breaking the fortune, he had money in his wallet, but only a few changes, just to prevent this. The punk leader searched his whole body, and his face was a little disgusted. Boy, what young man would go out with only a few dollars? The gangster leader was a little dissatisfied and stuffed his wallet back into Clark's pocket. Clark, you. Chen Tian felt a little speechless watching this scene happen. Then he sighed secretly and took a step forward and pinched the wrist of the gangster leader holding the money. I always think that your money is too easy to earn, and I have to let you taste what life is beating. He frowned slightly, stared at the other party and said, let's just say you're nowhere near as smart as your friend, and you're a little too bold. The gangster leader looked at Chen Tian's slightly slender figure, first smiled disdainfully, and then his face instantly darkened. Because he found that the other party's arm was obviously thinner than his, but the palm was like a strong iron tong. No matter how hard he tried, he never waved at all. Fark. The gangster leader cursed angrily, and the butterfly knife in his other hand was angry and pierced directly towards Chen Tian's abdomen. And Chen Tian also clenched his fist at this time. Boom. There was a muffled sound. The gangster leader only felt like he was hit head-on by a high-speed truck, and the terrifying pain instantly spread from the abdomen to the whole body, and the whole person flew directly upside down 2 or 3 meters away. What's going on with this guy? Big brother, are you alright? Shit, let's solve this ignorant guy first. The other gangsters saw this scene, their eyes were cloudy, and they quickly leaned up to surround Chen Tian. Joke. Even if this skinny yellow-skinned boy is weird, but just because the other party is timid with a punch, then they don't have to mix. You guys, none of you people are smart, no wonder you have fallen to this point. Chen Tian's eyes did not fluctuate, and the corners of his mouth showed a smile with mockery. As soon as he said this, all the gangsters around him were immediately enraged. You kid is looking for death. Some gangsters scolded angrily, and others directly picked up street weapons such as finger tigers, chains, baseball bats, etc., and started their hands without saying a word. Pity. Chen Tian didn't even pay attention to HYDRA's trained special forces and the powerful gangsters. Not to mention a few street gangsters. I saw him tossing and turning, and those gangsters couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. And every punch and kick Chen Tian can make a gangster lose his mobility, which is the result of his control of power at 5%. But a dozen seconds of time. All the gangsters lay on the ground, curled up in a ball and groaned in pain, and even mixed up directly. Chen, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Clark. Kent's face was shocked, he didn't expect to meet a neighbor who could fight so well. This surprised him a little. Your strength is much stronger than mine. Chen Tian couldn't help but complain in his heart when he heard this. It is said that you Orientals will know mysterious kung fu, really powerful. Clark. Kent then sighed. Let's hurry up and go to class. When Chen Tian heard this, he was even more speechless. At the same time, he thought to himself, judging by Clark's performance just now, his Superman ability should not be completely awakening during this period. Coupled with the living environment since he was a child, let him become a good man. With thinking, Chen Tian squinted his eyes slightly, and began to think in his heart. Whether to force Dakao to do it. Just a rash move. I don't know if he can take on a few tricks of this period. After what had just happened on the road, Clark Kent unconsciously quickened his pace, and Chen Tian followed him to the Metropolitan University soon. America's university is similar to the university in Chen Tian's previous country. There are many new student reception points set up at the school gate, and there will be seniors in the student union who are responsible for guiding new students. The difference is that they just need to report today. It is sufficient to go through various admission procedures. The senior who brought them was named Bob, a yellow-skinned and optimistic man. Along the way, he actively introduced the school's facilities, as well as the school's history and culture. Finally, after all the formalities, Bob suddenly remembered something and said, "There will be a party welcoming new students in the West Campus cafeteria tonight. Do you want to come together then?" "No problem, we didn't have anything else to do for the 2 nights anyway," Chen Tian said and looked at Clark next to him. Kent. He really has nothing to do, not to experience American college life, but to superbly compete. Hearsay. Clark. After thinking for a while, Kent nodded and said, "Anyway, I don't have anything else to do at night, but I can go and take a look." When he first arrived, he naturally wanted to contact more people. Great. Bob saw that both of them agreed to come down, and continued with a smile. "There will be the best wine and music tonight, and the most important thing is that there will be the hottest dressed senior sister. I believe you will definitely not regret it then." A lot of people's first college encounters are at parties like this. His eyes were a little confused as he spoke. At last, Bob took Chen Tian and the two to the teaching office to submit all the materials, which is considered to be the final procedure. By the way, although most American schools are not mandatory to participate in military training, I still recommend that you choose to participate in the end. Quote. When Bob walked out of the teaching office, he mentioned in passing about entering the military training. "This is good for you." Quote. "Well, I came to a new city to integrate into a new life, and I will participate." Clark Kent nodded hearing this. Chen Tian when he heard these words. Clark came to mind. Since he was a child, Kent has been regarded as a freak by those around him because of his difference. So after coming to the metropolis, I naturally want to make changes. Since the senior said so, I also felt the need to participate. In thought, Chen Tian spoke up. Definitely attributed it to Clark Kent. Since the latter also wanted to participate in military training, he naturally planned to go with him. Subsequently, several people chatted casually all the way to the school gate, and Bob said goodbye to the two and continued to help the other freshmen who came to report with enthusiasm. Clark Kent said he was prepared to walk around the campus and then familiarize himself with the surroundings. After all, they will all live in this place for years to come. However, Clark Kent had just walked to the sports field when he was attracted by a figure. "Hey, Lana, I didn't expect to meet you here." When he saw the familiar silhouette clearly, he unconsciously cracked a smile at the corner of his mouth, and raised his hand to greet Roar. "Huh." The girl turned her head to look at Roar when she heard the call, first stunned, then also smiled. Clark. She recognized Clark Kent, immediately took a brisk step and ran over. "Long time no see." The girl ran to Clark Kent, hugged each other enthusiastically in front of him, and the smile on his face became brighter. "Long time no see, Clark." The big boy and Kent suddenly became a little shy because of this warm hug, and gently reached out to pull away the childhood sweetheart on his body. "You're still the same." Noticing the boy's embarrassment, the girl smiled and patted the latter on the shoulder. "Let me think about how long we haven't seen each other. It's been 4 years since your family moved out of town." Clark Kent touched his nose, obviously remembering this matter well, and then he introduced the other party to Chen Tian. "Chen, this is Lana, my friend. We've known each other since childhood." Quote. "Hello, my name is Chen Tian. I'm Clark's friend. You can call me Chen." Chen Tian smiled and reached out to introduce himself. He definitely knows Lana. This girl is with Clark. Kent grew up with childhood sweethearts, and in a universe she even injected Superman blood and became a female Superman. My name is Lana and it's a pleasure to meet you. Lana shook Chen Tian's hand and turned to look back at Clark. Kent, always with a smile on his face, I'm so happy for you to see that you can meet friends on the first day of school. Clark, Kent had a smile on his face since Lana appeared, and his eyes barely left the latter. He has always been silently fond of Lana. It's a pity that because of the inferiority in his heart, he has not been able to show it, and he dare not show it. Right at this moment, hey, baby, it looks like you're having a great time. Someone stopped Lana behind him. This is Clark. Kent was slightly stunned when he heard the familiar behind him. Before he could turn around, he felt a heavy hit on his shoulder, and a figure walked past him. The man walked all the way to Lana and took the other's hand as if declaring, "You know, it's inevitable to feel joy to meet old friends." Lana looked at each other with sweet eyes, and as soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and gently caught the kiss from the other party. Whitney. Clark Kent looked at the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth immediately fell, and his expression began to be a little ugly. He recognized Lana as his high school classmate Whitney, who had not had a good relationship in high school, and even had a bad relationship. And yet now, he actually got along with his childhood sweetheart. Clark, you kid still looks unlikable. Gone. Whitney raised her head and spoke in an unkind tone with Clark. Kent said hello to Roar, then pulled up Lana and turned away. I'll go first, and I'll talk later when I have time. Lana followed behind Whitney and looked back a little apologetic. She realized that her boyfriend was actually with Clark. Kent knew, and it seemed, that the relationship between the two parties was not good. Clark. Kent forced a smile, then stood frozen in place and watched Lana and the two gradually walk away. Clark, you're no worse than that Whitney. Chen Tian next to him said in a deep voice. I'm a freak, growing up, a lot of times I don't have the power to choose. Clark. Kent shook his head, his eyes were slightly bitter, looked deeply at Chen Tian and did not say much. Now that he has changed to a new environment, he just wants to try not to expose his differences, otherwise this new friend in front of him will also avoid him far away like everyone else. And clear Clark. Chen Tian, who thought Kent, couldn't help but complain in his heart. According to Dacao's ability, in fact, the definition of a freak is not up to him. It can only be blamed that Da Chao is too kind. If he is changed to some beautiful guy, the Whitney who offends him may die on the street the next day. Thinking, Chen Tian wondered if he should enlighten the other party. But want to let Clark. It is obviously difficult for an upright person like Kent to have evil thoughts. In many periods, the Supermaster always gives people an innate sense of justice. Clark of this universe in front of you. The same is true of Kent, who exudes an unusual sense of righteousness. How do you get him to start changing ahead of time? Roar. Just as Chen Tian was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a tearing air sound from the side, and subconsciously stretched out his hand. In a blink of an eye, a rugby ball was being caught in his hand. Chen, your reflexes are really fast. Next to Clark, Kent was stunned, withdrew the hand that was just about to be stretched out, and sighed with some surprise. The Oriental man in front of him had only been in contact for half a day, and the latter had already done a lot of things that surprised him. Hey, you're two freshmen. At this time, on the rugby field not far away, a figure trotted over. The other party was a middle-aged man in a coach uniform, with an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, the training just now was too intense. Quote. It's okay. Chen Tian smiled and didn't blame the other party too much, and casually threw the football back. Thank God, fortunately there were no serious consequences. The middle-aged man took the ball, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked Chen Tian up and down. You just reacted very quickly, even a little too quickly, and on the rugby you would be a good player. My name is John, I'm the coach of the varsity rugby team. I wonder if you're interested in trying the sport of rugby. Coach John revealed his identity and showed a strong interest in Chen Tian's eyes. This is a passionate and bloody sport. I believe that as long as it is a man, try it, you will definitely like it. Then, he looked at Clark on the side. Kent, you're big, even better suited to rugby than your friends, and I really hope you can try it too. In fact, After seeing that Chen Tian was okay just now, Coach John, who was relieved, set his sights on Clark Kent on. At the end of the day, rugby is a sport that requires intense physical confrontation. Without knowing Chen Tian's ability, it still seems a little thin just to look at the figure. After all, rugby is a sport that values physical fitness. Coach John invited him out loud, but out of politeness just missed, the former was more interested in Clark Kent on. And Chen Tian listened to Coach John's words, just smiled and didn't say much. Even if you don't talk about the ability of the heart, with the experience of being a person in 2 lifetimes, he can see the calculation in the other party's heart. As for Clark, Kent seemed a little hesitant after hearing the other party's invitation. After all, his ability is too strong. Compared with ordinary people, it is not in the same dimension at all, and it is simply a bully to go to the arena. No problem. Right in Clark. When Kent was about to say no, Chen Tian next to him agreed. Definitely he didn't decide for Clark, but he was sure that Clark would agree. Really? Clark on the side saw him going. His expression was a little hesitation, and he said slowly, "Okay, we will go together tomorrow. I hope to see you on the field tomorrow." Quote, Coach John said with a smile. To receive a player with great physical abilities like Clark is definitely a good thing for his team. The team will assemble at 8 a.m., so remember to come over tomorrow. Quote, he was afraid of Clark. Kent repented, and immediately said a lot in one breath. Tab. Big boy Clark. Kent is really not good at socializing, so he had to nod in the face of enthusiastic coaches. Chen Tian, who was next to him, said, "You said that you have few friends, I think this will be a good opportunity." Hear this. Clark Kent hesitated, and also felt that what Chen Tian said made sense. He recalled the days when he was ostracized by everyone and alone, and suddenly felt that he should also make a new change. Then the two briefly communicated with Coach John, who once again emphasized the assembly time and left in a hurry, apparently with other things to do. As for Chen Tian and Clark Kent, on the other hand, continues to walk around campus. I have to say that Metropolitan University, even the main campus, is big enough. The two just walked around, and it was almost noon when they were over. So, Chen Tian and they went to the school cafeteria for lunch again. Then I walked out of the school gate, intending to turn back to the apartment building. The apartment building is located in a relatively remote location, but the housing prices there are the cheapest and it is relatively close to the metropolis. Chen, alas, when you come to an intersection that is sparsely populated. Clark Kent remembered Lana's back when she was taken away by Whitney. Immediately, he looked at Chen Tian, a new friend, and wanted to stop talking. For this first friend after coming to the Met, Clark Kent always felt that although the total time they had been in contact with was less than half a day, the teenager in front of him always gave him a comfortable feeling everywhere. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. This makes Clark Kent had a feeling of wanting to talk to Chen Tian about his troubles. Unfortunately, after this idea circled in his mind, a scene from the past immediately appeared in front of his eyes. That freak voice reverberates clearly in my ears to this day. Clark Kent sighed and decided to give up. After all, he was really not sure whether the teenager in front of him, after knowing his ability, would also avoid him like everyone else. Clark, what's wrong? Chen Tian, who had been paying attention to each other, naturally noticed that the person next to him looked like he wanted to talk and stop. It's okay. Clark Kent smiled wryly, shook his head and said nothing. Then, on the road behind them, a truck drove up. You can see that the truck is not traveling fast, because its cargo compartment is full of extremely heavy building materials. Boom! Suddenly there was a bang. One of the wheels of the huge truck suddenly burst a tire, and the truck loaded with heavy goods lost its balance in an instant, and the whole body shook violently. The black driver's face changed drastically, because he felt that the steering wheel in his hand had lost his control. The huge truck instantly swayed left and right on the road, like a runaway beast. What's more, the huge amount of the car slammed into the front of the car, and it was the teenager who was walking on both sides of the road and crashed over. The black driver roared, but he couldn't change anything. The truck suddenly lost control when it was only a few meters away from the two teenagers. If it is an ordinary person, Such a close distance is completely unreactable, and even if you can't react alive, you can't do anything reacting, and the death is certain. But the two teenagers, one was Chen Tian and the other was Clark Kent. Chen Tian had already reacted when the truck lost control of the tire and rushed towards this side. It's just that when the body just reacted, it was controlled by him. Because he noticed Clark Kent had already blocked himself in advance. Thorn one by one. A huge truck carrying heavy cargo, a front wheel suddenly burst out of control and threw it towards the side of the road. The driver, the black driver, slammed on the brakes in horror, but everything happened too fast. Even though all the wheels were already locked by the brakes, under the huge amounts of inertia, the entire body still threw sideways towards the two teenagers on the side of the road. Clark Kent noticed this scene and cursed secretly. With his ability, he can easily avoid this impact. But in his opinion, Chen Tian beside him is just an ordinary person. If he dodged and let the truck crash, then he would not survive. There is no time to think too much, and there is no room to worry about the problems you have exposed. Clark, almost instinctively, Kent chose to take a step forward and block Chen Tian. Chen Tian, who was about to dodge away, was also deliberately controlled, and the whole person stopped in place. There was no panic in his eyes when he looked at this scene, only surprise. Chen Tian didn't know the verdict of combat copy ability. But the previous Catwoman ability theft ability can be copied. That means, perhaps, I can harvest the ability that belongs to Dakao next. Chen Tian's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of expectation flashed in his heart. Boom! The thought is not lost. The truck was already carrying a terrifying impact and slammed into Clark on its side. Kent's body. But the latter is rock solid. The huge impact that was enough to easily crush all the flesh and blood was like hitting a huge steel wall, and the cargo compartment of the car was destroyed in an instant. Carrying a terrifying impact, the wagon compartment made of metal touches Clark Kent's body was like a shallow piece of paper hitting a stone, instantly shapeshifting and twisting. And in addition to the dense cracks spreading out of the ground under his feet, Clark Kent himself has never wavered. It was as if it was not a runaway van that hit him, but an insignificant breeze. Battle detected. Drop reward. Superman. Meanwhile, Chen Tian's mind also sounded the cold prompt he was expecting. Ability replication successful. He felt that the density of all the skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs of his body was rapidly increasing, and his heart was happy. It's a pity that there are only bodies of steel. Then Chen Tian thought about those heaven-defying abilities that Dakao had, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. Aware of his thoughts, Chen Tian shook his head. How do you feel? A little insatiable? Forget it. Anyway, if you come to Japan, you will always copy all the abilities of Dakao in the future. Thoughts fall. Chen Tian came to his senses, looked at the scene in front of him, and raised his eyebrows. I saw Clark Kent was still like an unshakable statue. Standing in front of him, even the slightest movement was no different from before the car crashed. However, the ground under his feet was also covered with dense cracks because of the huge impact just now. As for Clark, the carriage in front of Kent can be described as tragic. The entire body, after the impact just now, has completely twisted and lost its shape. Like a churro that had been punched from the middle, it was distorted. Chen Tian glanced at the cab. I saw that the black driver was wrapped in an airbag, and his life was not much in danger, but he also passed out because of the huge impact of the car accident. Roar, roar, Chen, are you all right? Clark Kent blocked such a terrifying impact, and seemed to take 2 steps back with some difficulty, getting out of the cargo package. Stand in place and gasp. The impact just now seemed a little difficult for him in the early stage. I'm okay, Clark, are you all right? Chen Tian replied hesitantly. I'm lucky to have you, otherwise I'm afraid I would have become a pile of slag by now. At the same time, he also felt that Clark of this period, Kent, is nowhere near as strong as it was a few years later. The body of steel that has just been copied gives him a body density that is not as perverted as imagined. Forget it, at least it's better than nothing. This disappointed Chen Tian, who copied to a strong ability entirely on who he was copying. Since now when Kent was not at his peak, Chen Tian's own steel body was far less than the peak. But one more ability is better than no ability at all. Chen, I hope I didn't scare you. Wait until everything is quiet. Clark, Kent also calmed Roar and walked up to Chen Tian with a worried face. He had always been worried that the friends he had just made would reject him because of his ability like everyone else. It's just that I didn't expect that when I was struggling with whether to tell each other, everything happened so quickly. Definitely idiographic period. Clark, Kent's concerns, if for others, exist. But Chen Tian standing in front of him was different. The latter is probably the person who knows him best in the world, but Chen Tian is even more because he knows Clark. Kent's ability just came closer to each other. Clark, do you have abilities beyond anyone else and look sad? Chen Tian heard Clark, Kent's words laughed, don't worry, I never think that the strong are freaks. Quote. Clark, when Kent heard Chen Tian's words, his eyes lit up slightly, and then he felt a little disbelieving. But for so many years, many people, except my parents, rejected me as a freak. As he spoke, his expression fell slightly. When he was a child, he played ball with other people and couldn't control his power very well. Kent, who would accidentally burst the ball, has since become more and more alienated from him. Still young Clark, Kent even poked his hand with a pen in anger, but the pen was twisted, and his skin was intact, not at all like ordinary people. Such a discovery made him feel even more like an anomaly on the planet at that time. He does not belong to this world. Only his parents would not dislike him and raise him to such an age. When the thoughts came to this, Kent raised his head and looked deeply at Chen Tian. After much entanglement, he decided to talk to his new friend who had already witnessed his special place and told him about the troubles he had been buried deep in his heart. Talking and talking, Kent recalled his father's teachings. In a trance, he seemed to return to the farm of his hometown, remembering the creaking old windmills, the smell of freshly cut hay, and the warm spring breeze running through his hair. At that time, he spent most of his young life with his father in the wheat field. My father would often say, take your time, scatter a small amount of seed at a time, don't scatter them together, let them be buried evenly in the soil. Give them enough space, that's the rule. Kent fell into the memories and said emotionally, Father knows that not all seeds can germinate, but he wants every seed to have a chance to grow. He once said that the same goes for people, some people thrive quickly and need extra care. Kent seemed unusually entangled before he planned to tell Chen Tian everything about himself. But after making a decision and opening his mouth, he poured out many words that he had never spoken. These are the emotions he has been suppressing in his heart when he is alone and hiding outside the crowd. I was able to persevere because of the care of my family. Finish the last sentence. Only then did Kent come to his senses, and found that he seemed to have said a little too much, and the worry under his eyes came up again, and he took a deep look at Chen Tian. He didn't know how the other party would react after listening to his story and what he was thinking. Will you be as scared as everyone else, or will you make mocking remarks? Not Clark. Kent is unwilling to give trust to others and speculate on them with malice. In fact, after everyone deeply understands the real him, their reactions are nothing more than these two. In addition to that, Kent is also looking forward to, perhaps, my new friend can be different from others. The other side. Chen Tian listened to Clark. After Kent's telling, there was some emotion. As an old farmer, Clark's adoptive father had more vision than many people had. No wonder the great super heart is so kind. Perhaps innate is a part, but the education of the day after tomorrow is obviously also important. If a despicable fellow can also have such a father and have a good upbringing, he may also become a righteous Superman. The mind settled. Chen Tian put a kind gaze on the other party and stared at Clark seriously. Kent's eyes. I think your idea went astray. He said word by word sincerely, you are not a freak, but different, beyond ordinary people, you are smarter and stronger than anyone. Thank you, Clark. When Kent heard such words from other people for the first time, he felt the sincerity in Chen Tian's eyes, and his heart couldn't help but warm. The corners of his mouth moved, and he felt that everything around him was starting to change at this moment. There is a lot to say, but 1,000 words turned into only one thank you. However, there are too many simple words. No thanks, I'm just telling the facts in my heart. Chen Tian smiled lightly. If you want to change a person, you must first gain the trust of the other person. He has clearly gained the initial trust of Dachau. Definitely, what Chen Tian just said is indeed what he thinks. Those who reject Da Chao are not out of disgust, but simply because fear is powerful, but Da Chao's kindness gives others the opportunity to hurt him. That's right, the driver is still in the car. Then, Clark Kent reacted, and in addition to him and Chen Tian, there was also a driver in the cab. He hurried over and easily pulled open the car door, which appeared a little twisted by the impact, and rescued it. Fortunately, the front of the car is not the center of the impact, but it is only a little inevitably affected. The driver just passed out. The other side, Chen Tian also called the police and the ambulance's emergency number. The police soon arrived. Oh my God, this is it what happened? When they saw the terrifying scene at the scene, all the policemen were surprised and felt extremely incredible. Everyone can't imagine what kind of car accident can make a truck like this. The impermanence of the world is always unpredictable, and we just happened to pass by here and found something so shocking. Chen Tian said with an innocent face. In fact, he had already modified the driver's memory when he decided to call the police, and the other party would not remember the detailed process of the car accident. Clark on the side, Kent also heard Chen Tian's words. It was immediately understood that this friend was covering for him and not exposing his ability. Immediately, the trust in Chen Tian in his heart went to a higher level. Then, the police did not embarrass the two more, but simply made a brief record for them. Okay, there's nothing else, you can go back first. Chen Tian, the policeman in front of them, closed the transcript that had just been signed by the two and immediately laughed. Okay, then it's going to trouble the officer after that. Chen Tian smiled in return. In the end, it didn't take much time from the time the police arrived at the scene to the time they finished taking notes. He and Clark. When Kent left, the ambulance arrived at the scene. The two walked all the way to the apartment where they were staying. Kent didn't show any more ability. Then, he seemed to remember something, and his face was worried. However, Chen, I think that if that driver wakes up in the future, I am afraid that there will still be trouble to find the door. No, don't worry, I can guarantee that the driver recalled the scene at that time, not to mention other people. It is estimated that even when he thinks about it, he will wonder if he is crazy. When Chen Tian heard his doubts, he did not reveal his ability, but just laughed. Okay, get such an answer, Clark. Kent raised an eyebrow and sighed with a strange expression. I think you have a point. Don't be too nervous. Chen Tian laughed. And then, he noticed Clark. The eyes behind Kent's glasses suddenly narrowed, and his body was a little stiff. What's wrong? Chen Tian noticed the change in the other party, paused, and followed his gaze. I saw that downstairs in the apartment, several cars were parked outside, and the people in the cars looked a little familiar. Wait for the two to get closer. Several cars opened their doors at the same time, and several strong people got out one after another. Whitney, Clark. Kent looked at the other group of people standing at the front, and his expression began to gradually condense. I saw that person, it was Whitney. Just seen during the day, with Clark. Kent had a holiday and robbed his childhood sweetheart. Clark. Kent's gaze paused on the iron chain hand held by the other party, and his brows wrinkled deeper and deeper. Li Deshao. Apparently, the Comer is not good. In addition to him, the rest of the people who came with him, also carrying baseball bats, surrounded Chen Tian and the two directly. Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this scene. School bullying. The University of America still does this. But when he thought about it, it seemed to be true. Spider-Man encountered in college. Da Chao also encountered in the comics. Definitely, for the current situation, whether it is Chen Tian or Clark, Kent doesn't feel any panic. After all, these guys in front of him look fierce and evil, but they are just young people. Chen Tian and Clark. Kent can solve them with a random shot and effortlessly. Come to think of it, Chen Tian couldn't help but look at Clark, whose face was already visibly gloomy to the extreme. Kent. In fact, Whitney, as his high school classmate, must have known the latter's specialness. But since the other party is in such a situation, he still dares to bully. That means that the previous Clark, Kent didn't make a move at all for fear of hurting others. Will you make a move this time? Chen Tian's eyes suddenly looked forward to it. And while he was thinking about it, the opposite Whitney also walked not far in front of the two. Clark, I didn't expect to see you again in the Met. Every time you annoying freak touches you, I feel sick from the bottom of my heart. Whitney gently shook the chain in her hand and looked up at Clark Kent, with a gloomy expression on his face. Even if the ghost doesn't disperse, I didn't expect you to be Lana's old acquaintance. Your dirty hands touched her feather today. I'm on fire. I always feel like I have to teach you a lesson and let you know that you, a freak, should stay away from her. Whitney was talking and kept asking Clark Kent closer. However, he didn't notice. Clark Kent's hand tightens in constantly. You guy, Clark. When Kent saw Whitney appear, he was already aware that the other party was not good. After all, when he was still in high school, the latter would find various reasons to trouble him. Definitely Clark Kent usually doesn't choose to pay attention. I just thought that when I graduated, I wouldn't see him again. I didn't expect to meet each other after changing cities and schools. And it happened on the first day of school. On the lens in front of him, Whitney's gloomy and domineering face is reflected. Clark Kent remembered the intimate appearance of him and Lana in the morning, and a haze flashed under his eyes. Why don't you speak? Whitney looked at Clark. Kent didn't say a word, suddenly became more and more proud, raised his hand and put the iron chain in his hand on his shoulder. HMPH, forget it, for the sake of my high school classmates, I don't want to make things too ugly. As long as you promise me to stay away from Lana in the future, I will let you go. Clark Kent was still silent, but the 5 fingers hanging at his side moved slightly. I hope you can understand something and quickly apologize for your previous behavior. Seeing this, Whitney became more and more impatient, and once again warned again, while sweeping his gaze towards Chen Tian, otherwise, not only you, but also your friends will suffer. Chen Tian didn't care about his words when he dared to hit himself. After all, neither Whitney himself nor everyone who came with him was Chen Tian's enemy. It's like a normally developed adult who doesn't take the hostility and threats of a 3-year-old child to heart, and even if he hears it, he will only feel ridiculous. No matter how these Joker-like characters jump in front of him, they don't deserve to be put in his eyes. Not to mention the mood swings that affect Chen Tian. At the moment Chen Tian just wants to see Clark in this period. Kent, how to deal with today's situation. It's a pity for Clark who has been silent for a long time. Kent's eyes narrowed, and his fingers, which had been slightly bent, suddenly relaxed. I'm not in the mood to bother with that. Having said that, he skimmed directly past Whitney towards the apartment building. Shit, what do you mean? Stop me, you freak. Seeing that he was being ignored, Whitney twisted his brows, a little annoyed and angry, directly threw the chain and pumped it fiercely at Clark Kent's broad back. Syllable. The chains are broken and menacing. Which thinks Clark Kent reacted extremely quickly, and without turning his head back, he just raised his hand, and directly received the other end of the chain into his hand. Whitney's face froze when he saw this, but it was how hard he pulled back, and after the chain was straightened, it was difficult to shake half a minute. He felt that the other end of the chain was not Clark Kent, but connected to a mountain made of steel, is not at all pulled by its own human power. Even Whitney has exerted all his strength, but just Clark Kent's hand holding the chain did not waver in the slightest. You freak, let me go. Seeing this, Whitney inexplicably felt a wave of fear in his heart, and he remembered that the guy opposite him was called a freak because of his shocking strength. Just in the face of taunting Clark Kent will only choose to escape, which will make people like to bully him more and more. This feeling that the strong will not fight back if they are bullied by you makes people have the illusion that they are the strong. Whitney is also one of the members paralyzed by this feeling. So see you Clark today. Kent, but also crossed paths with his girlfriend. Without hesitation, he brought someone over, intending to repeat what he had done before. Both to warn and to experience that thrill again. But where did I think that the situation would become like this now? For a while, Whitney had a feeling that it was difficult to ride a tiger. I won't take the initiative to provoke anyone, and I hope no one will provoke me. Lana and I have known each other since earlier days, and it's not your turn to point fingers. Clark Kent turned back indifferently and spoke coldly. Actually started fighting back. Chen Tian, who was standing next to him, watched this scene, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes revealed surprise. It seems that Clark Kent seems to have a bonus when facing a love enemy. It's just that he also found out. The prompt sound that copied ability just now did not sound. That is to say, Clark, all this that Kent shot is just a basic operation, and it does not reach the scope of ability at all. However, Chen Tian also feels normal when he thinks about it. A person full of muscles, even if he is not super able, his strength will not be bad. Then, Whitney, I remember you said before you came, this guy is a soft egg who can't raise his head. Why can't you even handle a nerd now? The friend of Whitney next to him looked at this scene playfully, squeezing his eyebrows. These words fell into Whitney's ears, and all the fears in his heart were immediately ignited into a fire of shame and anger. Fark, just watch how I get him. He cursed, let go of the chain, and backhanded a baseball bat from his friend. Roar, the baseball bat breaks through the air. Whitney gritted his teeth and grimaced, exerting all his strength. Didn't expect. Bang, looks like Sven Crisp wearing glasses. Kent, casually throwing away the chain, raised the other hand, and caught this one again. Next second, his 5 fingers exerted strength and suddenly retracted. Bang, the baseball bat he took in his hand directly cracked and burst, turning into wood chips and scattering and splashing. Gollum, Whitney and his friends swallowed a mouthful of spit in unison when they saw this scene, their eyes stiff and straight, and their eyes full of shock. If they didn't all know it was a baseball bat made of solid hardwood. Would definitely have thought Clark. What Kent cracked was nothing more than a dead branch that had been rotten for many years and broke when touched. On the side, Chen Tian's mind finally sounded a cold prompt that made him smile slightly. Battle detected, drop reward, super strength, Superman. Meanwhile, get out of the way, don't let me see you again. Clark, Kent stood in the doorway of the apartment building, warning Whitney with a gloomy expression. Whitney, I don't think we still need to fight with this freak, the gain is not worth the loss. I still have important things to attend to, so let's go first. Seeing this, several companions with Whitney directly chose to step back and walked away in ashes. After all, no matter what, these people are just 19 or 20-year-old young people, and no matter how arrogant they are on weekdays, they will be instigated when they really run into hard stubble. Clark, I tell you, today's business will not end like this. Actually, Whitney and Clark, when Kent pinched the baseball bat, he had already quietly retreated unconsciously. Noticing that his companions had run away, he immediately retreated. However, after running to the car, he still gave a hard warning. Then he drove away with his companions without stopping. Clark, Kent had been ignoring the taillights of several cars and disappeared at the end of the street, and the expression on his face slowly relaxed. Good job just now. Next to Chen Tian because he saw Clark. Kent finally began to change, plus gained ability, was in a clearly good mood, and praised with a smile. Like you said, people always have to change. Besides, I can't let Whitney bully myself. Clark, Kent looked at each other and smiled too. He knew in his heart that he had just been able to make a completely different act of resistance from his previous style, except that things involved his favorite childhood sweetheart. More importantly, Chen Tian's friend has recognized his existence. This makes Clark, Kent learned that apart from his parents, there are people in the world who, after revealing their abilities, do not feel like freaks and do not reject themselves. Although Chen Tian is currently alone, everyone else will stay away from him. To Clark, for Kent, it is no different from a redemption, the most important lifesaver for those who fall overboard. This bolstered his confidence to resist. Chen Tian felt the other party's gaze, did not say more, and smiled softly. Then, Clark, Kent glanced at the time and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect it to be here, I still have a part-time job in the restaurant in the afternoon. Quote. Speaking, he looked at Chen Tian. Chen, I have to go over first, and then go to the party that the senior said in the evening. Okay, you go get busy first. Chen Tian nodded when he heard this. Then he stood in place and looked at Clark. Kent turned away, no Ada choosing to follow. I have already shaved wool on the other party twice today. Count the gangsters you meet when you go out in the morning. The day is not over, and there have been 3 incidents. Presumably, on his way to work, there should be no accidents, so that he has the opportunity to copy ability. If Clark really has that decay that it won't stop all day long, then I have nothing to say. Come to think of it. Chen Tian smiled wordlessly, walked into the apartment building, and returned to his room. The mind moves. The panel opens. People panel Chen Tian. Ability. Variant ability, small water control born. Variant ability, super self-healing factor Wolverine. Variant ability, super strength Wolverine. Krypton, Superman. Krypton, super strength Superman. Now I've gained 2 super strengths. From Wolverine and Dachau, respectively. Chen Tian scanned the panel, looking at super strength from 2 different characters, and slowly clenched his fist thoughtfully. Feel your strength grown. His eyes moved, and he immediately rummaged through the room. A steel pipe the thickness of a thumb was quickly found from the room. Try the strength. Chen Tian held the steel pipe in both hands, his eyes flickered and his heart moved slightly, and he suddenly increased the strength in his hand. Squeak. The result is a bending of a steel pipe that is even more difficult than bending a spaghetti. Moreover, I feel that my strength seems to be much greater than that of Wolverine and the Supermaster at this stage. Chen Tian felt his strength grow by leaps and bounds, his face beamed, and at the same time he couldn't help thinking. He looked down at his arm. Now that he has gained 2 super strengths, his muscles have grown again. The figure is already faintly detached from slenderness and can be called well proportioned. In addition, because of the ability of the steel body, the density of Chen Tian's body is also beyond ordinary people. Thinking, he went straight into the kitchen and found a stainless steel fruit knife, the tip of which pressed on his arm, and stabbed lightly. Chen Tian saw that the tip of the knife could not pierce his skin at all, and not even a white mark was born. He narrowed his eyes and began to increase the force on his hand. 2 points of force. As a result, the experiment had just begun, and the strength was only increased to 2 points, and the knife body in his hand could no longer hold on, and it was directly twisted into scrap iron at the tips of Chen Tian's fingers. And on his skin, there is still no half a change. Not to mention the white seal, even the depression has not been born. It seems that although it is only from the steel body of the early super, the strength of the body's defense should not be underestimated. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows. According to this point of view, unless it is a special armor-piercing bullet, different rifle bullets can't even hurt a single hair of my sweat. Quote. Excited to find out all the knives in the kitchen, he began to test the strength of various body parts. Until all the knives were scrap metal, Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that no matter which part, it has hardened a lot. He smiled and lifted his pants, making this conclusion. Thoughtful, Chen Tian walked out of the kitchen, returned to the bedroom, and stared at the white wall in front of him. He raised his fist and used 5% of his strength. Boom! The muffled clash of fists against the concrete walls made the entire apartment building tremble. And compared to the cracks that directly cracked, the iron body plus super strength is a completely combined improvement, which not only enhances the defense but also increases the attack. Chen Tian looked at the unharmed fist, and then at the wall in front of him, smiling. A new iron body's ability has been added, which completely increases the upper limit of his attack power. After all, no matter how strong the strength is, even if there is no upper limit, if the strength of your body cannot keep up, everything is delusional. Just like Chen Tian before, even if he can punch through the steel, he himself will be injured. And now, he doesn't have to worry about these things at all. Just when Chen Tian was in a good mood. Bang bang. Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you going to bring down the whole building? A fierce slamming sound came from outside the door, accompanied by the landlady's sharp scolding. Hey, landlady, did I just move the furniture a little and disturb your rest? I'm really embarrassed. Chen Tian opened the door a little embarrassed, and his fingers touched his heart slightly. You, the landlady frowned, and was about to open her mouth to scold angrily. Are you fooling the devil? Can there be such a big movement in moving furniture? As a result, in the next second, a sense of calm rose in her heart for no reason, calming down her excitement. At the same time, the landlady still felt that the beautiful oriental teenager in front of her looked good, and she was suddenly reluctant to be angry. Instead, he said calmly, so it is. Okay, pay attention in the future, don't make such weird movements again. Quote. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Seeing this, Chen Tian breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his room. Looking at the cracked walls on the wall, I immediately felt emotional. Being able to do this to this extent also represents Clark as the source of ability. The horror of Kent. Although the great superpower of this period is still in its infancy, its power is already extremely powerful. Just the body of steel plus super strength can compare to most of the existence in this universe. This is why the masters of each universe can become the strongest in the level universe. Da Chao is the most powerful existence that can be found on Earth at present. Even as long as I copy all of his abilities as a basis, plus other people's abilities, at that time, no matter in that universe, I will have the confidence to truly control my own destiny. The thought proceeds here. Chen Tian slowly narrowed his eyes flickering. It seems to be thinking about future plans. The time soon came to evening. Unlike the evening in Gotham City, the metropolis sky is always pure blue, so the sky is shrouded in a layer of red at sunset. The entire city skyline is reflected in huge amounts of silhouettes, and pedestrians on the streets will not rush home. For the vast majority of people in the metropolis, their nightlife is very rich, and they will not be as oppressive, uncomfortable as Gotham. In other words, although there are many weirdos in the metropolis, there are very few madmen. It doesn't often happen that crazy people with high IQ commit things like sin. And at the moment, a party is also being held on the Metropolitan University's western campus, fading into the horizon as the sun sets. The cafeteria on the western campus is shrouded in colored lights. The arrival of the dark curtain also makes the lights appear more dazzling. Chen, in fact, I'm not very used to such occasions. Like I said before, I am not suitable for this world. On the road, Chen Tian and Clark walked in front of the school gate in the direction of the West Campus. Clark on the side looked at the students coming and going, all with smiles on their faces, and felt that this scene was very lively. But this also made him feel out of place and uncomfortable. Clark, for you to make a change, you need to remember at all times that you are not a freak, that you are smarter and stronger than anyone else. Chen Tian was a little speechless in his heart. It seems that the super character of this period is really far from what he imagined. He is completely a big boy with a restrained and shy personality, and even some social fear. You know, Clark's eyes darkened a little, and he looked at the faces of all kinds of people passing by around him. Although Chen Tian's appearance began to ease his repressed heart, but years of habit still make Clark feel that these passers-by will rush up in the next second, pointing at their noses and scolding, freaks. Ideographic period. Okay, take your time, a lot of changes can't be achieved overnight. As long as you can have a heart that starts to change, it's a good thing. After Chen Tian had the psychic ability, he found that even if he did not activate the ability, he could begin to detect other people's mood swings. Sensing Clark's emotional changes, he did not force a verbal offensive and repeatedly emphasize the importance of change. Instead, it is a relaxed choice of understanding and appeasement. Thank you. Clark once again threw a grateful look at his new friend, but he also became much more relaxed. Chen Tian smiled. He felt he was slowly becoming a master of psychology. Then, a figure in the back came up and patted them on the back. Hey, what a coincidence, if you can come to this party, then I can guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Quote. It was Bob who passionately hooked up on the shoulders of the two. Bob, they're your friends. Bob's accompanying female companion looked at Chen Tian and Clark, and seemed to be quite satisfied with them. Erica, they're new, don't beat their minds. Bob noticed the emotions under his female companion's eyes and reminded a little speechlessly. Chen Tian is not averse to enthusiastic seniors, and even finds it a little interesting. Perhaps experiencing college life in America for the first time, he found that the people in this country are really open. Just bitter Clark. It was indeed the first time he faced such a battle, and he was smiling awkwardly the whole time, and he was at a loss for what to say. It was only when he finally arrived at the restaurant that he was relieved. The students in the student union have converted this place into a temporary venue. Don't look at the restaurant, in fact, this place is really not bad at all. Bob walked in the front and habitually introduced the two. Between talks, several people had already entered the restaurant, and the moment they opened the door, the endless light inside shone out, and the brilliant lights on the ceiling reflected in the face. Music with strong drums churns through the field, and countless carefully dressed men and women are soaked in it, and their bodies sway rhythmically. This place is just perfect. The corners of Bob's mouth rose and couldn't help but sigh. It happens every year, but the elderly can also participate. Chen Tian found that many people with mature faces can be judged by their words and deeds. Apparently there will be a lot of old students coming to join in tonight. The spacious restaurant that used to come during the day is now filled with people, and the crowds are gathered together. Clark, don't be so restrained. Quote, Chen Tian noticed the tall Clark beside him. His expression was a little restrained, and the light on his face obviously made him a little uncomfortable. I'm just not used to it, Clarify said with a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Don't be nervous, there are still many links in a while. Bob spoke. At this time, there was a burst of joy around Roar, and I saw that on the makeshift stage in the center of the hall. Tonight's host finally appeared, walked to the center and beckoned to everyone below. Countless people cheered Roar loudly in an enthusiastic atmosphere. Wait until the party is over, and everyone will vote to choose the best king and queen on the field. It's been an old part of the years, and I think it's interesting. Bob on the side seemed to be unable to stop. Still patiently explained to Chen Tian and the most important part before the end later. Clark, I think you'll have to find a female companion. Chen Tian bowed his head and teased. Actually, I'm not very good at dancing. Quote. Clark shrugged his shoulders a little helplessly, his eyes unconsciously searching for Lana's figure in the crowd. Soon he found the familiar shadow. Lana, who had been facing away from him, seemed to notice the hot gaze, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at it. When he found out it was Clark who smiled at the latter. Only then Clark received a warning from the eyes of Whitney next to him, and the guy seemed to have forgotten the morning's events, and his eyes were eager to smash Clark to pieces. You'd better teach Whitney a lesson, this guy doesn't look like he's growing in the slightest. Chen Tian also noticed this scene and said back. Forget it, I don't want Lana to be sad. Clark said in a deep voice. He didn't think he was a good man or would be a great saint. I just think that he shouldn't arbitrarily destroy other people's feelings. Chen Tian looked at the big boy in front of him a little helplessly, and knew without thinking that the other party might have misunderstood, not letting him rob someone. Just let him teach Whitney a lesson. But, it seems normal for Clark to think so. Just thinking. Chen Tian's expression suddenly froze, and then his brows furrowed as if he felt a trace of strangeness. It was after gaining the ability of the professor's mind, his perception of danger before he was able to smell some unusual atmosphere in advance. Now, however, that feeling is getting stronger. The sense of crisis is getting stronger. It was a strong reaction from the head. What could be the danger? It's a Met University, and it's still partying. Chen Tian's eyes look at every corner as far as he can reach, and at the same time, he also releases mental fluctuations, like a huge amount of web intertwined and covering the vicinity, detecting the hearts of everyone nearby. For him, anyone with evil thoughts will be perceived wrong. It seems like someone is approaching. And Clark, who was standing next to him, also noticed something strange and squinted slightly to look around. Then everything in front of him began to change, and through the bodies of the people around him, he directly saw through everything in the entire hall. All the sights fell into his eyes. There is no. Then only outside. Clark's eyes narrowed slightly again, the obstacles in front of him became more transparent, and the scene in front of him became outside the restaurant. Moment. He saw a suspicious target, and a figure was standing sneakily outside the gate. The figure looks extremely thin, but it gives people a strange feeling. Battle detected. Get supervision, Superman. Sighed. Chen Tian's mind also sounded the voice of being rewarded, and after hearing it, he knew that Clark had also found an anomaly. And it is possible that the enemy has already been found. As a matter of fact, Chen Tian had also found the location of the enemy, and when his psychic fluctuations enveloped the vicinity, everyone's thoughts were known to him. Chen, I have something to go out. Clark lowered his voice and didn't say what he was going to do. It's just that his voice has not fallen. Boom. The originally closed door of the restaurant was slammed open, but someone outside the door kicked open with extremely terrifying force. Huge amounts of power directly lifted the door into the air, and even the cracks around the door frame were born. What's even more terrifying is that everyone clearly felt that the entire building where the restaurant was located just now trembled fiercely. What's going on? Was it an earthquake just now? How can it be so terrifying? Time. The men and women who were still immersed in music and drink hormones before were suddenly frightened by this one. Countless pairs of eyes widened in horror and looked towards the door. On stage, the host, who had been stirring up the atmosphere of his passionate speech, was also shaken in place by the sudden movement, and then frowned and cast his gaze towards the gate. Shit, what tricks are these idle scum playing again this year? As one of the initiators of the party, he felt extremely angry and cursed in a low voice. It can be said that almost every year at this time, someone comes to the orientation party to make trouble. After all, people of this age like to find a sense of existence. Except for him, there were also many elderly people who had experienced many orientation parties, and they also thought of this place. There are always some uninteresting guys who try to show their difference at a time like this. It's more disgusting than flies in the toilet. They also cursed angrily. Right at this time, in the night outside the entrance of the restaurant, a figure wearing a blue sweatshirt, with his head bowed and most of his face covered by a hood, slowly approached. "Is it you guy who wants to ruin my party?" The host stared at him coldly. "You should know what you did. You are not welcome here. If you're interested, I advise you to apologize and get out." In the middle of his talk, several people in the audience were upset because the party was disturbed, and the boys with strong physique also walked out of the crowd with gloomy faces. "Not welcome to me. Ha ha ha, I'm not welcome. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ha ha ha." Then, after the figure at the door heard the host's words, he couldn't help but muttered and repeated the other party's words, and then his shoulders trembled and laughed. Everyone couldn't help but frown when they saw his reaction. So a madman. It's really a shame, even if you are disturbed by such people. Get out of here, don't open your eyes, boy. Some boys with strong blood, after seeing that there was only one person on the other side, couldn't help but try to behave in front of other girls, and stepped forward to scold the people at the door. Something is wrong. However, Chen Tian stood in the crowd and couldn't help but squint his eyes when he looked at each other. He felt the murderous aura emanating from the other party, and he was very sensitive to these with telepathy. In the face of so many people, they can exude such a strong murderous aura. I am afraid that even if the other party is just an ordinary person, launching a frenzy will have a lot of impact. And Chen Tian faintly felt that the person at the door was not ordinary. Clark also noticed something strange, and looked worriedly at Lana, who was closer to the door. His body slowly tensed, and his feet moved unconsciously. Be ready to save people at any time. Then, the figure at the door suddenly stopped laughing maniacally, and his tone suddenly roared fiercely. "Many years ago, you treated me as a joke. Now, it's time to pay it back." The voice just fell. Bang! The waiting in the venue was instantly dark. What did he do? Maniac! Maniac! A moment of darkness, coupled with the rendering of the crazy tone of the person at the door, everyone present gave birth to a slight panic for a while. I seem to know who this guy is. Meantime, Chen Tian, who had always maintained his composure, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts moved slightly. He had just been trying to find the corresponding role in his mind. Although the characters in this universe will change somewhat, Chen Tian still found the role of the guy at the door. That's Jelemy, a poor worm who has been ostracized everywhere in his college career. Is one of Superman's villains. I remember this guy was a psychic with the power of lightning. Chen Tian thought. Then, at the door, several relatively strong boys had already walked towards Jelemy. "Hey, looks like we're just going to let us throw you out." The boys were rubbing their fists, constantly thinking about the images of the female voices worshipping them behind them while talking. ... The next second, snap, 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 densely wrapped in terrifying energy, like the scorching arc of thousands of white snakes dancing wildly, it suddenly erupted from Jeremy's body. Instantly enveloped those few people. "No one can throw me out anymore." The electric light was fleeting, and Jeremy spoke in a deep voice, and at the same time walked towards the hall. And the boys around him had turned into several charred corpses lying at his feet smoking white smoke. This guy is a monster. It's a monster. Run, come on. Mom, Mom. Seeing this scene, the men and women in the hall were immediately terrified, watching Jeremy getting closer and closer, only to feel that Death God was coming, and panicked and wanted to escape. However, I found that the doors and windows were locked at some point. No, with this discovery, Someone suddenly let out a miserable scream. And when Clark saw Jeremy release lightning, the whole person froze in place, incredible to the extreme. Because he is still other than himself, so people who are different and have ability. He suddenly felt extremely complicated, excited, surprised, dazed, and both. However, before Clark could think more, his thoughts were pulled back by Lana's startled roar. Looking at Lana standing in front of the crowd, it was the few people closest to Jeremy. Clark's face became gloomy, and he lowered his voice and said to Chen Tian, "I'm going to make a move." Looks like he had to fully release his abilities, even if he revealed his identity, because he couldn't watch Lana and other alumni die. Thinking, Clark's eyes solemnly locked on Jeremy. "You people." Jeremy walked forward without hurrying, his eyes swept over the panicked faces one by one, raised his head and hooked a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the blue arc in his eyes jumped. "Weren't you happy just now? Crystal, at parties, on the dance floor, writhing and dancing, exuding something called youth. Self-confidence, wantonness, freedom, these things seem to belong to you by birth." Between talks, Jeremy raised his hand, and a blue arc danced between his fingers, "And I, who was rejected by you at the beginning, can only hide in the corner and cry sadly, and no one cares. But look now, what are you afraid of? You're afraid of me." The voice fell. Snap. Suddenly, another dense arc of electricity erupted from Jeremy, the body wrapped under the sweater. A blue arc of electricity shone, illuminating his already somewhat distorted face hidden under his hood. Ah! At the same time, several extremely painful screams sounded. Poof! In the dull sound of falling to the ground. Jeremy's eyes continued to look at the frightened crowd indifferently, not caring at all that there were a few more flashes of electric current at his feet, and the people who were burned to the ground could not afford it. "You used to make me miserable, and today, I want to let you taste my taste 100 times over." "You said yes, George." The last word came out of his mouth. Snap! A terrifying arc of electricity flashed on Jeremy's body again. And George, the host of the party who felt his gaze, took 2 steps back in horror, but his feet were soft but he sat directly on the ground. "You, who are you?" George felt the hostility rushing towards him, his brain was blank, and the other party seemed to know. And hated himself. But no matter what, he couldn't remember when he had provoked such a monster. Seeing George's reaction like this, Jeremy let out a low laugh in his throat, as if to laugh at himself. "You see, you've always been so high, you've forgotten that you rejected those people in the first place." He continued to take a step and approach the crowd. "If God hadn't made me awakening my current ability, I'm afraid. In the end, you don't care about the people you've hurt, right? You told you, I'm not qualified to party. So I said, you are not entitled to live." Snap, snap. The blue arc on Jeremy's body beat again, and the blue light emitted illuminated the crowd in front of him who could not retreat and were tightly clustered together. At the same time, it also illuminated the faces of horror and distorted despair. The people by the window smashed the sealed window in front of them, and as a result, there was no construction work at all, and the window was sealed to dead. As Jeremy approached, there was less and less room for the crowd to step back. These men and women were all standing around them at the moment, and there was not even room to squat, but all of them felt that they were surrounded by a bottomless abyss. "Whitney, what to do? What should we do?" In the crowd. Lana grabbed Whitney's arm deadly, her pretty face was already covered with tears of fear, her body trembled, and the 6 gods were masterless. However, Whitney himself could not say a word, his face was pale and his eyes were wooden, and he was terrified. They did not expect that such a thing would happen on the first day of school. Or at a grand orientation party. Where do I run? Where do I run? Whitney is usually arrogant and hardly puts anyone in his eyes, but now he is afraid of it. Desperately looking left and right, looking for a way out, but there was no way to do anything, and there was darkness all around. Others, almost the same, reacted. Despair, powerlessness, panic. It seems that at this moment, it condenses into substance and flows among these ordinary students. Jeremy, this guy, because he has suffered school violence before, his mentality is distorted, and then because of the sudden awakening ability, his mentality is distorted. Do you want revenge? Chen Tian's eyes were indifferent, staring at Jeremy, who was gradually going crazy, and judged, and this twisted revenge is not only aimed at those who have bullied him, but also spreads to everyone else who participates in the party. While thinking, Chen Tian's 5 fingers flipped, and a subtle arc also flashed between his fingers. He has copied Jellamy's ability. However, since Clark has decided to do it, let it be left to him. It just so happens that I can copy his ability a little more. Thinking of this, Chen Tian smiled. He also felt that Clark next to him was already on the verge of breaking out at any time, and the latter's eyes were staring at the distance between Jellamy and Lana, getting closer and closer. Then, you guys, it will all be a gift to my new life. Jellamy, who had been giving a speech before, suddenly stopped his steps and raised his arms with a wild smile on his face. Snap. Compared with the terrifying electric energy that was several times more powerful than before, it suddenly condensed into a dense arc and dispersed towards the crowd in front of him. If there is no accident, the people present will be killed by him in an instant. However, rumble. Everyone in the restaurant suddenly felt that all the air currents in the space were violently pulled, turning into a storm that rushed towards the door out of thin air. A sharp explosion sounded in his ears. Saw. In the dark hall. An extremely fast figure burst out, grabbing Jeremy and knocking him out of the gate before the electricity burst out of his body. Soon the two disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone froze in place, startled. Just now everything happened between electric light and stone fire, too fast. The ordinary people present couldn't react at all, and they couldn't even understand what had just happened for a while. Who was that person just now? Lana also stood stunned in place, her eyes straightening as she looked at the empty gate. She clearly felt just now that the figure that burst out passed by her. After a while, only then did Whitney and the others come to their senses, looking around and seeing no Jellamy, if it weren't for the scorched black marks on the ground and the broken door. They may even feel like the other has never been there. Shit, why is that guy discharging gone? I just felt Death God kissing me on the cheek. Dead people or injured, call the police. Call the emergency number. Then, looking at the charred bodies on the ground, these college men and women began to react differently. Some are still immersed in the impact just now, unable to extricate themselves. Others are still afraid. More people began to reassure each other, contact the police and schools, and first responders. Baby, are you all right? Whitney took a deep breath, her pale face regained a bit of blood, and began to hug Lana and whisper comfort. Standing behind the crowd, Chen Tian smiled a little helplessly. Battle detected. Get super speed, Superman. Battle detected. Get mutant lightning, Jellamy. The cold prompt that had just sounded in my head echoed in my ears. There is also an extra ability in the body at this time. That's right. The figure that flashed out just now was Clark. Sure enough, Clark deserves to have an innate righteousness, even if he takes risks, he wants to save people. Thinking. Chen Tian hurriedly walked to the door of the restaurant, ready to follow out. Lana recognized Chen Tian and set out to follow him. Because she had just looked around and did not see Clark's figure, she was worried. Baby, where are you going? Seeing this, Whitney pulled her, and her face suddenly looked a little ugly. Go find Clark. Lana was a little displeased, and she casually replied without replying, and ran out. Leaving a gloomy Whitney staring at her back. However, didn't Chen just go out? How did it disappear so soon? After Lana walked out of the restaurant, she looked left and right but found that Chen Tian could not be seen anywhere. Wondered, but more of a concern and eagerness for Clark. There was no other way but to look around. Meanwhile, some distance further out of the West Campus cafeteria, there is an undeveloped forest that is unmonitored and sparsely populated. Boom! There was an extremely heavy muffled sound of landing. Jellamy fell to the ground with his back on his back, grinning his teeth. And in front of him, Clark, who was tall and burly, was looking at each other with complicated faces. This was the first time he had seen someone with a different and special ability besides himself. It turns out that he is not the only freak on this planet. Suddenly, the loneliness in Clark's heart inexplicably disappeared, most of it. Then, on the ground, Jellamy cursed, slightly embarrassed, and got up with his hands on the ground. Even if you want to stop me, he scolded at Clark and clenched his fists as soon as he stood up. Next second, the dense arc of dazzling light suddenly beat wildly on his fist, and the blue electric light dispelled the darkness within several meters of the surroundings. Under the electric light, you can also see Jeremy, his face twisted and fierce, and his eyes are full of anger. He roared and punched. Boom! A punch blasted out. As a result, Clark stretched out a large hand and easily grabbed Jeremy's fist wrapped around a terrifying arc. Snap! 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 The arc on Jeremy's fist was strong, and the endless electric current suddenly filled Clark's body, spreading along the ground, and endless thunder light filled the entire space. And Clark endured all this. His eyes still did not change, and he did not even frown a minute. Those arcs that constantly shine on his body do not seem to exist, and they cannot affect him at all. He just twisted his brow and looked at Jeremy. You're awakening too. What are your powers? Why help them? Jeremy looked at the scene in front of him, and finally returned to the gods from the experience of the gods who had just descended like gods and could control the fate of mortals at will. Only then did he realize that when Clark brought him out of the restaurant, he reacted that the other party was actually a stranger. It's just that Jeremy is too emotional, plus the speed with which Clark brought him out is too fast. So much so that he was a second slower to react. You'd better stop before there are no casualties, or you'll never be able to turn back. Quote, if you continue like this, everyone else will reject you and you won't be able to continue to gain a foothold in the crowd. Clark did not answer the other person's words directly, but opened his mouth to admonish. He finally met an alien, like himself, and did not want the other party to embark on a road of no return. Showing strength will make others repel, so don't show it. When Jeremy heard Clark's words, he raised his eyebrows, as if he had heard some big joke. You are too real. Don't you realize that the rules of this world are always made by the strong? Can't get a foothold in the crowd. Who cares about that kind of stuff? Who is going to gain a foothold in the crowd? I don't want to stand in a crowd. I'm going to have everyone around me, all afraid of me. Kneel me all. Submit to. Seeing that Jeremy's voice became louder and louder, his emotions became more and more excited. Clark's brows furrowed gradually, and neither of them noticed that in the forest not far away, Chen had been standing under the tree watching all this. Clark listened to Jeremy's crazy words. His face was ugly, and he opened his mouth to continue persuading. You better forget it. Waste. Which thinks. Jeremy didn't want to talk to him anymore. His eyes widened in anger, and a dazzling electric light erupted on one leg, and he suddenly raised his leg and kicked at the other party. Electric light is all over the sky. Oh, seeing this, Clark sighed helplessly. Boom! The big hand suddenly pressed on Jeremy's chest, and all the electric light was blasted away by him at this moment, and the whole person flew out upside down. It crashed directly into a tree more than 10 meters away. The trunk trembled violently, shaking and falling leaves, and Jeremy slid down the trunk to the ground. Your ability, much better than me. Quote, he stood up with difficulty against the trunk of the tree. His face was pale, and he only felt that just now, he seemed to be loaded on the head by the truck, and his whole body hurt. You'd better kill me, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. However, Jeremy still raised his head, stared at Clark's slightly tangled face, and said with a smile. From the conversation just now, he expected that the big man opposite him was simply a giant beast that shackled himself, and he didn't know the value of his strength. This kind of guy can't kill him. Clark, just while talking. With a roar call, Chen Tian's figure came out of the forest and walked just to the side of Jeremy. Chen, seeing this, Clark's pupils shrank sharply and his heart hung. Jeremy couldn't do anything about him at all, but facing Chen Tian was different. Stay away from him, danger. Clark visibly panicked. After all, he knew that the other party had followed him because he was worried about him, or he was one of the few people who could be called friends. So he immediately shouted a reminder towards Chen Tian, and at the same time prepared to rush over and take him away. And Jeremy noticed this and immediately threw himself at Chen Tian without hesitation. You know, these ordinary people are no different from ants in our eyes. He shouted roar and threw his fists, and his fists were full of electricity. However, Chen Tian saw this scene and the corners of his mouth outlined an imperceptible arc. Next second, syllable, a palm with slender fingers and sharp bones had easily pinched Jeremy's neck. Whether it is a body of steel, or the same lightning ability. Let the arc on the latter's body not hurt Chen Tian in the slightest. How is it a monster again? Jeremy roared inwardly, and his heart contracted. This reaction fell into Chen Tian's eyes, as funny as Joker. Clark, this is the first lesson, he thought. Start slowly tightening your fingers. Chen. Clark, who was originally going to leave to save Chen Tian, was stunned when he saw this scene. Under the moonlight like water, the night breeze rustles through the rolled leaves. Jeremy lifted his feet off the ground, his hideous eyes sticking out, endured the feeling of suffocation, and struggled to break free from the hands around his neck. It's a pity that no matter how much he struggles and exerts his strength, it will not help at all. Chen Tian completely ignored his electric shock power, and the hand around his neck was like an extremely strong iron pincer, and he was not shaken. Chen, you. Clark saw that Chen Tian could easily take the attack of an alien who was full of electric current, and his heart shook. He was a little surprised. Could it be that Chen is also a special existence? But just a step has been taken. Opposite side. Jeremy suddenly noticed that the yellow-skinned boy on the other side looked at him, as if he was looking at Deadman, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly his body stiffened, like a cold body in an ice cellar, and he instantly felt the great terror between life and death, swallowing himself. At the same time, Jeremy felt the 5 fingers pinched around his neck, slowly retracting. He immediately gave up the struggle and tried his best to cry out for mercy. No. Click. Who thought I just had time to export a word? Chen Tian's hand suddenly tightened, directly crushing Jeremy's neck and even the tracheal belt cervical vertebrae. The body of the latter, which was held in Chen Tian's hand, suddenly softened, and his limbs hung down like noodles. It was as if it had lost its life. Chen, what are you doing? Clark was stunned when he saw that Chen Tian actually killed people directly, and did not hesitation. In a trance, the beautiful face in my mind that took a day to take shape, giving people warmth and understanding, with a smile, gradually blurred. It's not that he hasn't seen the murderer. But Clark never imagined that one day, among his friends, there would be such a person. Bang! Next second, Jeremy's body was thrown to the ground. Clark was pulled back to reality by the muffled sound of his landing. He sought prestige. I saw Jeremy's face bleeding and lifeless, and he was still frozen with the extremely frightened expression before death, and his eyes were wide and full of horror. As for the neck has been twisted out of shape. Clark looked at the corpse of Jello 3 meters on the ground that began to quickly chill, and his expression suddenly darkened. Why are you doing this? He turned his head and asked Chen Tian in a cold voice. He obviously still has a chance to save it. Chen Tian was not surprised by Clark's words. After all, except for the most evildoers, most of the universe's superpowers would not kill people easily. He looked back at the latter, his eyes calm and unwavering. He just wanted to kill me, and I can only kill him. Besides, when a fox enters the chicken coop, then killing the fox is the best option. After all, it came to speculate this time, then it will definitely be next time, because that is the nature of foxes. Quote. Clark was slightly stunned when he heard this. I wanted to refute but felt that what Chen Tian said was very reasonable, and I didn't know what to say for a while. He clenched his fists and realized another problem. Chen Tian has just shown extraordinary strength. Other words, he also has superpowers, just like Jeremy and himself. Thoughts fall. Clark was just about to open his mouth to question Chen Tian's ability. Why did he hide it from himself before? Then, Clark, where are you? Across from them in the distance of a forest, Roar shouted. It's Lana's. She couldn't find Chen Tian and Clark, and she became more and more worried, so she found it all the way. This matter is not over. Clark glanced at Chen Tian when he heard this, and took the words back to his mouth. And he didn't want Lana to see Jeremy's body, so he didn't say more, just hurried towards Lana's location with a hazy look in his eyes. The other side. The expression on Chen Tian's face never fluctuated in the slightest. Clark's reaction was all within his control. Thinking, Chen Tian glanced at Jeremy's corpse on the ground. The reason why he chose to kill Jeremy was to stir Clark's emotions. It looks like it's working. Chen Tian smiled lightly, looked at Clark's obviously excited back, and stepped up to keep up. Now that he's got a lot of abilities, he'll get all of them soon. So at this moment, Chen Tian had a bold idea in his mind. to replicate all of his abilities as quickly as possible, instead of waiting for him to trigger the event immediately. I should talk directly to Clark. The efficiency of obtaining ability in this way will be much higher. As he walked, he thought, with the ability I have now, I can fully support me to do this. Thoughtful, Clark in front of him was already in Lana's field of vision. Hey, Clark, how did you get so far? As soon as Lana saw Clark, she immediately stood on tiptoe and waved excitedly, and then trotted towards the ladder. I just thought the party was a little stuffy, so I came out and walked around. Clark looked at the girl who was worried about him, his heart warmed, and he tried to calm his tone. It's okay if it's okay, it's okay if it's okay. Lana had been in a state of tension and worry before, but when she finally saw Clark, she was happy and didn't pay much attention. I just feel that the whole person is suddenly relaxed. What's wrong? Clark asked knowingly. When Lana heard this, she remembered the desperate experience at the party before, and her body couldn't help shaking. At the party, something happened. You can just go over and look at it. After a pause, she then asked, by the way, what about Chen? I followed him out, and in a blink of an eye he was gone. When Clark heard the question behind, his face sank, and he didn't want to say more. I'm here, and I just came to look for Clark. At this time, Chen Tian followed with a smile. It's okay. Lana smiled even more. Clark's expression became more solemn, and his words became less. Subsequently, the three of them returned to the restaurant where the party was being held. At the moment, the entire building, including the restaurant, remained silent in darkness. According to the staff in charge of rushing to repair the circuit system, it seems that because of the strong electric current, the entire building's circuits have burned out, and if you want to power on again, you have to reinstall all the circuits. The students at the previous party had already walked out of the cafeteria and gathered in front of the building to be chaotic. It seems that many people are still immersed in the previous fears. Cries and screams came one after another. There were also a few people who had suffered electric shocks and were seriously injured, still lying on the ground and fainting at the moment. As for the restaurant where the party was held, it has been sealed, but looking through the doorway, you can still see the broken door and the scorched black floor. Clark looked at the chaotic scene, his face gloomy. What was supposed to be a pleasant party has now turned into a farce tragedy. Do you still think that person is innocent? Seeing this, Chen Tian walked to his side and asked calmly. Clark was lost in thought. Although Jelemy was a victim before, this is not an excuse for him to hurt innocent people. Then, the ambulance, which was called by the emergency phone, also arrived at the scene. Clark looked at the person being carried away by the ambulance, did not know how to answer Chen Tian's question, and fell silent. In the end, the party can only end in tragedy. The people at the scene also returned home one after another after making a record with the police. Next morning, Metropolitan University soccer field. Chen Tian and Clark both came to the football team assembly to report as previously agreed with Coach John. But to Chen Tian's amusement, Clark seemed to have left for school an hour early so as not to meet him when he went out with him. However, in the end, the two came here to meet as promised, and did not avoid it after all. I'm glad you two can come. Coach John saw that Chen Tian and Clark had complied with the agreement, and his face was full of smiles. His gaze couldn't help but scan back and forth on Clark several times. Definitely ideographic period. As a popular sport in America, there are many enthusiasts, and the freshmen who choose to join the team after the start of school are not only Chen Tian, but also other new students. You are welcome to join our rugby team. After Coach John and Chen Tian finished playing roar, they immediately returned to a serious look. After all, as a coach, it is impossible to be easygoing all the time, and it is difficult to lead a good team if so. He first asked all the players of the team to introduce themselves. He continued, now as future teammates, you already know each other's names. But as future members, this understanding is not enough, we need to know how capable your body can be. Quote, this way you can train better in the future. Coach John then announced the next physical test. There are 3 events, bench press, round trip, and standing jump. At the same time, new team members and old team members are also arranged to take a physical test together. Chen Tian noticed a slight smile on Coach John's mouth when he said this. The intention of the latter was immediately understood. The first purpose of physical testing is to conduct a physical survey of these new members. Placing new players with old players means that you want the new players to recognize the gap before and after training. Definitely, Coach John's intentions are also obvious. Not only did Chen Tian notice the latter point, but many other new team members also picked up their energy after hearing his words. So let's get started. Coach John took the reaction of the boys under his eyes, smiled lightly, and took them directly to the place of physical testing. Start bench pressing. Coach John got everyone ready and started at the same time, adding weight little by little. At first, the painting style was normal. Most of the new players, as the weight of the bench press increases, although their performance can be said to be far beyond their peers, but they are gradually exhausted before the old players. Then, Coach John suddenly found that in addition to his favorite Clark, the yellow-skinned boy named Chen Tian also persevered to the end. Could it be that I have lost my eyes? He was secretly surprised and couldn't help but start to doubt. Definitely, everything is still within the normal range. Then, with everyone else, including the veterans, reaching the limit when the training session ended, the style of painting began to change abruptly. Are the two of them still continuing? Is it an illusion? How do you feel that Clark, with Chen, seems to be in a competition? Everyone stood aside, looking at Chen Tian and Clark, who were still increasing the weight of the bench press, with strange expressions. Coach John, including Coach, widened their eyes in amazement. Right under the gaze of these people, Chen Tian and Clark added bench press weight to the limit of this age group before stopping. It's incredible. Everyone was secretly terrified. And Coach John, in addition to surprise, is more joyful. He picked up 2 pieces of treasure. Since then, after the first bench press of the physical test, Chen Tian and Clark have already frightened the entire football team. And then the round trip of the second item stunned everyone's jaws. When other people run, whether fast or slow, they are just excellent in the ordinary range. Chen Tian and Clark directly raised their results to the point of being infinitely close to the world record. It's the best in the country. What kind of monster is this? HMPH. When Clark heard Coach John stammered that his round-trip running result was 0.01 seconds better than the previous day, he was visibly unhappy. He had known to use more force, but he was mainly worried that ability would be exposed. Otherwise just this switchback run. He can run countless times, just Chen, it is impossible to keep up with him. This Clark. Chen Tian watched the other party's mood change from the sidelines, and it felt funny to raise his eyebrows. It is reasonable to say that Clark should know in his heart that the performance in the physical test is just a disguise, and does not represent their true strength. It is also impossible to directly expose the strength just because of individual testing. But when Chen Tian sensed that the other party was trying to compete with him, he also came to play and played with the other party. More importantly, Chen Tian needs Clark to be angry with himself in his heart. Next, under all the jaw-dropping gazes, Chen Tian and Clark broke the Mets record in the last test, the standing long jump. Snap. Good. Awesome. Chen and Clark, no matter who is too strong. Under the leadership of Coach John, the other new and old players applauded excitedly. Generally speaking, when people face people who are a little better than themselves, they will be somewhat jealous and unwilling. But when the gap between the two before existence is large enough to be crossable, there is no other emotion except reverence. And at the moment, the rest of the football team, for Chen Tian and Clark, felt that way. Coach John even looked at the physical test results of the two and was amazed. This is the best athlete physical test result I've ever seen as a coach. When he spoke, his voice trembled with excitement. At the same time, I can't help but imagine that with Chen Tian and Clark, their football team will kill all sides in the future college league. However, if he knew that in fact, both of them were deliberately suppressing, it is estimated that the worldview would be subverted. The physical test is over. Everyone recalled the process of physical testing inside. When they left, they both greeted Chen Tian and roared warmly. Not for long. Inside the dressing room, only Chen Tian was left to take a shower, change his clothes and prepare to leave. However, just as he was about to go out, he was suddenly blocked by Clark, who blocked him with a gloomy expression. I know what you're asking, follow me. Chen Tian glanced at Clark, who had a gloomy expression, and immediately spoke. Clark didn't say anything more and turned sideways. This fledgling boy is still annoyed by yesterday's incident, but he doesn't know how to deal with it. After all, he can't kill Chen Tian to apologize. The mistakes made by the other party are not monstrous crimes. Again, he cherishes this friend and does not want the other party to go astray. So Clark was wondering how to get his friend lost. The two then left met. Chen Tian took Clark to a more remote place, where there were no houses around and trees everywhere. The silt trails in the forest are overgrown with weeds, and apparently few people come here. What did you take me to do this? Clark looked around at the sparsely inhabited clearing and asked in a deep voice. Chen Tian looked at him and smiled slightly. There are few people here, and it will not hurt the innocent. Hearsay. Clark on the opposite side had a complicated expression and suddenly clenched his fists. There are few people here, and it will not hurt the innocent. When Chen Tian said this, he smiled and spoke in a calm tone, as if he was telling an unimportant thing. It's just inexplicable. When these words blurted out, the surrounding noisy wind and rustling leaves suddenly stopped. As the winter evening approached, the already cold temperature seemed to drop a little more, and it was chilling. The slanting sun stains the clouds of half the sky, the woods, the clearing, two teenagers standing opposite each other. Everything has clearly not changed at all, but it is stained with a sense of slaughter. What do you mean? When Clark heard the other party's words, he squinted slightly, his eyes flashing. What did you come to me for? Chen Tian did not choose to answer directly, and asked rhetorically with a smile on his face. I want you to apologize for yesterday's incident. Clark was wearing glasses, and the look in his eyes behind the black frames was serious. People are dead, do you want to send me down to apologize to him? The smile on Chen Tian's face was even greater. I have to say that today's Da Chao is really young, and his words and deeds reveal a certain simple taste, but it is precisely because of this that he is only sad because of a freak from others. Chen, you don't realize your mistake at all. Obviously you have extraordinary ability, but you are doing three indiscriminate things. It's hard for me to accept such a thing. Clark spoke in a deep voice, looking at the teenager in front of him with a smile, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He has to admit that his new friend has a beautiful face that no one will dislike when he sees it, especially when he brings a smile, which can give people a feeling of trust and trust. It's just that he was such a person last night, but his face did not change when he pinched Jeremy to death, as if what he did was not killing at all, but did something as ordinary as shaking off the dust on his clothes. Instead of holding grudges or hatred, or kill people with other strong negative emotions, killing people like Chen Tian's complete indifference, which makes Clark shudder. You still can't see the facts. Some people don't deserve salvation. Chen Tian shook his head, as if he had a headache. Why can't you figure it out? If I don't kill Jeremy, he will definitely kill more people in the future. Quote. Maybe what I did at that time was indeed to kill people, but the purpose was to save more people. There is an old saying in our East, killing to save life, is just that. Maybe you think you should create a world where no one gets hurt, but that only exists in ideals. You know, this is reality, Clark, there are guys, he just fool. After speaking, he glanced up at Clark and found that the other party's expression did not waver in the slightest, and the helplessness under his eyes was even heavier. Yes, this guy is a stunned young man. However, it is precisely because of this character that it will be carried out after choosing to adhere to absolute justice. But the current situation is not a good thing for Chen Tian, who wants to change Dachau as soon as possible. The other side. Clark really took Chen Tian's heartfelt words as fallacies, took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly became more and more determined. Chen, I am your friend, I have given you the trust that belongs to me. He looked at Chen Tian seriously. So I won't let my friends fall, I'm going to take you to the police station to turn yourself in. You're naive, Clark. Chen Tian smiled bitterly when he heard this. How can you be sure that I won't escape again? Speaking of this, he paused, and his tone was ridiculous. As long as you kill me, you can get rid of it once and for all. I can get you in again, Clark said in a deep voice. Hear this. Chen Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He remembered that in many comic works, Da Chao generally chose to arrest the villain in prison. After all, for him, the villain escaped and could still be easily caught. Unless, in the face of killing one to save 10,000, Da Chao will choose to kill the killer. That's why he chose to let Luther go. In other words, anyone, standing in his place, will choose to kill Luther. Chen Tian pondered. Clark had already walked up to him. Let's go, I'll take you to the police station, you need to reflect on your mistakes inside. Clark said, already stretching out two big hands to clasp Chen Tian's shoulders, and then exerted force. And then, his eyes flickered, his pupils contracted, and he showed shock. Since he was a child, he has never encountered such a situation. Although sad because he was called a freak and ostracized, Clark also had a certain confidence in his own strength. Including for Chen Tian, even if he knew that Chen Tian was also a stranger with extraordinary strength. But Clark still feels that in terms of strength, the other party will not be his opponent. You're still too weak. Chen Tian saw Clark hesitate, raised his eyes and said lightly. It's not that he belittles Da Chao, but it is. In front of Chen Tian today, Clark at this time is still half weaker than the former in terms of strength. Because his abilities are superimposed on each other. Today, on the basis of having Wolverine's super strength, he has added the power in front of him. That's why Clark couldn't shake Chen Tian. Chen Tian is stronger than him in strength. But, Clark currently has a point, Chen Tian can't compare for the time being. That is his unique Kryptonian bloodline. Chen Tian could clearly feel that the power that Da Chao exerted on his shoulders was not as strong as his own. But the gap between the two is closing at a subtle pace. In other words, the super strength that Chen Tian has now is yesterday's Clark plus Wolverine. And Clark's power today has grown compared to yesterday. Chen Tian estimates that it will not take long for the other party to have the power to surpass the current self. As long as the sun shines, he can always get stronger. Kryptonian bloodline is really terrifying. Chen Tian noticed this, and finally some fluctuations under his eyes. I don't know if I can copy the bloodline, he thought. One of today's goals is to try. Impossible. Jack looked at Chen Tian, who was exerted by his own strength but was unmoved, and the shock under his eyes became more and more intense. While he whispered, he gradually increased the strength in his hand. Chen Tian remained still. Clark's eyes fluctuated more and more obviously, and the force increased faster and faster. Rumble. Until the force exerted on Chen Tian's shoulders had reached several tons, it was completely enough to crush ordinary people into meat puree. And the ground under the feet of the two people showed slight cracks, and the surrounding land under their feet was affected by the increasing strength. However, Chen Tian was still unmoved, and the whole person was like a sculpture, without the slightest wavering. Nothing is impossible. Chen Tian chuckled softly at Clark's astonished gaze. The voice did not fall. Syllable. His hand was already on Clark's hand, and he suddenly exerted force, and the latter's muscles also tensed and burst into strength. Outcome. Clark's hand was broken up little by Chen Tian without resistance. Rumble. As the two of them increased their strength, the ground was already covered with wisps of cracks, and the deeper the gap became, the denser the number. Countless animals nearby sensed danger, and fled from all corners in panic. Clark looked at his hand being held by Chen Tian, and his eyes jumped wide at the corners of his eyes. At this moment, all the muscles on his arm have swelled up, the lines are fierce, and the dense blood vessels are constantly beating under the skin. Clark thought he had used all his strength. But Rao was like this, his hand was so broken by Chen Tian, even if he struggled, he couldn't press it again. However, just as Clark was horrified. Next second, Chen Tian's other hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Syllable. Between the 5 fingers, the air in the palm of the palm was compressed to the extreme and suddenly exploded, creating a terrifying explosion. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, Chen Tian threw a punch, and the speed was extremely fast. Even the air around him was pulled by this punch, and in an instant, the direction of his punch suddenly flowed. Boom. With a muffled sound, the punch had already landed on Clark's abdomen, and the huge force suddenly passed into his body, frantically tearing his internal organs. Under the severe pain, Clark was directly blasted back several steps by this punch. And those air currents that were pulled by Chen Tian's outing, after he hit Clark, had just formed a violent wind to sweep up the dust. So, the wind blew violently in the direction where Clark retreated. Clark clutched his abdomen, braving the dusty wind, his clothes hunting, barely standing. He felt the pain in his abdomen churning for a long time since he was a child, and the shock in his eyes could not be dissipated for a long time. Too weak, Clark. Chen Tian looked at him with this shocked look, shook his head slightly, and made sarcastic remarks. He was just going to provoke Clark today and force him to make a move. Old, I won't leave you alone no matter what. Successive shocks, plus taunts. Clark, a good man in the past, finally ignited anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth after speaking. He threw himself straight forward and counterattacked with a punch. Rumble. Clark punched out and pulled the air flow again, before the fierce wind that was still whistling at him roar was actually blowing backwards towards Chen Tian with his movements. Clark, are you angry? Seeing this, the corners of Chen Tian's mouth slightly hooked up a smile, and he also chose to swing his fist to meet it. Rumble. The two broke out at the same time, super speed, their bodies burst out, and their fists collided instantly, emitting a terrifying buzz. Messy and powerful air turbulence. In an instant, from the place where the fists of the two collided, it swept out towards the surroundings, directly wrapping all the dust and rubble around the two to form a circle, and roared outward. All the surrounding trees were swept by this circle of airflow, and the leaves swayed violently. Boom. Meanwhile, the dust on the surface was also lifted, and endless dust and fog filled the air, and under the influence of the hissing wind, it rolled up, like a rolling dust and fog tide. The clash between two strangers with super strength, and the power that erupted between their gestures is far from what normal people can imagine. Their physical fitness has long surpassed ordinary people, I don't know how many times. This can't be. Feeling the power coming from his arm, Clark muttered again. It's just that he can't tell the bottom of his heart whether it's anger or joy, or both. Because he saw a person exactly like himself. Not enough, far from enough. Clark, you're still too weak now. Quote. Seeing this, Chen Tian still shook his head. Come, develop your potential. The voice did not fall. He had already raised his fist and slammed it into the opponent's abdomen. This punch was even more powerful and faster, and even pulled out the afterimage of the Dao Dao in the air. Boom. Clark, who had not yet had much combat experience, was caught off guard and was hit by a punch again. Chen Tian's fist shook with great force, pulling a strong air flow to form a violent wind, blowing towards Clark. Clark's abdomen was hit hard again, and even roar sucked suddenly. Before the severe pain could spread in the body, the whole person had already risen from the ground, bent over, and flew upside down like a cannonball. Rumble. The bushes behind him were washed away, and then Clark flew out at 10 meters by inertia and hit a large tree surrounded by 3 people. Big trees sway, trunks burst and debris fly. Clark landed on the ground, and after a few rolls, he barely lay on the ground. Roar. Roar. He stood up embarrassed with both hands, cursing and gasping, because his abdomen had been hit hard continuously, and his eyes were already bloodshot and red, densely covered with blood. Clark felt that when facing Chen Tian, there was a complete feeling of strength and nowhere to go. He knew that although the other party was stronger, the gap between the two sides had not yet reached this point. There is only one reason why he has no backhand, that is, he is too bad in combat experience. Quote. Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Clark looked up suddenly. Right now, he suddenly noticed a high-speed movement breaking the sky in his ears, and when he looked up, he saw that Chen Tian had already burst in front of him. You're too weak. Chen Tian shook his head and seemed a little disappointed, and the words followed his foot and kicked Clark the chest. Super strength exploded in an instant. The majestic power was frantically poured into the latter's body along this foot. Even Clark's steel blessed with an unusually dense skeleton is a little shapeshifting. Rumble. There was a bang. Clark was kicked away again by this kick. Between the sharp pain in his chest, he only felt that the scenery around him was turning into afterimages and rapidly retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The whole person was ejected like a missile, and Clark couldn't even count it, and everywhere he went, countless trees were blasted, and endless wind and neighing feathers were swept out. The dust and fog that covered the sky soon shrouded in front of him, and I only felt that my back was bombarded by gravity. Countless tree fragments fell, and he also hit the ground due to inertia, setting off dust and mist and debris to stop. Time. A long narrow ditch appears among the trees. Residual sun oblique. The golden sunset sun shines through the trees, divided into scattered beams of light by various branches, projected on the churning dust. At this moment, in this rarely inhabited wood, a narrow ditch emerged, and endless dust and mist rolled over. The ditch is littered with trees that have been hit and burst open. Roar, roar. At the end of the ditch, a figure fell into the pile of broken trees, panting heavily. His chest kept rising and falling, as if from pain, as if out of anger. Chen, Clarify gritted his teeth and shook his head to his feet. At the moment, his glasses have long disappeared, his clothes are tattered like rags hanging on his body, and the shock in his eyes cannot be dissipated for a long time, constantly tumbling and fermenting. His pupils twitched, marveling at the strength of Chen Tian's power, which was completely beyond his imagination. Even he couldn't stop it. When his thoughts came to this, Clark had a faint sense of resignation in his heart, clenching his fists tightly and wanting to burst out, but his strength was insufficient. He believes that the absolute justice he insists on in his heart is right, but at the moment he is suppressed by a person who admits to being wrong. This made Clark's mood sad and angry. Because in the confrontation just now, he not only had a feeling of suppressed strength, but also had the experience of his own mind being denied. He said that the offender would be sent to prison by him, and if he ran out, he would be arrested again. But all this is based on having enough power yourself. The reality, however, is that he doesn't seem to be able to do that at all. Nope, I can do it. Chen, I'll make you admit your mistake. Clark suddenly clenched his fists, his gaze gradually firming. Clark, this is your strength. You just want to rely on this ridiculous power to create a world where no one is hurt. Then, Chen Tian walked over with a slow step, bathed in dust and mist. Through supervision, Clark looked through the dust and smoke screen in the sky and saw the smile on the other person's mouth. But, you can't even keep yourself from getting hurt now, can you? Chen Tian also turned on supervision and looked into each other's eyes. Noticing that Clark's eyes were bitter and angry at the moment, but he did not waver. Chen Tian then laughed silently, and he was ready to continue to stimulate the opponent's fighting spirit in order to stimulate the potential of Dakao, show more abilities, and then use them for himself. As for whether Clark can understand the nature of the world and change his mind, it can only be said that you do your best. Just as Chen Tian's voice fell, Clark has calmed the heavy roar sucking, and some minor injuries in the body have been fully recovered from the impact just now. The remnants of the sun have largely disappeared below the horizon. There was only little sunlight left, with residual temperature, shining through the bushes on him. Clark, who has Kryptonian bloodline, is still getting stronger. Roar, he let out a long breath, and his powerful lungs contracted, causing a strong air flow to blow out, forming a strong wind, and instantly blowing away all the dust and fog rolling in the forest. Clark squinted at the yellow-skinned boy who emerged from the dust and mist, narrowing his eyes slightly. Rumble. The dirt under his feet suddenly exploded into a deep pit, and the mud and stones splashed the ground and trembled violently, and he himself had turned into a remnant wrapped in a strong wind, rushing towards Chen Tian. Until he proves that he has the ability to uphold the justice he stands for, Clark is not prepared to engage in more meaningless verbal battles. Chen, he roared and raised his fist. The muscles of his body suddenly expanded and tightened, and all the muscle lines were delicate, knotted and vicious, exuding a terrifying sense of power. As he hurried forward, everything around him turned into a blurry afterimage, constantly sweeping back. Only Chen Tian's beautiful and smiling face became clearer. Clark crossed a huge amount of 100 meters in the blink of an eye and came to Chen Tian. Next second, Clark's raised fist slammed into Chen Tian. The fist broke through the air to trigger a violent air flow to enter, and the strong wind surged. Even faintly in the air, a thorn can be heard, like the sound of a cloth torn. It was the sound of Clark's fist rubbing the air at high speed. His punch was too fast. Are you going to prove it to me? Chen Tian on the other side looked at this punch. His face did not waver at all, but he raised his hand with a smile. Boom! A roar resounded from heaven and earth. Chen Tian, who received Clark's punch, squinted slightly. He could feel that the former was indeed angry, and began to use super strength to show his full strength. But in the face of yourself with the same steel body and super strength, this punch is far from enough. Chen Tian blocked Clark's angry punch. Boom! However, Chen Tian is originally harmless, but unfortunately the ground under his feet cannot withstand such a collision. When the strong wind rushed and agitated, the ground under Chen Tian's feet suddenly burst open, countless cobweb-like cracks, spreading in an instant. Two people with super strength or just a little power that spills out during the confrontation, and these ordinary things can't withstand it at all. Then, Clark rapped in a second punch that stirred the wind, but it followed without pause. After learning about Chen Tian's strength, he was already mentally prepared, and there were not many surprises in the face of being blocked by the attack. Roar! In this second punch, Clark still used his fist force, and the fist was rushing forward and it was directly knocked out of a vacuum channel in the air. The endless wind is surging wildly. There is no doubt that if ordinary people are hit by his punch, the end will not be better than being told to the truck. Pity. Clark's fist hadn't fallen yet. Swish. Chen Tian in front of him suddenly moved, and his whole body turned into a blurry afterimage and flickered, disappearing directly in place. Only the strong wind that swept in place was left behind. This is... Clark couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He obviously didn't expect that in addition to super strength, Chen Tian actually had his own super speed. Are you going to prove it to me? Your weakness. Wait until the next second. Before Clark could even react, Chen Tian's voice sounded behind him. Meantime, roar, the sound of breaking the sky with Roar's scream. Clark looked back in surprise. He had no combat experience and was defenseless, and he saw a fist shadow wrapped in a stirring wind, instantly enlarging in his eyes. Boom! There was a terrifying clashing sound. Clark only felt a brutal and powerful force, which hit the center of his eyebrows, and the whole person was instantly pushed skewed by that force. The feet are lifted off the ground by the upper body. Clark was blasted away again. The whole person shot out into the distance without resistance. Blah blah. Clark's body suddenly turned into a cannonball-like afterimage, and the woods were broken one after another everywhere he passed. The moment countless trees touched his body, they all burst into pieces of paper, flying wood chips and leaves. The earth trembled, and countless birds fluttered their wings under the remnant sun. Boom boom. After Clark landed, his figure could not stop, and he directly plowed deep ravines on the ground, crushing an unknown number of stones, and then stopped the momentum in front of him. Too weak. The fledgling Clark covered his head and just stood up dizzily. Chen Tian's voice rang in his ears. Then I saw the fist carrying the wind and blasted towards him again. This time Clark finally reacted, gritting his teeth and raising his fist to block. Boom! The roar resounded and echoed through the woods. There was even a strong wind bursting out from the place where the fists of the two sides met, sweeping up a circle of dust and mist towards the distance. Now what? Clark's surrounding muscles agitated, resisting Chen Tian's fist. His eyes flickered and he spoke coldly. He has already taken over Chen Tian's attack. Still not. Chen Tian on the other side just smiled. Just as Clark was guessing whether his next attack would be a punch or a kick, and from which angle. But I saw Chen Tian's upper body suddenly leaning forward, and he actually slammed his head directly. Clark did not expect that the other party would actually use this move, and he couldn't react, and his whole face was hit hard and his eyes were golden. The body was even hit to the ground. The ground behind him was smashed and collapsed due to the huge impact of his body, giving birth to countless cracks and scattering of earth and rubble. Clark couldn't help but let out a muffled snort between his dizzy noses, and when he came back to his senses, his body suddenly tensed to the extreme. Chen Tian had already raised his foot and stepped on him, as if he was not going to give him a breather. Rumble. Chen Tian stepped down. The wind is swept and agitated. I am afraid that even steel will be stepped on. Faced with this scene, Clark couldn't care much more, and hurriedly used his hands and feet to burst out of super speed. Rumble. Chen Tian's foot stepped into the air, and the ground was directly cracked by his foot, and the deep ravines suddenly spread out. Clark looked at this scene and was afraid in his heart. If you suffer this blow, even if you don't get seriously injured, you will never be easy. Suddenly, he felt scared. Wisps of fear spread in my heart. In the previous few fights, the powerlessness that had repeatedly fallen into the downwind came and swallowed him and suppressed his heart. Perhaps Clark had never really been injured before. But this time is different. Again and again, he was hit hard without resistance and reaction, and all attempts to fight back were in vain. This feeling constantly prompts the timidity in the heart. Previously, Clark chose to avoid trouble, not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to hurt others. But this time he really felt that he had a feeling that he could not face and instinctively wanted to escape. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Chen Tian's strength was above himself. I can't beat him. Clark's expression was complicated, and his heart was shaken slightly, and he took a step back unconsciously. Coward, don't hide. Chen Tian pulled his foot out of the pit and looked up at Clark, sensing that the latter was already timid, and said coldly. What he wanted was to provoke Clark, unleash potential, and replicate ability better. It's not just trying to scare the other party. Next second. Rumble. Chen Tian's figure disappeared in place, and the ground on which he stood exploded into a deep pit. He had already triggered super speed and blasted towards Clark. However, Clark actually activated super speed and fled into the distance. Some even ran straight in a panic, choosing a direction, ignoring the interception of trees in front of them, and crashing into a straight line. Boom, 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 half under the golden sunset. In the woods, both figures burst out with a power that exceeded the limit of ordinary people countless times, turning into two afterimages and speeding forward. A figure chased behind, and the other one smashed the trees one by one and fled. In the process of running frantically, the two figures left deep pits where they passed. Like a giant beast crossing the border, endless dust and mist drifted above the woods. At the beginning, the speed of the two sides can be described as almost the same. Pity. Over time, Clark's speed slowed down noticeably. After all, although he has always been very physical, after a long time of catching up, coupled with his own lack of combat experience. But fatigue already appears after a long time. And the other side. Chen Tian is different from him. The former has been at the bottom for more than a decade, plus Batman's fighting technique. In the process of catching up, he can often predict Clark's next move. On several occasions, Clark was almost overturned by Chen Tian when he found an opportunity. This also speeds up Clark's descent into fatigue. You can't fight, you can't escape. Clark also noticed that his state began to decline, and Chen Tian behind him seemed to be completely tired. This made the cowardice in his heart even heavier. Even the raised steps felt much heavier. Just when Clark's mind faltered, his speed slowed for a moment. Chen Tian's eyes flashed, and he grasped the opportunity keenly. Rumble. His thigh muscles suddenly swelled and suddenly stepped down, and he could even see a circle of visible ripples of the earth, spreading out from the ground. The next moment, Chen Tian's figure flashed, and he actually caught up with Clark's side. Have you already begun to run away? Chen Tian disdained to drink cold. A sudden punch blasted at him. This time Clark didn't have any chance to react. I only felt that the huge force was crashing on my body. He only felt that there was a sharp pain all over his body, and the surrounding scene suddenly turned into a blurry afterimage. A strong sense of weightlessness. Clark heard the stirring wind roaring in his ears. He was bombarded out again. Rumble. This time it flew directly over 100 meters and crashed into a mountain. Countless rock fragments splashed and collapsed directly burying Clark in it. Billowing smoke and dust rose into the air like thick wolf smoke. Unfortunately, Chen Tian was a little disappointed when he saw this scene. Despite all the attempts, Clark's potential has not been unleashed and other abilities have not been inspired. Perhaps it's time to stop there. Chen Tian looked helpless and shook his head. This kid Clark has been suppressed by me to the point that his courage has been gone. If he continues, I am afraid that his personality will be distorted. Quote. Thinking, he sighed. Then, the pile of rocks where Clark was buried suddenly burst open and the rubble splattered. Clark crawled out of it embarrassed and collapsed to the ground. Roar. He lay on his back and looked at the sky, gasping for breath, and his chest rose and fell violently. Clark was furious. Unprecedented anger. Not simply anger at Chen Tian, but emotions about his own strength. The only sense of powerlessness in this life seemed to suppress all the insistence he had previously placed in his heart at this moment. I'm not the strongest, nor the only one. After thinking, Clark turned over and put his hands on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He wasn't injured, he wasn't physically exhausted. Instead, he lacked a thought in his heart to support him. Stand up, Clark. Are you trash? Chen Tian sensed Clark's emotions. In the midst of dazedness, loneliness, and disappointment, the wrapped emotions are actually all anger. As the person who knows the potential of the other party best, Chen Tian immediately opened his mouth to provoke the other party. The voice fell. Clark on the opposite side was already clenching his fists. Are you a freak? Or waste? Chen Tian knew that the anger in his heart was getting deeper and deeper, and he spoke again, stand up for me. Ah, get out of the way for me. Hear, hear. Clark only felt a strong emotion, frantically churning in his heart, throwing his head up and roaring. His eyes suddenly glowed red, his neck burst out, and his fists pressed his fingers deeply into the ground. Next moment, the red light in his eyes became more and more dazzling. The surrounding temperature seems to be rising, and the endless heat wave is boiling and expanding. The madness rages throughout the surrounding space. Rumble. 2 crimson beams of light burst out, straight to the blazing energy of the sky. The red pillar of light was like a pillar of light that rushed straight into the sky, completely supporting the entire heaven and earth, and in a trance seemed to occupy half of the sky. Dye half the sky red. Clark completely exploded. Rumble. Endless terrifying energy power erupts, terrifying. Clark only felt that the emotions he had suppressed to the extreme in his heart finally found an outlet to vent at this time, and the whole person was like a volcano that had been brewing for years and finally erupted. 2 red beams of light wrapped in terrifying power, from his eyes, straight into the sky. The red beam of light that runs through the sky is as mighty as a long rainbow, and you can't look at it directly. The sky that appeared red in the evening within a few kilometers was directly reflected in crimson. The sea of clouds was also torn open, the big hole in the avenue, rolling endlessly. Then, Clark's mood finally calmed down a little, and his heart began to, a little panicked. This is the first time he has used heat sight, so he is defenseless about what is happening now. But, the beam of light bursting out of the eyes is like a suppressed emotion in the heart, like a torrent pouring out. Rounds of invisible, rolling heat waves churned and dispersed in the air, and the 100-meter radius around Clark seemed to turn into an oven at this time, and the air was distorted. Battle detected, rewarded, Superman. Chen Tian also raised his eyebrows when he looked at the prospect, and the voice of receiving a reward immediately sounded in his mind. Another gain, he murmured, raising an eyebrow at Clark. Chen Tian sensed the pain and doubts of the other party, realizing that the latter was using heat sight for the first time. It seems that his actions just now finally worked, not in vain. Smoothly helped Clark force out his potential. Phew. Then, the 2 pillars of red light that connected heaven and earth finally began to slowly weaken and gradually disappear. The terrifying coercion that filled the surrounding space slowly faded. Clark's eyes darkened, but eventually regained calm, and steam drifted from the corners of his eyes with the wind. Heat sight. He lowered his eyes, whispered in a deep voice, and began to come back to his senses to understand that he had inspired another ability. Furthermore, Clark also found that his strength, after the catharsis just now, actually gained a terrifying enhancement again. In the past life, he actually knew that his strength was gradually increasing. But there has never been such an exaggerated leap forward as at the moment. Clark's current state can be described as a step up, and it is not an exaggeration. Meanwhile, he raised his palm and clearly found that at the moment, he could also sense an invisible force between heaven and earth flowing between his fingers. This is magnetic field. Clark's eyes lit up. In addition to the heat sight and the increase in strength, I also felt the presence of the magnetic field. That is, I can now fly by attracting the magnetic field. Perhaps, now that I can. The thought is not lost. He jerked his head up and stared at Chen Tian with a twinkle in his eyes. Next second, rumble. The ground where Clark was originally located exploded into a deep pit. His whole person, even carried a strong wind, rushed towards Chen Tian, directly stretched out his big hand to clasp the latter's shoulder, and flew deep into the woods. .. Exclamation mark. Where the 2 figures passed, countless trees were washed away and wood chips flew. Blah blah. During flight, Clark grabbed Chen Tian's shoulder with one hand, and frantically punched the latter with the other. Fierce and terrifying currents continued to surge out from where both sides passed, and all the surrounding trees were shaken by the wind and the leaves were falling. After the enlightenment just now, he was sure that his strength had suddenly risen and jumped above Chen Tian. In addition to developing the heat sight, all the abilities of the whole person have also been strengthening, and have they also learned flight. Chen Tian resisted the surging falling fist and clearly realized this. His expression immediately became excited, and he secretly marveled in his heart. Clark really deserves to be a superb, just an enlightenment can improve such a great power. This is his unusual Kryptonian bloodline. It is also worthy of being the first naturally born fetus on Krypton in such a long time. Battle detected. Reward. Flight. Superman. Battle detected. Rewarded. Creature stance. Superman. Just when Chen Tian secretly lamented the horror of Clark's Kryptonian bloodline, the cold prompt sound from copy ability sounded in his mind again. Flight and the bio stand. He felt that he had 2 more abilities, and his eyes lit up. This ability means that you will be freed from the shackles of the earth and completely increase all the upper limits of combat or action. No doubt, the combination of flight and bio stance is one of the most practical abilities for anyone. Clark, you really surprised me so much. I'll just say that going straight to you is probably the best way to do ability. Boom, Chen Tian thought with a smile as he blocked Clark's 2 falling punches in succession. However, since I've been fighting for so long, it's my turn to fight back now. Next second, Chen Tian's face froze. Syllable. Both hands clenched Clark's falling fists. Although the current Clark has surpassed Chen Tian in strength, it is far from reaching the level where one hand is stronger than the strength of the latter's 2 hands. Followed by, seeing that his arm was controlled, Clark's eyes narrowed slightly and frowned, but then his eyes instantly widened, and his handsome face was illuminated with a layer of red light at the same time. How is it possible? He looked at Chen Tian, whose eyes were glowing red in front of him, and he was shocked in his heart. Chen Tian's previous strength was stronger than his own. The new ability he just inspired, how could Chen be? When Clark saw this scene, his pupils shook wildly, and his eyes were full of incomprehension. Rumble. Unfortunately, I didn't wait for Clark to come up with any answer. 2 rays of red beams exuding majestic power burst out from Chen Tian's eyes. Terrifying heat waves. Those 2 huge amounts of red energy beams, like torrents of agitation, exuded earth-shattering power, roaring and bombarding Clark's chest. I have to say, Clark, who had just been awakening, became the first person to taste the power of this move. He felt the blazing terrifying heat, pouring bombardment on himself, huge amounts of pain that made him can't help roar shouted. In addition, the power contained in it is also amazing. Clark was directly hit by this bombardment and froze, losing control and falling to the ground. Rumble. The whole ground shook because of his impact, as if welcoming a meteorite hitting the ground collapsed and smashed a large area of woods. Thick dust and fog rose into the sky, like wolf smoke. Why? Clutching his chest, Clark slowly stood up, shook his head full of sand, and looked up at Chen Tian, who was floating in the air. His eyes were full of shock. He reacted with hindsight. Chen Tian is not just simply having super ability, but the other party's ability is exactly the same as his. Whether it's power, or heat sight, or floating in the terrifying flight ability. It's just like your own replica. Clark looked at Chen Tian, who was stranded in midair and looking down at him, and frowned to ask what was going on. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he didn't have time to speak. Rumble. Just in midair, Chen Tian's figure suddenly blurred. In the endless strong air current, he flashed in front of Clark in an instant. The latter did not have time to react. Has been violently and terrifying by Chen Tian's eruption, and hit it fiercely. Rumble. Clark's body was as if he had been bombarded head-on by a 10,000-ton mountain, and he was directly knocked out of the air. Boom. The whole person smashed into the mountain not far away again. I saw it in the blink of an eye. Because of Clark's impact, that mountain instantly spread out dense cracks. Meanwhile, there are countless pieces of earth and rubble, collapsing from the mountain, thick dust and fog rising into the sky, constantly rolling around, directly covering the surrounding area of several kilometers. The ground shook violently, as if an extremely terrifying earthquake had occurred, and huge cracks that were deep and invisible spread out. Chen, you tell me, why? Clark, who was trapped deep in the mountain, suddenly flew out and waved his big hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of airflow was pulled by him and flowed to one side, driving the surrounding air to form a violent wind. The huge dust and fog that occupied thousands of miles were easily blown away by this gust of wind, and all the trees in the surrounding woods were blown by the strong wind, shaking continuously. And Chen Tian also appeared in front of Clark again. The latter saw that his expression had calmed down, as if everything that happened now was in his plan. Clark's anger grew stronger. He felt that this teenager, whom he only met yesterday, not only did not hesitate to kill the killer when facing the enemy. And there are many secrets to hide from yourself. This kind of concealment between friends made Clark very unhappy. Including him, he also realized that from the beginning, Chen Tian seemed to have some purpose, deliberately provoking himself. However, after fighting him again, he inspired a new ability, and at the same time, his strength was also increased to a level. Chen, you tell me, who the hell are you? Clark twisted his brows and asked in a loud voice. Then, next second, rumble, Clark suddenly exerted force, and the crumbling mountain under his feet, which was already full of cracks, burst directly. He instantly crossed a distance of thousands of meters and burst in front of Chen Tian. Doubts welled up constantly, as if adding fuel to the fire, pouring the anger in Clark's heart more and more. He is ready to teach Chen Tian, the boy, a good lesson, dig up the other party's secrets, and finally put him in prison to reflect his mistakes. Rumble. Thoughts flashed like lightning. Clark's power also suddenly exploded at this time. The super strength that has evolved is directly stimulated by him to the extreme. When a punch is blasted out, even a round of sound barriers faintly appears on the fist surface. Because of this, when Clark hit Chen Tian, the latter hadn't even heard tearing air sounds. At the same time, even if he saw Clark punching clearly, he couldn't react at all. Rumble. Chen Tian was hit hard by a punch, huge amounts of power, he felt roar suck a stagnation, his body shook. The whole person instantly flew upside down, and in an instant, it slammed into the body of a rising mountain in the distance. Thundered. Suddenly, a mountain instantly cracked out of dense cracks under the impact of the terrifying power carried by Chen Tian's figure. Lose your shape and collapse with a bang. In the violent shaking sound that was stronger than before, the broken mountain turned into countless rock fragments and smashed down, shaking the mountain. One after another, the impact spread out, rolling up the dust and turning into dust and mist. But in an instant, it devours the surrounding trees. The terrifying cracks of the Dao cracked out on the ground. It's worthy of being superb, just slightly stimulated the potential, and it has grown to such a point. Chen Tian bathed in the thick dust and fog around him, touching the location of the chest hit by Clark, and muttered to himself. The clothes on his upper body exploded directly into pieces when he was hit by Clark. The smooth lines are not exaggerated, and each muscle, which is well proportioned and full, is exposed to the air. If you can get close, you will find that at the moment Chen Tian has fair skin, but the skin on the chest is slightly red. Even if the Iron Man ability has been copied, there is still a faint pain in the place where it was hit. But think about it. Chen Tian's mind suddenly had the story of Dachau. He smiled and said to himself, after all, this guy can become an existence that cannot be solved by nuclear weapons in just 20 years. How can it not be terrifying? Boom. Then, outside the dust fog, Clark in midair waved his big hand, like unveiling a curtain, directly fanning out a violent wind, and the thick dust curtain in front of him was instantly blown away by the wind. He looked at Chen Tian, who was standing on the ground with a smile, and his brows furrowed slightly. Now can you tell me who you really are? Next second, Clark gently landed not far in front of Chen Tian, his eyes flickered and asked in a deep voice, why do you have the same ability as me? I can have anyone's ability as long as I want. Chen Tian understood that he had extraordinary abilities, as long as he used ability, he couldn't hide it, so he just said directly. When Clark heard these words, he immediately understood the ability of the teenager in front of him. His emotional intelligence may be a little low, but his IQ is absolutely superb, and few people in the world can compare to him. Can you copy someone else's ability? Clark immediately thought of this, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly in a deep voice. In that case, Chen, you need to control your power reasonably. After a pause, the expression on his face became more and more complicated. So far, Clark has understood that there are many people with super abilities in this world. Among them, if you want to talk about the strength of ability, then it is the teenager in front of you. After all, no matter what other people's ability is, no matter how strong it is, it can become Chen Tian's power. And, among them, Valent, Clark himself has fully tried. I have deeply experienced the horror of Chen Tian ability. If your friend has been obsessed with ideas, then it will definitely become a threat to this world. The other side. Chen Tian shook his head when he heard Clark's words. Clark, it seems that you are still living in a fairy tale. He smiled, his tone helpless. Chen, it seems that you don't plan to change your mind and are ready to go further and further down a wrong path. When Clark on the opposite side heard this, he suddenly clenched his fists, and his face looked extremely serious. Then I'll help you change it. He frowned and roared. The voice did not fall. Rumble. The entire ground shook suddenly, the air pressure changed greatly, the wind stirred, and the terrifying coercion suddenly filled the heavens and the earth. Clark moved. After his strength has been improved, his strength and speed at the moment have actually surpassed the current Chen Tian. Oh, one by one, a sharp sound suddenly sounded in Chen Tian's ears. He knew it was a sonic boom. Clark's burst speed has surpassed the speed of sound. And before the sonic boom sound was transmitted to Chen Tian's ears, Clark's figure had already flashed in front of the former. At the same time, he also raised his fist and blasted at Chen Tian. This punch also exceeded the speed of sound, and a sound barrier appeared on the fist surface when punching. With Chen Tian's current reaction, he could barely see this punch clearly, but his body's reaction couldn't keep up with it. But he didn't panic at all, and even had a joy under his eyes. Because the voice of the reward in my head has already sounded. Battle detected. Get. Boom. Clark's fist fell. Hit Chen Tian hard. Chen Tian's figure rose from the ground, was hammered off the ground again, and his whole life was smashed into another mountain that was still intact. Dust and fog fill the sky. However, Chen Tian, buried in the rubble of the crash, the joy on his face became stronger. Even the excitement between the corners of the eyebrows and mouths on the entire face is indescribable. Just because, the prompt that just sounded in my head was Battle detected. Reward, Kryptonian bloodline, Superman. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.